Warm, dark, wet, and somewhere far above all of it, muffled through my mother's body like a voice through a wall, an old man was explaining why I should be killed. I couldn't see him, I didn't need to. You can hear a certain kind of man perfectly well through half an inch of anything. That flat, bored, administrative tone. The tone of a guy reading out a decision he made before you walked in. Medicine God Valley has examined her. The origin is damaged. The foundation is mediocre. How could my Luo clan produce such a descendant? We would be laughed at by every race under heaven. And then, because apparently the first part wasn't enough, he added the finisher. Even born out of wedlock, it is not acceptable. Great. So I'd been alive for approximately 0 seconds, and I was already a scheduling conflict. Now, some context, because I know how that sounded. My name is Chen Tianhao. In my last life, I got introduced to the front of a dump truck at speed, which is a fairly conclusive way to end a conversation with the universe. I expected a bright light, maybe a tunnel, maybe a customer service desk. What I got was a womb. Not a metaphor, an actual womb. Mine, currently in use. And I had all my memories, all my adult brain, and exactly 0 limbs longer than a spoon. So I'd been lying in the dark for a while, quietly losing my mind in the most peaceful way possible, when my mother knelt on a floor somewhere and started begging. Old ancestor, I cannot live without this child. Please, let me give birth to him. You know what I noticed? She didn't beg for herself. Not one word about herself. She was on her knees in front of a golden palace asking permission to be allowed to have me, and the phrase she used was, I cannot live without this child. I had never met this woman. I had spent my entire existence inside her, and that was the first thing I ever heard her say. Her name was Chen Ruolan. She was a daughter of the Chen clan, which is a polite way of saying she came from a family that nobody important had to be polite to. Years back, she'd saved the life of a young clan leader named Feng Longwei. Saved it properly, too, the expensive way, by pouring a huge chunk of her own innate essence into him, which wrecked her foundation permanently. She was never the same cultivator after that. He married her. Then he married someone else with a better surname, made that one the wife, and made my mother the concubine. Then he spent the following years pleasing the wife and forgetting the concubine existed, and she never complained about any of it. Not once. That's not me being generous. I was inside her. I'd have heard. Longwei, she said, up at the palace. Does that mean the same thing? There was a pause up there, the kind of pause where a man arranges his face. Considering our past relationship, if you truly wish to give birth, that is permissible. Oh, permissible. How generous. However, you will return to your maternal family to do it, and in future, this child may only bear the surname Chen. He will not be entered into my Luo clan's genealogy. And there it was. Not just get out, and by the way, my name is too good for him. My mother stood up. Didn't argue, didn't cry, didn't say anything at all. Just stood up and walked out into the void, and the whole time she was walking, I could feel her hand pressed flat against the outside of her own belly like she was holding a door shut. Behind us, through the fading distance, I heard him sigh. Actually sigh. Like this had been hard on him. Alas, why is Roland so insensible? Buddy, you just evicted a pregnant woman for the crime of her kid testing badly, and the part you're finding difficult is her attitude? And then the old ancestor's voice, wrapping it up neat. Xu Fenghua is carrying a celestial being, the future hope of Luo clan. How can this one compare? For the sake of the eternal legacy, young clan leader, you did the right thing. Chen Roland will regret this. Cool. Very cool. Love that for us. So that was my introduction to the family business. I lay there in the dark, doing the math, and the math came out ugly. Damaged origin, no talent, illegitimate, exiled before birth. My total assets consisted of one mother with a wrecked cultivation foundation, and my liabilities consisted of an entire ancient clan that had already decided I was a mistake. I was so angry I couldn't breathe. Which was fine, because I wasn't breathing yet. Then, right there in the dark, glowing text unfolded in front of my eyes. Host Jiang Wang is 300 years old, a late bloomer. System activated. I want you to understand my reaction to this. My first thought was not gratitude. My first thought was not, oh, thank heaven, salvation. My first thought was, 300? The text kept going. and it got worse. Your life has been incredibly difficult. You lack innate talent and have no cultivation to speak of. You and your mother have often been subjected to the scorn of all races. Your half-brother has long since surpassed you. You cling to life relying on medicinal pills your mother begged for. This year, you finally resolved to make a comeback. So let me summarize what my golden finger had just handed me. It had handed me a biography, my biography. 3 centuries of getting stepped on, 3 centuries of my mother going door to door asking strangers for medicine to keep her useless son alive. And then, at 300 years old, with nothing left, the great heroic moment where I decided to try. That was the life I was supposed to get. That was the schedule. And the system had arrived 300 years early. I lay there in the warm dark with my tiny hands somewhere near my face, and I started laughing. Except nothing came out because I had no air and no voice, so it was just my whole body shaking in a woman who had no idea what was happening inside her. 300 years early. It had shown up 300 years early, and it was apologizing about it. Then the first quest posted. Your mother has worried herself sick over the years. Because you lack talent, you always avoided cultivating. She does not blame you, but she is always saddened and guilty. Newbie quest. Your first time cultivating on your own will impress your mother. Reward. Fusion. Ancient sacred body. I read it twice. Then I read it a third time because I have a sensible adult mind and I wanted to be responsible about this. The ancient sacred body. In this world, that's not a good physique. That's the physique. The one that shows up once in 100,000 years and then gets written into every scripture on the continent as the yardstick everything else gets measured against and found short. Born with heaven and earth paying homage, cultivate it far enough, and your bare hands go toe-to-toe with an ancient great emperor. That was the newbie reward, the tutorial, the thing they give you for pressing the button. And the quest was, cultivate once, on purpose, and make your mom happy. Now here's the thing that made me actually cackle. If that quest had fired on schedule, 300 years from now, it would have been brutal. Picture it. 3 centuries of never trying, 3 centuries of being told you're nothing, and then one day this broken old man has to sit down and start from zero and somehow surprise a woman who's watched him fail every single day of his life. Some people never manage that. Most people don't. But I wasn't 300, I was negative 3 months, and I was floating in the single most efficient cultivation chamber ever constructed, which is to say I was inside my mother, hooked directly into her meridians, with spiritual energy being pumped into me for free like a drink through a straw. You want me to cultivate? Buddy, I don't have anything else to do in here. I reached out with whatever it is you reach out with, and I pulled. Outside, my mother made a small, surprised sound. She'd been feeding me spiritual energy the whole ride, gently, carefully, the way you'd tuck a blanket around someone. And now the blanket was being eaten. She could feel it going. Not leaking, not draining, being taken deliberately by something with intent. Huh? Then, very quietly, to nobody, my child is so sensible. He knew before he was even born. Has he already begun to cultivate? And her eyes went hot, because of course they did. Quest complete. Fusion in progress. Ancient, sacred body. I'd like to tell you the fusion was dignified. It was not. What happened was, the inside of my head detached from my body and got dropped somewhere else entirely. I was standing on a mountain, except the mountain was made of the dead. Layers of them, pressed down and fused solid by time, and every layer was radiating power that made my teeth hurt in a mouth I did not have. There were saints down there. There were quasi-emperors. There were the remains of heavenly emperors, beings who had held the entire world in their hand, and they were floor. They were the steps. And at the top of the steps, with his back to me, stood a man. He was looking out over a river that I somehow understood was time. Not a river near time, or a river of stuff that reminded you of time. Time. And he was standing over it the way you'd stand over a stream in your own back garden. Then he turned around. I have been afraid in 2 lives now. I have been in front of a truck. That was nothing. This was a man who had walked out of somewhere so far back that the world hadn't finished being the world yet. And he turned his head and put his eyes on my face specifically, and everything in me tried to go somewhere else and had nowhere to go. He looked at me for about as long as it takes to decide something. Then he was 6 inches away. Then he was in me. And after that, I was lying in the dark again, and my whole body was on fire in the way that things are on fire when they're being rebuilt. My divine sense blew outward like a window opening. Gold went through my bones and hollowed them and packed them again, denser. My marrow got scoured and refilled. I was being scrubbed and reforged before I'd been born, which I understand is not the standard sequence. Meanwhile, outside, the spiritual energy of the entire region started falling into my mother's stomach. Not trickling, falling. Whirlpools opened in the void, and the world's ambient energy got swallowed like water down a drain, and every bit of it went into her, and then into me. Strange, she said, patting herself. Could my child really be cultivating in the womb? But he has no innate talent. And then, quieter, in a voice that took the top off my head, could it be that you know your mother is incompetent, little one? So you forced yourself to start early. There it was. That was the sentence. She thought I was straining. She thought I was a doomed, talentless baby working myself raw in the dark because I'd somehow figured out that my mother couldn't give me anything better, and she was blaming herself for it. I had a physique that saints get written about for having. I had a system 300 years ahead of schedule, and I could not say one single word to her. So I did the only thing available. She'd been pouring energy into me the whole time, and I didn't need it anymore, so I turned the pipe around and started pushing it back into her instead. Into the old wounds, into the essence she'd burned out of herself years ago saving a man who'd just thrown her away for it. She felt that, too. She went very still. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what she thought was happening. She had absolutely no framework for it. I imagine it felt like being hugged from the inside. Anyway, that's when I checked my sheet. Name, Jiang Wang. Root bone, ancient sacred body. Identity. Luo clan's abandoned child, realm, blood realm, level 1. 2 of those lines had changed, and one of them hadn't, and I want you to notice which one didn't. Root bone, fixed. Realm, moving. Identity, still abandoned. The system was not going to let me forget that one. Fine, neither was I. Let me explain the latter in this world, quickly, because it matters for exactly one reason. The bottom 3 realms are blood removal, cave heaven, and soul transformation. Those are the kid realms. Every great clan's prodigies fight it out inside those 3 before they come of age. Reach cave heaven before adulthood, and they call you a genius. Reach soul transformation, and they call you a phoenix. Break past soul transformation into the supreme realm before you're grown, even the first level of it, and you are the best of your entire generation. Full stop, no argument. Now here's the part that matters. The absolute cream of the crop, the ones born into ancient clans with divine veins and overwhelmed bodies, come out of the womb already at blood realm level 1 or 2. Born at level 1. That's the ceiling for being born. That's the thing they write down. Feng Longwei, my father, the man in the Golden Palace, was born at blood realm level 1 and hit the venerable realm at 18, and they've been telling that story about him ever since. I hit blood realm level 1 in less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn. I had a little over 3 months left in there. Level 2, level 3, level 4. I settled in and got comfortable, and the numbers kept moving, and somewhere above me my mother was riding a carriage through the clouds toward her parents' house, thinking her son was a sickly disappointment she'd have to protect from the world. I was going to enjoy the next part enormously. The carriage came down that evening in front of the Chen clan gates, and I braced for it. Honestly, I braced hard. I'd already met one family in this world, and they'd tried to have me scraped out of existence over a bad medical report, so my expectations for family number 2 were on the floor. She walked into the main hall carrying me, and there were 2 people waiting. Her older brother, Chen Haoran, and his wife, Mei Yueshi, holding a baby. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm back. My uncle got there before she finished the sentence. Just crossed the room and took her arm. Little sister, come sit down. It's been a long, rough road. Don't hurt the baby. Okay, that's one. That's 1 point on the board for humanity. Then he sighed, and I heard the whole shape of him in that sigh. Luo clan was powerful. He was a young clan leader of a family that wasn't. His own sister had just been sent home in disgrace, and there was exactly nothing he could do about it, except make sure she got a chair. Then my aunt opened her mouth. You wouldn't listen back then, would you? Rushed off to marry that young clan leader. Now they won't let you have children, so you come running back to your parents' house? Ah, there she is. They wouldn't let you take resources away from the Mo family's marriage alliance, so you come home to eat your own cocoon? My mother lowered her head and said nothing. My uncle went straight up. How dare you speak like that? This is my own sister. Would our Chen clan really need cultivation resources from my own nephew? My aunt gave him a look, hoisted the baby, and swept off to the back of the palace without another word. Little sister, don't mind her. Your sister-in-law has always been mean. It's all right, brother, and my mother smiled when she said it. Actually smiled. I was in there going, no, it is not all right. I have a list now. She's on the list. I was wrong. I want to be clear about that up front, because later on I was very wrong about a lot of people, but I was never more wrong than I was about that woman in the first 10 minutes. Here's what happened that night. My mother learned her parents were away at Medicine God Valley trying to get someone, anyone, to look at her case. So she went to lie down in a side hall, alone, in the house she'd been sent back to in disgrace, and a servant knocked with a bowl of tonic soup. This was sent by the young mistress. She said it's been cooking for 2 hours. She said young miss is in poor health and shouldn't be trying to save the young master money. My mother held that bowl and worked out the timing, and I felt her chest change shape. 2 hours. That soup had gone on the fire before my aunt ever came out to the main hall, which meant that woman had heard the carriage arrive, gone straight to the kitchen, put on the most expensive tonic in the house for a sister-in-law she was about to publicly insult, and then walked out front to insult her. Sharp mouth, soft everything else. She'd been like that her whole life, and my mother knew it perfectly well, which is why she'd smiled. I lay there and mentally crossed her off the list. I'd been listening to that whole house from the second we crossed the gate, by the way, straining for it, waiting for the sneering, waiting for the little cousin who'd get pushed at me later as the real heir, waiting for somebody to say the word illegitimate in a corridor. It's a story I know. I've read that story 100 times. And it just never came. The place was warm. That was the whole scandal. My aunt looked like she'd bite you and then fed you first. My uncle couldn't protect anybody, and it was visibly eating him alive. And nobody, not one person, said a single word about my mother coming home pregnant and disgraced. Compared to Luo clan, where I was neither loved by my father nor acknowledged by my grandfather, this was a resort. The only real problem with the Chen clan was that the Chen clan was, in the polite phrasing, not currently a major power in the ancient immortal domain. I could work with that. Then my mother drank her soup, and being who she was, immediately funneled the entire benefit of it straight down to me, which I did not need. So I turned it around again and pushed it back up into her, into the hidden injuries, into everything she'd spent on a man who threw her out. She made another one of those small, surprised sounds. I was getting to like those. I was about to settle in and go back to cultivating when the doors banged open. Daughter, your parents are back. Father has brought Holy Maiden Hua from Medicine God Valley. Quickly, let Saint examine the child, see if there's any possibility of repairing his physique. My grandfather. I could tell everything about that man from 3 words, impatient, loud, and already halfway across the room before he'd finished the sentence. Behind him came my grandmother, and she didn't say a thing, just went straight for her daughter and grabbed hold of her. Daughter, you must have suffered so much in Luo clan. Then she started talking, fast, the way people talk when they're afraid of the silence. Don't worry about the child. Your father and I invited Holy Maiden Hua, one of the 3 masters of Medicine God Valley. We will find a way to replenish his innate talent. We will restore his constitution. Mother, and my mother finally cracked. Not in front of the Golden Palace, not on the road, not in front of her brother, in front of her mom. Now let me tell you what those 2 people had actually done, because it took me a minute to work it out, and when I did, I sat very still in the dark. My grandfather, Chen Huizhong, was at the first level of the immortal emperor realm. My grandmother was at the first level of immortal king. Even the Chen clan's own old ancestor, sealed away in seclusion, had only managed immortal emperor at the 5th level. And they had gone to Medicine God Valley and asked for a saint. Not a doctor, a saint. For a family at their level, that is not a house call, that is walking up to a mountain and asking it to move. They'd stood outside those gates for days. Days. 2 old people standing outside a place that had no reason to open the door until somebody inside couldn't take it anymore. Whatever they'd paid for that, they hadn't told anybody in this room the number. For a grandson they'd been told was garbage. I made myself a promise right there, in the dark, with no mouth to make it with. When I got out of here, I was going to be the best behaved, most charming, hardest working little kid this family had ever seen. I was going to be so filial they'd have to invent new words. That was the plan. Then the air outside changed, and something came down out of the void. She arrived on a crane, which is already showing off, and she came down through the air with her robes moving in a wind that wasn't there, and every single person in that hall bent at the waist without being told to. Holy Maiden Hua. Dressed in white, features like something carved on purpose by somebody with time and talent. The kind of beautiful that stops being about attraction and becomes a fact about the room, like the temperature. Nobody looked directly at her. In a world where strength is the only currency, the Chen clan was a rounding error, and a saint agreeing to stand in their hall at all was a favor bordering on charity. You don't ogle a favor. Except me. I'd been at Blood Transmission Realm 9 Heavens for a while now, and my divine sense was already going through walls, so I got a good long look at the fairy while everyone else was studying the floor tiles. She was, and I say this in the most academic possible way, absolutely spectacular. So beautiful, I said to nobody. No wonder it's a Xuanhuan world. Cultivate high enough and your face just stops. This is a place where a woman can hit 3,000 and still be the most dangerous thing in the room. Outside, Holy Maiden Hua's lips parted very slightly. No need for formalities. Which is not a response to what I said. It absolutely is not. I want that on the record. In truth, she went on, I am not confident about repairing a fetal bone structure. An innate deficiency usually means the structure is already set. I can only assess the situation. She said that carefully, and I understood why. She was letting them down in advance. She'd come here because 2 old people wore her down at her own gate, and now she wanted them braced before she said no. I am already deeply grateful for Saint's kindness, my mother said, and smiled, and meant it. And then, as those 2 were walking toward the side hall, my aunt came hurrying in with her baby. Saint, since you've come all this way, would you do me the honor of looking at my child's talent? Oh no, my uncle's face changed. What are you doing? Don't you know when to stop? She's here to treat your sister. He was signaling at her with his eyes so hard I could feel it through a wall. She bit her lip and did not move. And my mother said, Brother, my sister-in-law is also a mother. Since Saint has already come, it won't waste any time. It won't delay my treatment. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the woman. My aunt shot her a look of such raw gratitude that I could sense it, and Holy Maiden Hua, who had come here purely out of pity and was clearly expecting to spend the evening delivering bad news to peasants, looked at the 2 of them and softened about half a degree. Fine. Root bone damage is difficult to repair, and I think you will all be disappointed later. I will look at this child first, so that my trip is not entirely wasted. She opened her spiritual eyes and smiled. This child is quite talented, an innate fire spiritual vein. When he comes of age, he may become a disciple of my creation immortal palace. The hall detonated. Understand what she'd just handed out. Creation Immortal Palace is a top-tier power of the ancient immortal domain. Medicine God Valley, the place she came from, is one of its subordinate forces. It has immortal kings and immortal emperors on staff, and protectors at the level of saints and holy kings. Getting an ordinary disciple slot there is a stroke of luck that changes a bloodline. My aunt made a noise I can only describe as a shriek with the pin pulled, thanked her about 9 times, and then turned and looked at my mother with her whole face falling apart, because she'd been vicious to that woman 4 hours earlier, and now she owed her a future. All right, everyone else wait outside. I'll go in with the patient and check the fetus. Everyone filed out. My grandparents took hold of each other's hands and stared at the door. My uncle stood there with his jaw locked, terrified some piece of bad news about his sister and nephew was about to get loose in his house. My aunt went and sat in the corner with her baby and closed her eyes and put her hands together and did not let anyone see her do it. Inside, my mother lay down, and the most beautiful woman in several provinces sat down beside her. Don't be nervous. The fetus is weak, so I won't use my spiritual eyes on it. I'll use the simplest method and take your pulse. All right, thank you, Saint, said my mother, who was so nervous, her heartbeat was rearranging my whole environment. And that got me, because she'd started to hope. On the road here, some little thing had happened in her belly that she couldn't explain, and she'd let herself hope on it. And now the truth was arriving, and she wanted, more than anything, for her son to be just slightly less broken. Not brilliant, not a genius like her sister-in-law's boy, just a little fertile, a slightly longer life. She'd have paid anything on the continent for that. I lay there listening to my mother's pulse, trying to bargain with a saint, and I thought about the polite thing to do here. The polite thing, the sensible thing, the thing every clever transmigrator in every one of these stories does, is hide it. Play weak, sandbag, let everyone underestimate you and harvest them later. It's a good strategy, it works. And I sat there with a woman blaming herself out loud for my bones, and I thought, no, absolutely not. Not one more hour of that. Also, secondary consideration, and it was in there too. The only way anybody gets serious growth resources in this world is by being so obviously superior that everyone falls over themselves to invest in you. Trash gets scraps, prodigies get sponsors, and wasn't this beautiful auntie the single best sponsor available within 1,000 miles? Her fingers landed on my mother's wrist. Gentle energy came down through the meridians, feeling its way toward me. Go ahead, I told her. Take a look. You're a saint. My mom said yes. I can't stop you, and I'm not going to try. I opened my eyes, and I stopped holding it in. What came off me was the aura of the ancient sacred body. One thin wisp of it, cultivated in the dark, from a chaotic era that ended before this world learned to keep records. Holy Maiden Hua snapped her hand back like she'd grabbed a live wire. Her face did something it clearly had not done in a very long time. What's wrong, Saint? My mother's heart dropped through the floor. Of course it did. She'd just watched a saint recoil from her child. No, I'm fine. Holy Maiden Hua got her voice back, and it was almost level. Perhaps I have been in seclusion too long. Even my pulse diagnosis is malfunctioning. Let me look again. Took the pulse again. Said nothing. Then again. She was doubting her own hands. This is a woman a hair's breadth from the Saint King realm, and she had just felt something out of the chaotic ancient wilderness come up out of a concubine's stomach in a third-rate clan house, and she would genuinely rather believe her medical skill had failed than believe her senses. Finally, she sat up very straight. Are you certain your child has an innate deficiency? Is his constitution truly only average? Yes, said my mother, and her voice was shaking. When I was in Luo clan, I was diagnosed by the doctors there, which is when it happened, because that was around the time they started pressuring her to get rid of me. Ha! These quack doctors do a great deal of harm. Holy Maiden Hua's voice had gone flat and cold. If I had not confirmed it repeatedly, I'm afraid your Chen clan would have lost a peerless genius. What? Inside, I was laughing so hard my mother probably felt it as indigestion. Quack doctors. Total slander. Those doctors had been perfectly correct. The fetus they examined absolutely was a dud. He fused an ancient sacred body about 2 weeks after the appointment. Since none of you know the true nature of the child, Holy Maiden Hua said, and raised her hand, then let me show all of you. The crane outside coughed up a mirror, entirely blue, and it hung in the air. This is the mysterious Heaven Sovereign Mirror. It reveals the truth of all things. It is one of my spirit treasures. They walked out into the main hall together, and every face out there died on the spot, because they came out too fast. That was the read. In a room full of people who have been waiting on a diagnosis, speed means only one thing. If the news had been workable, there'd be a treatment plan, a discussion, a list of medicines. If it comes out in 5 minutes, it means there's nothing to say. It was over in such a short time, my grandfather asked it straight out, because he was that kind of man, and his voice cracked in the middle. The dignified head of a clan, practically begging a saint for a second option. My uncle and aunt weren't any better. And then Holy Maiden Hua waved her hand, and the mysterious heaven mirror went up into the sky and got enormous, and it took up half the visible heavens. Don't overthink it. Not only is the child healthy, his talent is extraordinary. If it is truly as I discovered, then I am fortunate to be here to witness it. Total absolute confusion. Didn't you say my grandson lacked innate talent? How is he suddenly a peerless genius? My grandfather was doing what a lot of people do when hope arrives unannounced, which is get angry at it. Father, Saint wouldn't joke with us. When he was examining Xiao Li's spiritual vein just now, Saint didn't exaggerate like this. Both of you shut up. That was my grandmother. Instant silence. My grandfather and my uncle folded like laundry. I made a note. First thing when I get out, win over Grandma. She runs this place. Then a beam of clear light came down through the wall and landed on me, and everybody outside got a look at the inside of my head. Here's what they saw. A blood-red sky over peaks that had been standing since before there were peaks. And coming across that sky, a dragon out of the Emperor realm, 9-headed, dragging something behind it. A coffin. Bronze. Big enough that the word coffin stops being useful. Wrapped around and around in chains as thick as buildings, like whatever was inside had needed to be argued with. The clouds boiled. The rosy light went on forever in every direction. The breath of the sacred and the demonic braided together in the air like the world hadn't finished deciding what it was going to be yet. The Chen clan stood in their courtyard and looked at that. Any one of those 9 heads could have deleted their entire family with a fingernail, and the 9 of them together were being used as draft animals. Then the coffin came close enough, and everyone saw that there was somebody lying in it. A boy. Just a boy. And the faintest trace of what came off him was enough to have the 9-headed dragon bowing its necks while it pulled. He was breathing in time with the sky, and then they all noticed something else, and I watched the realization go through that courtyard like a wave. The boy in the coffin looked like my mother. Every head in that yard turned in unison and looked at her stomach. "It really is," Holy Maiden Hua whispered. "An ancient sacred body." And then, louder, "Chen clan! A heavenly emperor is about to emerge." You have to understand where she was, mentally. Even with the mirror giving her nothing at first, she'd had doubts. She'd been talking herself out of it for 10 minutes. It was the 9 dragons in the coffin that finished the argument, because that image is not something anyone fakes, and not something anyone misreads. The fetus that Luo clan had officially certified as infertile trash was a naturally born ancient sacred body. The great achievement of the 9 sacred bodies of the chaotic ancient era, the one where even sloppy cultivation gets you into emperor conversation. Is my grandson an ancient sacred body? My grandfather's voice had gone completely to pieces. Saint, this can't be a joke. Is this for real? She smiled and nodded, and that old man grabbed his wife and stood in the middle of his own courtyard and wept like a child. I want to be fair here. I want to be extremely fair, because I know what you're thinking, and about 90% of what happened next in that courtyard was self-interest. Absolutely it was. A family that produces an ancient sacred body does not stay a third-rate family. Every single person out there did the math in the same 3 seconds, and every single one of them got the same enormous number. But the crying started before the math. That old man had spent his own reputation standing outside Medicine God Valley for days for a grandson he'd been told was worthless. He wasn't crying about resources. He got there first, before anybody had time to be clever. Great! God bless Chen clan. Luo clan drove away my daughter and abandoned my grandson, and it turns out he was born with a sacred body. Ha ha ha, now they get their day of crying. As his uncle, I can finally walk around with my head up. And my mother, stroking her own belly, very quietly, not to anyone. Good boy. You've really brought honor to your mother. Even my aunt came right over with a handkerchief and started wiping my mother's face for her. My little sister has finally made it. Her son has brought her great fortune. Luo clan is going to regret this when they find out. Then, immediately, without pausing, "Hey, when my little nephew is born, you have to let my Xiao Li take care of him and play with him." I could feel every bit of it from in there. All that noise. And yes, I knew that if I'd been merely a bit above average, the exact same people would have been feeling something else entirely, something with more teeth in it, because that's how families work, everywhere, in every world. But I wasn't a bit above average. I was a once-in-100,000 years sacred body, and when your talent is enough that everyone has to look up, jealousy stops being an available emotion. All you get back is flattery. Which is not the same thing as love. I knew the difference. I'd just heard the difference, about 10 minutes earlier, when an old man started crying before he'd finished the arithmetic. Then a voice cut across all of it, gentle and refined, and everything went quiet. "Miss Chen, what are your orders, Saint?" I'm not good with words, so I'll say it directly. Do you have any thoughts about having your child become a disciple of my creation immortal palace? In the past, my seniority was insufficient, and I never accepted a disciple. Now that my cultivation has reached that level, I wish to. The courtyard went absolutely silent. My grandparents looked at each other, and neither of them could work their faces. Because 10 minutes ago, this woman had looked at my cousin Chen Yi, a genuine innate fire spiritual vein, an outstanding child, and said he could come and try to become an apprentice when he grows up. And now she was making an exception, breaking a rule she'd apparently held for her entire career, and reserving the grand disciple slot for someone who had not been born. From that moment on, the entire Chen clan could describe itself as a family under the protection of a saint of the creation immortal palace. Because of me. Saint's kindness is so great. Of course I am willing. I, Chen clan, am also naturally willing. My mother was shining. This whole day had been a fever dream to her. Kicked out of the house at dawn, with a ruined child and no future, and by nightfall her son was a saint's direct disciple and a great accomplishment, sacred body of antiquity, and she was possibly going to be the mother of a heavenly emperor. Then she patted her own stomach and said, in the exact tone you'd use with a toddler, "Little one, you'd like to be Saint's great disciple too, wouldn't you?" Mom, I was watching. I hadn't even said anything yet. You just sold me to a pretty auntie without a hearing. And look, in fairness, the pretty auntie was an excellent deal. Beautiful, kind, gentle, didn't look down on my mother or the clan for a second. But let's not pretend she wasn't getting the better end of it, because she absolutely was, and she knew it, and I could hear her thinking it from inside a woman's abdomen. With a disciple of the ancient sacred body, she was saying to herself, let's see who dares call my lineage weak at the immortal palace competition 100 years from now. Yeah, there it is. Everybody wants something. At least hers came with a crane. And right then, more gold text. System mission. At the age of 300, you finally broke free of your heart demon and took the difficult first step. But you only knew how to endure hardship and rarely made progress. You lacked resources and background. This year, you fully realized this and decided to find a master to follow. Task: become the apprentice of a third-rate or higher sect. Reward: unknown cultivation technique. The stronger the master, the higher the quality. I read that and I had to stop and appreciate it properly. 300 years old, broke free of your heart demon, took the difficult first step, decided to find a master. Buddy, my mother just gave me to a saint. Verbally, out loud, in front of witnesses, and I have not been born. Task requirement: third-rate sect or better. Creation: Immortal Palace is the top-tier power of the entire ancient immortal domain, with saints and holy kings on the payroll. I don't think third-rate is the correct classification here. The gold light came almost before I finished thinking it. Congratulations, host, on completing the apprenticeship mission. You are hereby bestowed the super cultivation technique. Heaven's swallowing demonic art. And then it just poured in. I don't know how to describe getting a cultivation technique installed. It's not reading. It came in like a tide, and every word of it had something underneath it, and while it was arriving, I was standing somewhere in a universe full of stars with the distinct understanding that I was the thing that was going to eat them. I have always been decisive. Some people get a legendary technique and sit on it, considering. I got it and started running it immediately, on the spot, in the womb, because what was I going to do? Wait? And the world responded. Every scrap of loose spiritual energy in that entire region got yanked out of the air like someone had opened a valve. It came screaming in from all sides and hit my mother's stomach, and then, instead of exploding out the way that much energy should, it just went gentle and folded in and started turning. A whirlpool of spiritual light formed inside my mother. It lit the entire hall from the inside like a lantern. My mother put both hands on her stomach and looked down at the light coming through her own skin and could not get a word out. My uncle and aunt looked at each other. This is my nephew? He's cultivating from birth, so curly. Which is the single best thing my uncle ever said, and I'm keeping it forever. My grandparents, who had done nothing all day but hold hands and be afraid, went completely to pieces again. Second time in 1 hour. 2 old people who had spent 30 years quietly regretting that their daughter was born without enough talent, terrified all over again that they were about to watch the same thing happen to the next generation. And here it was, in front of them, glowing. Even Holy Maiden Hua couldn't keep her face on. She had come here out of a moment's softness, one single moment of not being able to say no to a pair of desperate old people at her gate, and it had led her to a physique that shows up once in 100,000 years. I could hear her doing her own math, too. My lineage is weak and isolated within the sector. If he keeps growing at this rate, he might be able to fight for me in 7 or 8 years, not a century. She could not wait for that day. Neither could I, honestly. Different reasons. A disciple must be given a gift upon first meeting, she announced. As his master, I will give this little fellow a treasure. And she took off one of her life-bound treasures. One of hers, a thing tied to her own life. The Qiankun cold fire cover came floating up, shining with two colors at once, cold and burning, and it slid down through the air and through my mother and arrived in front of me. Now, recognizing an owner is usually a whole process. It's a negotiation. Treasures at that level have opinions, and they generally have to be talked into it or beaten into it. I took a breath, ran the heaven-swallowing demonic art, and let my spiritual power out over it like a river going over a stone. The thing took one look at the ancient sacred body and folded instantly, just gave up. The light on its surface went soft and warm, and it sank into me, and it was done. Whole ceremony over. I felt something click into place that made my whole situation about 40% more dangerous. Holy Maiden Hua had, incidentally, prepared to spend some time helping with that fusion. She'd budgeted for it. She watched an unborn child bond her life-bound treasure in under a minute and just quietly put the plan away, and made a face like a woman who has stopped trying to predict this particular day. To protect Qin Tianhao's safety, she said, I will stay here for a month. After I leave, I will leave my mount, the crane, behind to continue protecting him. When he becomes a major achievement master, I will personally come and guide him into my sect. I want to point out something about that crane because everyone in that courtyard was so busy being grateful that they nearly missed it. That crane, the one she was casually leaving behind as a pet sitter, had the cultivation of an immortal emperor, which made it roughly equal to the Chen clan's own sealed old ancestor. She was leaving her bird, and the bird outranked the family. And then, of course, morning came, and with morning came my first ever guests. I heard them before anyone else did, because I'd been listening to that house all night and I had nothing better to do. A shout, then armor. A lot of armor, moving fast, coming straight into the hall like weather. We are people of the great Xia dynasty. Whoever is in charge of the Chen family, come out at once. My mother's whole body went cold, and I felt every inch of it happen. And this is the part where I found out I had a fiancé. Here's the situation. Because of the timing, I was going to be born before the child of Feng Longwei's actual wife, which meant that technically, legally, and in the eyes of every genealogist on the continent, I was Feng Longwei's eldest son. Illegitimate, unwanted, unregistered, and still first. And decades ago, the Luo clan head had arranged a marriage between the eldest son of the Luo clan and the great Xia dynasty. That engagement was mine. Congratulations to me. I had inherited exactly one thing from my father, and it was a fiancé I had never met, from a dynasty I had never heard of, and they had clearly just found out that my mother had been thrown out of the house. So they'd come. Not to write a letter, not to send a messenger. They'd come in person, at dawn, with soldiers, to break it off in front of everybody. They filed in and formed 2 rows down the hall, and every one of them was wearing armor with inscriptions crawling on it, and the whole room went about 10 degrees colder just from the way they stood. Holy Maid Hua sat up there and did not so much as blink. Her eyes stayed exactly as flat and clear as they'd been all morning. My grandfather got up, and I heard him swallow his own temper whole. Please excuse the rudeness, Holy Maiden Hua. Please go to the back room and rest. I have some private clan matters to attend to. Good. She got up and left without one word of argument. Because whatever else she wasn't the type to stand around watching a family get humiliated for entertainment. And the second she was gone, my grandfather's face came off. What right do you have to trespass into the main hall of my Chen family? So you are Chen Huizhong, the current head. The voice that came in from outside was the kind of voice that has been practicing being that voice. And the man attached to it walked in slow, in black armor, tall and heavy through the shoulders, with a scar cut diagonally across his face deep enough that it had rearranged the geography. I am General Gu Tao of the Great Xia dynasty. I have come to inform you that the marriage agreement between our dynasty and yours is hereby nullified. My mother had known it was coming from the second she heard the words Great Xia. She'd known it on the road. She still flinched, and then, right after, I felt her relax, which broke something in me. She was relieved. She was relieved that the dynasty was letting go of me because it was one less thing that could come for me later. That relief lasted about 4 seconds because Gu Tao wasn't done. Chen family head, don't be so ungrateful. My great Xia dynasty was originally betrothed to Luo clan's eldest son. Now your good daughter has been kicked out by Luo clan, and the child in her womb is naturally not Luo clan's eldest son. Do you really think your third-rate Chen family is worthy of a marriage alliance with my great Xia dynasty? The room went off like a dropped pan. Presumptuous! What audacity! Look, everyone in that hall knew the Chen clan wasn't in the same weight class. That's not the part that gets you. The part that gets you is having a man walk into your own house at dawn to say it slowly, with his arms crossed, in front of your daughter. Back then, my uncle said, and he was pointing, which is never a great sign in a man who's outmatched, it was your great Xia dynasty's prince who came to my Chen clan to propose. If you want to break it off, that prince should come back and do it. Gu Tao's mouth curled. Back then, our prince came for Luo clan's eldest son. Now, well, let's not talk about things that aren't realistic. And then, to my grandfather, pleasantly, I'd really appreciate it if the Chen family head could give his approval so I can report back and avoid making a mess of things. I lay in the dark and worked on my filing system. Another piece of trash located. You have to appreciate my situation. I had been alive for 3 months, none of them outside, and I had made the acquaintance of exactly 2 organizations in the entire world, Luo clan and now Great Xia, and I had strong opinions about both. And I want to be clear, the Chen clan wasn't chasing anybody. Great Xia was more powerful than us, sure, but only about level with Luo clan. Nobody here was hanging off a rich man's sleeve. But it was never really about the engagement, was it? It was about the announcement. My mother getting sent home was already a joke going around at somebody's dinner table. Now the great Xia dynasty had ridden out at dawn to publicly cancel on us, which upgrades the joke considerably. Gu Tao noticed my grandfather hadn't answered and decided to help. I advise you all to be more dignified. With the power of our dynasty, why would we need to come to your insignificant little family to inform you at all? The fact that I came here today is already a sign of the Emperor's benevolence. Otherwise, you'd be receiving the decree outside the Golden Palace. That did it. Elders started swearing. Somebody yelled, "Get him out!" The whole hall turned into noise. Gu Tao laughed, crossed his arms over his chest, and settled in to enjoy it. Yes, that's more like it. It's good for both our families. Although our princess has not yet been born, the noble bloodline of our emperor has destined our little princess to be extraordinary. Your Chen clan's mortal son should not ruin his own life. Okay, so 2 things. 1, his princess had not been born either. 2 unborn children. He'd come in person with troops to break off an engagement between 2 people who did not yet have faces. 2, he'd said mortal son about me in front of my mother. The spiritual energy in the hall went insane. That was my grandfather. His robes started moving in a room with no wind, and his eyes had gone somewhere flat and awful. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to my Chen clan and slander my grandson, I will use the clan's protective formation to kill you. Even if my Chen family is wounded, I will tear a piece of flesh out of the great Xia dynasty. Gu Tao opened his mouth and then closed it again, because he'd made eye contact and read what was in there. That's the thing about people like him. They come to bully you, and they're completely willing to sneer at you for an hour, but nobody actually wants to die in a provincial hall at breakfast over a formality. If my grandfather really lit that formation, none of those men were walking out. And into that silence, from the doorway, came another voice. The Chen family is really lively today. Okay, since there are so many people here, let's talk about annulling the engagement. My mother turned around and her heart went straight through the floor, because this one was Li clan. Now, to everyone outside, Li clan looked like an equal to us, comparable strength, comparable standing. Here's how they got comparable. Li clan had been intermarried with the Chen clan for years, and the entire time, the Chen clan had been feeding them. Money, manpower, materials, spirit treasures, cultivation techniques, whatever they asked for, whenever they asked. My family had this policy of helping wherever they could, and Li clan had this policy of being helped. That's how a weaker family became an equal family. On our supplies. And now they'd come to break off my cousin Chen Yi's engagement, on the same morning in the same hall. There's a phrase for this. When the wall starts falling, everybody comes to push. Their clan head, Zhou Liang, walked in with a smile stapled to his face. "Chief Chen, how have you been?" My grandfather looked at him for a long moment, and then spoke in the flattest voice I've ever heard out of a human being. "Zhou Liang, do you think my Chen family is going to call off the engagement now that we've lost Luo clan as a major asset?" "Hey, what are you saying, Chief Chen? How could I, Zhou Liang, be someone who curries favor with the powerful?" Beautiful. Not a flicker. Then, in the very next breath, "However, the reason I came here today is indeed to discuss the annulment." And then he did something genuinely artistic. He arranged his face into deep regret. He actually took a moment to get it right. After much thought, I believe that with my daughter's talent, she is far from reaching the blood transformation realm and is truly unworthy of your son. So let's abandon the marriage proposal. There was a sound like a kettle. That was my aunt. Because that excuse was so lazy, it was practically a second insult. His daughter wasn't good enough? How many people in the entire ancient immortal domain casually reach blood transformation? She was a small girl. It wasn't a reason. It was a man who couldn't be bothered to invent one. My aunt got up and started pointing. "You're only doing this because Chen clan lost the Luo clan connection. Forget Luo clan. Look at my son, Chen Yi. How is he unworthy of your daughter? It's clearly your Li clan being heartless and shameless." She was merciless, and she was correct, and every face on the Li side curdled. And Zhou Liang stopped smiling. If it were in the past, I would have been wary of Chen clan to some extent. But now? And then he stomped, turned into a streak of light, and went straight at my aunt. "Now, do you still consider yourselves members of the Luo clan? Chen Huizhong, I'm going to teach your Chen family a lesson on your behalf." He was at my grandfather's level. My aunt was not. She would not have survived one exchange. "Sister-in-law," steel rang. A sword hum came through that hall so clean it hurt my head, and a blade of light several meters long carved itself out of nothing and cut across at Zhou Liang with a wind behind it. It sliced the void on its way. If he'd kept going, he would have lost his head somewhere over the tea table. He turned in midair and slammed a palm into it, and the shockwave knocked every ornament in the room onto the floor. My grandfather lowered his sword fingers, and he was not shouting anymore. "Chen clan, prepare for battle. Activate the protective formation. Anyone who dares act recklessly will be annihilated." Every elder in the hall pulled a sword seal out of their robes and threw it into the air, and the seals opened into curtains of light that laced together over the entire estate. A bird happened to be flying overhead. It hit the curtain. I have never seen anything be turned into that much red mist that fast. Zhou Liang took one look at every elder in that hall, standing there with killing intent up, and did the smartest thing he'd done all morning. He laughed. "Why are you being so serious? I haven't seen Brother Huizong in a long time. I was just itching to have a few moves." "Was that enough? If not, I'll have a few more rounds with you." "That was so much fun!" And he waved and walked back to his own people. Gu Tao watched all of this with a cold little smile and said absolutely nothing, and enjoyed himself enormously. He was in no hurry now. He wanted to see how many more people would show up to kick us before it was over. He'd only come here because he was annoyed at being threatened, and now he was getting a show. My mother had already crossed the hall and grabbed my aunt and was going over her, hands everywhere, checking, and only let go when she was sure. My aunt came back to herself, glared at Zhou Liang, and got ready to go again. My uncle caught her arm. And then my mother said the thing. "Sister-in-law, brother, why don't we just agree to their request?" I heard it, and I closed my eyes, which were not eyes, because I knew exactly what that was. That was a woman who thought this was her fault. Her family was standing in their own hall with swords out and everyone's future on the table, and she decided the cheapest way out was to give away one more thing. My aunt snorted so hard it echoed. It's one thing for the great Xia dynasty to annul, but Li clan has already accepted the betrothal gifts from my clan, and now he comes back empty-handed. How can he just back out like that? My uncle nodded and quietly filled her in, because my mother had grown up inside Luo clan and genuinely did not know how the sausage was made in her own family. Then my aunt spat in Li clan's general direction. They took the benefits and the betrothal gifts, and now they want to break it off. They're shameless. Li clan collectively looked at the ceiling, as if this were about someone else. Then a woman beside Zhou Liang leaned in and whispered something, and I watched him actually notice the great Sha armor for the first time, and I watched him become about 30% more confident, because if the dynasty was walking out on us too, then he'd read the room correctly, hadn't he? Gu Tao cleared his throat and stepped forward. Chen family leader, what is the meaning of your actions? Since you have no further connection with Luo clan, there's no need to be stubborn. Why be so undignified? I watched my uncle's fists close until the knuckles cracked, and I lay in the dark thinking that I was going to remember this room for a long time. Then my grandfather's face went calm, which is a much worse sign than the shouting. I have no objection to my grandson breaking off his engagement with the princess of your great Sha dynasty. Then, turning, Roland, what do you say? I have no objection. Gu Tao finally laughed properly. That's the right way. This is the proper way to do things. Now I'll have something to report back to the court. And then he didn't leave. He just stood off to the side, arms folded, like a man who'd paid for the whole seat and only needed the edge. My grandfather ignored him and turned to Zhou Liang. I, Chen clan, can also agree to annul Chen Yi's marriage. That's great. Everyone says the Chen family is... However. Oh, I loved this old man. You, Li clan, will return every single item of my grandson Chen Yi's betrothal gifts. As for the resources I have given your Li clan over the years, consider them fed to dogs. Zhou Liang's smile came off 1 degree at a time, like a man lowering something heavy. The betrothal gifts will certainly be returned, but as you know, Chen family master, my Li clan is currently in a period of rebuilding and has many expenses. All those betrothal gifts have been used up. Inside, I made a noise I can only describe as retching. I'm sorry, I know, but there is a specific type of person, and they exist in every world, in every language, at every power level, and they always say exactly that sentence. Sorry, I spent it. If it hadn't been the wrong moment, I would genuinely have enjoyed removing that man from the timeline. So, my grandfather said, and his right hand was already up with 2 fingers together, and somewhere under the floor, a sword started sliding out of a sheath. You're saying you're going to act like a scoundrel here? Zhou Liang's eyes narrowed, and his breathing changed. He wasn't afraid, which told me something. He wasn't afraid, and he should have been. I just arrived and found someone causing trouble at my Chen family. Space folded open in the middle of the hall, and an old man in gray hemp stepped out of it, hunched, and the spiritual energy in the entire building lay down flat. Ah, it's the old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Every Chen in the room went to their knees, including my grandfather, the clan head, who dropped without a thought. My mother started to kneel, and a breeze picked her back up. The old man crossed the room in no time at all and stood in front of her, and his cloudy eyes went straight to her stomach, and something in his whole face rearranged itself. Little guy, this old man is really looking forward to seeing you. Chen Tao, the Chen clan's sealed old ancestor, out of seclusion. I gave him a scan and got Immortal Emperor at the 5th level, great perfection. Meaning he had been stuck 1 step below the 6th for a long time, had been in seclusion trying to break through, and had not managed it. Probably was never going to. Then he walked over to my grandfather, and my grandfather rushed forward to help him up, and got this. Get out of here, you little brat, you're such a coward. You've been beaten up in your own home, they've shat on your neck, and you still have the nerve to call me old ancestor? My grandfather, who was a clan head and a grandfather, and older than most of the people in the room, turned bright red and shuffled to the back like a scolded student. I decided immediately that I liked this old man very much. He turned to Li clan. You little brat, daring to act wildly here. Words are useless. Tell that old bastard Zhou Lao Hu to bring my Chen clan's betrothal gifts and come and beg for his people back. And then he simply reached out one withered hand and grabbed at Zhou Liang across the entire hall, and the pressure of Immortal Emperor Great Perfection came down and pinned him so completely he couldn't move a finger. Old ancestor is mighty, I said to nobody, and gave him a thumbs up with a hand the size of a walnut. and Zhou Liang, crushed flat under that palm, with his face going purple, did not look afraid. He shouted, "Elder Xuanming, why haven't you made a move yet?" "Ah, there it is. Haha, old man Chen, you're so old but your temper is still so fiery. Let the two of us brothers practice with you." Space tore, and two withered arms came straight out of the rip and caught my great-grandfather's palm before it landed. The doors and windows of the hall exploded outward. "Humph, you cowardly rats, hiding your heads and tails. Come out." He put out two fingers, sword-light coiled around them with a clean, high hum, and he shot a blade straight into the spatial crack. Something in there grunted. "Old Ghost Chen, your sword technique is truly well deserved of its reputation." And two old men in pale blue robes climbed out of the crack in the world. They were identical. White hair, white beards, hooked noses, triangular eyes, and matching little smiles that made you want to wash your hands. So it was you two old devils, the Xuanming elders, Shen Ming and Shen Gui. Both at the 4th level of Immortal Emperor, biological brothers, fought as a pair their entire lives and were famous for it. They'd spent decades taking money to solve other people's problems, and the story was that somebody enormous had crushed them early on, and they'd been drifting ever since. Their reputation was excellent and entirely bad. Zhou Liang, released, burst out laughing with his whole chest. "I forgot to introduce them. The Xuanming elders are already my Li clan's guest elders." And there it was, the full picture. Actually, we should thank Chen clan for their betrothal gifts, which allowed us to invite the Xuanming elders. My family had handed Li clan a mountain of treasure. Li clan had spent it hiring 2 immortal emperors, and this morning they'd walked those 2 immortal emperors into my family's hall to avoid giving the treasure back. Even my uncle, who had the patience of a saint, finally broke. "As expected, you scum. You accepted the betrothal gifts from my Chen family and hired these 2 to back you up. You're nothing but a den of snakes and rats." "Is it your turn to speak?" Both Xuanming elders turned their heads at once and put the full weight of 2 immortal emperors on my uncle. He went down to one knee. I watched my uncle's face twist and his teeth grind and his legs start shaking, and I understood exactly what they were doing. They weren't attacking him. They were making him kneel. In his own house. In front of his family. That was the whole point of it. Do you two really think this old man is just a fool? My great-grandfather changed. That's the only way I can put it. One second, he was a hunched old man in hemp. The next second, the air around him had edges, and the void near him started showing thin lines like a window right before it goes. He'd been a sword all along. He'd just been in the sheath. And that is the moment I decided I was done listening. I'd been very good, you understand. I'd been extremely patient. I had lain in the dark for an entire morning while a general called me immortal, while a clan head laughed about spending my family's money, while 2 hired old men made my uncle kneel on his own floor. I was 3 months old, and I had a physique that hadn't been seen since before the world had a memory. "You like bullying people, huh?" I said in the warm dark to absolutely nobody. "Don't forget, I'm here for you." I put my hands together into a seal, which took some doing at my size, and my eyes went black. Not dark, black, all the way through, like something had been removed. And in the middle of the Chen clan's main hall, the void split and a hole opened in the world. It hung there and turned, slowly. It ate the light around its own edges, so the air near it looked wrong, and it kept pulling in the spatial turbulence that was bleeding off the fight and swallowing that, too. Swallow. The whole world's spiritual energy started going down that hole. The oppressive aura that the Xuanming elders had been leaning on my uncle with, the thing that had him on one knee, got sucked straight in and vanished mid-application. The room went absolutely silent. Not quiet. Silent. Every single person in that hall was staring at a black hole that had appeared in the middle of the tea service. Even my great-grandfather was squinting at it with an expression that I would describe as professionally confused. And exactly one person in the room knew what was happening, and it was my mother, because she could feel clean spiritual energy pouring backward through her own meridians in a direction it does not go. Child, she put her hand on her stomach, and I have no idea what her face was doing. Let's attack together. The Xuanming elders looked at each other, spun up everything they had, and threw a joint palm at the black hole. And before it got there, a treasure appeared out of nothing in front of them, shining in 2 colors at once. It tilted, barely, about the amount you'd tilt a cup. The temperature in that hall dropped so far that people started shivering, and a torrent of pale blue came out and swept both of them off their feet. Something's wrong. There's something strange about this thing. They had thrown the palm strike of 2 immortal emperors, and it got washed away like a footprint. And the water that was left, the part that got through, still landed on them. Every Chen in that room looked at that treasure and knew instantly whose it was, and they had no idea what to do with their faces. My uncle from the floor said, "My nephew is probably an ancient great emperor reincarnated. He's not even born, and he already knows how to beat up bad guys." Which, for the record, is not accurate, but I appreciated the energy. I was actually lining up a second application of the cold fire cover, purely for medical reasons, when a voice came in like a bell. "This spirit treasure belongs to me. Is there a problem?" Holy Maiden Hua walked into the hall out of empty air. She raised one arm and curled her fingers slightly, and the Qiankun cold fire cover, which had 1 second earlier been demonstrating divine might, abandoned me instantly and flew to her and started circling her like a puppy. The Xuanming elders narrowed their eyes. They couldn't see through her, neither of them. 2 immortal emperors, 400 years of experience each, and they looked at a woman standing in a provincial hall and got nothing back, which is the single most dangerous reading you can get. Shen Ming pondered, started to open his mouth. "I am a guest in Chen clan today," she said, "and I have no intention of starting a massacre here. You will return all the betrothal gifts to Chen clan and let this matter rest." Her voice was light, almost pleasant. The Xuanming elders frowned. "Your Excellency is rather—" She pointed, just pointed. One finger, jade white, the kind of gesture you'd use to indicate a dish you wanted. Shengui went backward across the hall like a kite with the string cut and hit something out of sight and did not get up. Silence. Absolute, deathly silence. That's an immortal emperor at the 4th level. That's one of 2 brothers whose teamwork was famous across the entire domain, and she'd pointed at him mid-sentence. Shen Ming stopped talking, apologized to her about 9 times at high speed, grabbed his unconscious brother, and got out through the void. Can the betrothal gifts be returned now? She didn't even watch them go. She just turned that flat, cold look onto Zhou Liang. I genuinely believe that man came close to an accident. He got a Chen Kun bag out of his robes so fast he nearly tore the fabric and offered it up with both hands. "Hey, take the money." I hit that bag with my spiritual power the second it left his fingers and dropped it into my grandfather's hands from across the room. "Get out of here now," said my great-grandfather. Okay, we'll get out of here right now." And that's how Li clan left my family's house, at speed, in a bundle, now. Gu Tao. General Gu Tao had stopped smiling the moment Holy Maiden Hua came through the wall. He had spent the entire morning with his arms crossed, enjoying the show, and now he was standing in a room with a woman who had disposed of an immortal emperor with a finger, and if you'd taken his armor off him at that moment, I think you'd have found the underlayer soaked through. She turned her head toward him. He was across the hall and bowing before she finished turning. "Great Xia Dynasty, General Gu Tao, Sea Saint." That's it. That's what she gave him. 1 syllable. Her expression didn't move at all. And then, to the old man in hemp, in a completely different voice, warm and easy. "It's nothing. I'm just a guest at the Chen family. It's a small favor." She smiled at my great-grandfather when she said it. I watched General Gu Tao of the Great Xia Dynasty stand there and understand, in real time, that he was not being threatened. He was being ignored. She hadn't even bothered to be cold at him. She'd just moved on to someone she liked. He clasped his hands, said goodbye, and left with his men in a hurry that was trying very hard to look like a decision. I heard later that on the way out, he was thinking something along the lines of, "Today I went looking for trouble in a latrine and found it." The hall exhaled. If it hadn't been for me and Holy Maiden Hua, that morning would have gone into the family history as the day the Chen clan got nailed to a post and left there. My great-grandfather bowed to her, properly. "Holy Maiden Hua, we owe you a great debt for today." "It's all right. Now that I've accepted Chen Tianhao as my disciple, Your Chen family's affairs are more or less related to me. And every single person in that room lit up, because that sentence has weight. That sentence means Chen clan now has a backer, and not just Medicine God Valley. Behind her, at the top of the entire pyramid, sits the Creation Immortal Palace. Families spend generations begging for a connection like that and never get one. They'd been kicked out by Luo clan at dawn. By lunch, they'd been handed the sky. Then my great-grandfather waved everyone out and asked her the question he'd been holding all morning. May I ask, Holy Maiden Hua, what kind of physique does that little fellow have, that he can control a spirit treasure to fight enemies while still in his mother's womb? She frowned, thought about it for a while. Your Chen family is blessed with great fortune. That little one's physique is that of an ancient sacred body. What? His pupils blew wide open. He was an old monster who'd been alive for centuries. He still made a sound like he'd been hit. It's that legendary great achievement that can. That's right, the ancient sacred body. At major achievement, it can rival an ancient great emperor. Then she paused and added the honest part, which I respected her for. As for why he can manipulate a spirit treasure inside his mother, I have no idea. The last time the ancient sacred body appeared was hundreds of thousands of years ago. It may be something unique to it. Moreover, he is still cultivating. I can sense his aura becoming stronger. I wonder how powerful he will be when he is born. My great-grandfather's whole wrinkled face went up. Great, great. Our Chen family has produced a Chilean. And elsewhere in the house, my mother was being walked back to her room by my uncle and my aunt was beaming. My nephew is amazing. It seems our Chen family is on the verge of great things. Yes, said my uncle. Chen Yi is fortunate to have such a younger brother. Exactly. That Luo clan is blind. They'll regret it. I listened to all of that from inside my mother, and here's the thought I actually had. The pretty auntie moved one finger, and that was already past the absolute limit of everyone in this house. One finger. Not a technique, not a treasure. A finger. And in this world, that is the whole conversation. That's the entire system of government. I made a decision right there. Winning at the starting line wasn't going to be enough. I was going to win before the starting line. I formed the seal again and went back to eating the sky. Now here's where it got good. And by good, I mean that my great-grandfather did something that I have never quite gotten over. The next morning, my mother went up to the secluded courtyard in the back mountains, where he did his seclusion. He came out of the void, looking about as gentle as that man could look, and sat her down and poured tea like it was any other day. I've already heard from Holy Maiden Hua that this little fellow is an ancient sacred body. Although I've never seen a sacred body, I know a little from her and from some old books. This physique is extremely powerful. It also requires an enormous amount of resources. And my mother's face fell, because she'd already run that sum, and she knew the answer. Why don't you let your granddaughter go back to Luo clan? No, he was out of the chair. I have never heard a man go from nothing to that fast. This child has nothing to do with Luo clan anymore. Who told Luo clan to be so heartless? Then he sat back down and made his voice smaller, which for him was clearly an effort. Don't worry, I've already decided. Once this little guy is born, I'll give him all my resources. Absolutely not. I know my own situation better than anyone, he said it lightly. He waved his hand while he said it. There's no hope of me reaching the 6th level of Immortal Emperor. Since that's the case, why should I keep occupying the position? So, no more words. I've made my decision. Besides, this child is the future of my Chen family. It's worth it. My mother opened her mouth, and every single thing she wanted to say collapsed into one sentence. On behalf of Tianhao, I thank the old ancestor. Sit with what he'd just done for a second. Because I did, in the dark, for a long time. That old man had been in seclusion for years trying to break through. Everything he had, every spirit stone, every heaven and earth treasure, every pill had been stockpiled for one purpose. One more step before the end. He'd just given the entire pile to a fetus. And notice the order of operations. He decided that yesterday, before he came out. He'd made the call the moment he heard what I was, which means he never once weighed it. Not for a family asset, not for an investment. For a great-grandson he had not met, whose father's family had thrown him away by letter. I lay in there with my eyes open, and I felt something that I did not have a name for in either of my lives. And that, obviously, is when the system posted. Even though your innate talent was lacking, your Jiang family old ancestor still loved you very much. He had no prejudice against you and patiently taught you. He also stood up for you when you were bullied. Now your old ancestor's lifespan is running out, and you have decided to cultivate for a month to make him proud. Task: cultivate continuously for 1 month and astound the old ancestor. Reward: fusion, supreme bone. I stopped laughing at the system for a second, because look at what it just told me. In the original timeline, 300 years from now, this same old man had still loved me. When I was 300 and useless and had never tried, he still taught me patiently, and he still stood up for me when I got pushed around. He never gave up on that version of me, the one who deserved it least. Then his lifespan started running out, and that broken old version of me finally sat down and cultivated for a single month to give him something before the end. And in that timeline, it would have been genuinely hard. 3 centuries of never trying. 1 month, from nothing, to impress a man who'd watched him fail every day since he was born. That's a real task. That's a task with weight. For me, it was a formality, and I was going to do it anyway. Also, I'd like to note the reward, because I nearly drooled. Supreme bone. Across all of recorded history, only a tiny handful of innate supremes are born with that bone already formed in the chest. Look back through the ancient records, every single person who had one turned out to be a saint or a great saint of their era, and some of them turned out to be ancient great emperors. Simple version: the strongest person alive is not necessarily the one with the supreme bone, but anyone with the supreme bone is, at some point, going to be the strongest person alive. And it's not a stat, it's an evolution of a great divine ability, and what it turns into depends on the physique it grows inside, which meant nobody, including the system, could tell me in advance what mine was going to do. Now, a month. I was at soul transformation 3rd level. I concealed everything, completely shut the aura down, put the heaven-swallowing demonic art on full, and went dark for a month like a man saving up for a punchline. Meanwhile, the entire Chen clan, top to bottom, was doing something they had never done in their history, which was waiting excitedly for a baby. And my great-grandfather called a clan meeting. From this day forward, I will no longer be in seclusion. I will personally guard Chen clan. My grandfather's face went tight. Old ancestor, you are at a crucial stage in your attempt at the 6th level. Perhaps you should... Not as good as what? You have the nerve to say that? Do you think I can go into seclusion and leave Chen clan to a bunch of rotten garlic like you? Back then, I only knew you were hard-working. Who knew that after all these years you'd only have this pitiful skill? Do you think you can make it? I want to stress that this was the clan head, a grandfather, getting told off like a schoolboy in front of the entire management structure. And he took it, went red, and stood there, because in front of that old man he was still a junior and always would be. Then my great-grandfather sipped his tea and told them all what he'd already told my mother, and this time nobody objected. Not because they'd stopped caring about resources, because everyone in that room now knew what I was, and because he was, in his own words, a tyrant. Don't think I'm being biased. To put it bluntly, if we tied up the entire Chen clan, including this old man, we still couldn't compare to that little guy. Do I need to elaborate on what Chen clan is like now? Even Li clan and his gang of scoundrels dare to shit on our necks. Don't you feel ashamed? All our efforts now are meaningful. That little guy's future is bright. As they say, when one person gets rich, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. He is the future of Chen clan. I would like it noted that in this metaphor, I am the rich person, and my entire extended family have cast themselves as poultry. Every elder in the hall stood up and bowed at once. Old ancestor is wise. A month went by. My mother had been moved to a quiet villa by then, for the sake of the baby, and on that particular morning she was sitting in front of a mirror while her maid did her hair, and complaining about it. Xiaolan, there's no need for all this trouble. I live in this villa and never leave the house. That won't do, young miss. You're a hero of the entire Chen clan now. Xiaolan is benefiting from your success, so I have to make sure young miss looks beautiful. My mother laughed, and then she looked down at her own stomach and said something that I have kept. Actually, I would prefer my child to grow up happily and live a happy life. The higher the status, the more tiring it is. She meant it. That whole month, with a clan going insane around her and a saint living in her back garden, that was still what she wanted. Not the heavenly emperor thing, not the glory, just a kid who got to be okay. Sorry, Mom. I opened my eyes, soul transformation, 9 heavens, that'd do. And I let go of every single thing I'd been holding down for a month. My mother went rigid. Her whole abdomen went hot as spiritual energy dumped into her meridians all at once. What's wrong, young miss? Space rippled, and Holy Maiden Hua was in the room, in white, out of nowhere. Half a second later, the air tore, and my great-grandfather came through it with his face already gray, because both of them had been keeping divine thoughts parked on that villa for a month, terrified that something would happen to the clan's Qi Lin. And what they found was a golden ripple of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye, coming up out of a pregnant woman. My great-grandfather's lips were moving before the sound came out. Is this the soul transformation realm? 9 heavens? That's right. Holy Maiden Hua's voice was very calm and slightly awed. And it's only a hair's breadth from great perfection. Then, silently, to herself, and I heard it. This little guy is so cunning. He's been suppressing it all this time. He even fooled me. I'm getting more and more excited for the day he stands up for my lineage. She smiled at my great-grandfather. Congratulations, Senior Chen. If this continues, your Chen family will have an innate supreme. Haha, great. An innate supreme is great. That man's face had a smile on it so wide it had structural problems. Which is when the gold came. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, fusion, supreme bone. Something appeared in my chest. It was a bone. It was the most beautiful object I have ever been near, and I say that as a person who has since held imperial-grade materials in his hands. It looked like white jade carved by somebody who wasn't in a hurry, and there were runes moving across it, and supreme Tao essence turned around it in slow braids like it had its own weather. And it started sinking into me. Fusion progress. I watched the bar and did some arithmetic and came out with an answer that made me grin. Full fusion was going to complete right about the time I was due to be born. Fine. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's not waste the last stretch then. Holy Maiden Hua left the next morning because a month was a month and she'd honored it. The whole clan assembled in the square. She said her goodbyes to my great-grandfather, then reached out and stroked her crane's head. You must protect my disciple well, do you hear me? The crane nodded. Actually nodded, intelligently, like an employee. Then she went, and the crane immediately lifted its long neck and started searching the crowd. It scanned right past dozens of people, locked onto my mother, made one clear, ringing cry, flew over, and pushed its head into her hand. It had never seen her before. It knew exactly which human contained the client. My great-grandfather's face was doing a thing. From now on, the Crane Elder is my Chen clan's Grand Elder and will receive the same honors and treatment. Yes. He walked off, humming. And I need you to appreciate what had just happened to my family's balance sheet, because it was a genuinely absurd month. That crane was at the Immortal Emperor realm, which meant the Chen clan had just acquired an Immortal Emperor out of nowhere, a whole Immortal Emperor, as a leaving present, for babysitting. My grandfather went and offered it the Grand Elder's villa. It shook its head and looked at my mother. Let Elder the Crane live in my yard, said my mother, smiling. He could only nod. And then my grandmother took my mother's hand and asked, with real fear underneath it, judging by the days, is she due soon? Yes, a few more months. Ah, then should we ask the old ancestor to set up some kind of barrier? Your father has been reading old books. It's said that some powerful physiques are born with extraordinary phenomena. And my grandmother, who ran that family, immediately shot it down. Humph, why bother hiding it? Is my Chen family's Qilin not presentable enough? Why not make a big fuss about it? It would be best if the entire ancient immortal domain knew about it. My mother gave a small, helpless smile at that, because her mother had never in her life been a person who liked showing off. She just wanted the world to see it. That's all that was. That's what being thrown out of a house does to a mother. The days went by. My blood turned gold, which is apparently a thing the ancient sacred body does. It's supposed to ward off disaster and evil spirits and be immune to every magic in the world, and it made me look, from the inside, like I had a lit furnace in my chest. I broke soul transformation entirely and came out the other side into the supreme realm, and kept climbing. And then one morning, I opened eyes that had been shut for months, and everything in me was gold, and the supreme bone on my chest lit up like a second sun with purple runes turning around it. Supreme bone fusion, complete. I closed my little fist and felt what was in my arm and understood that I could probably take a small mountain apart with it. Today was the day. And above the Chen clan, the sky went out. Clear morning and then rolling black cloud edge to edge until it looked like night had been dropped on the estate from a height. And inside the cloud, thunder started walking around. A crane screamed. My great-grandfather and the crane appeared outside the estate at the same instant, and he looked up at what was gathering, and his face went hard. Could it be that the little one is born with a lightning tribulation? The crane shook its head and told him to calm down. Inside the villa, my mother was on the bed, soaked through, with every woman in my family around her. My aunt was standing there holding my cousin with her face falling apart. Hold on, you'll get through this. And I was in there, and I want to tell you honestly that for the first time since I arrived in this world, I was afraid. Because I couldn't do anything. I had a physique out of legend and a technique from an emperor and a bone in my chest that was going to be written about, and none of it was any use, because the only person who could do this part was her, and she was exhausted, and she was not strong. All I could do was be a weight she had to move. Go, Mom. She got one more breath in and put everything she had left into one shout, and then the world went gold. The entire courtyard went under a torrent of light. People threw their arms over their faces. There was a sound like something enormous being opened, and when they could see again, they saw a golden cocoon of light going up out of the villa, through the roof, and into the sky. That was me. Apparently, I do not do doors. My aura came off the leash. Supreme Realm, 7th Heaven. Supreme Realm, 8th Heaven. Supreme Realm, Great Perfection. Let me put that in context, because the people below me were doing it in real time, and several of them had to sit down. The absolute best that anyone gets born at, anywhere, in the greatest clans on the continent, is Blood Realm Level 1. Reaching the Supreme Realm at all before adulthood makes you the top of your generation. I hit Supreme Realm Great Perfection before anybody cut the cord. Is this the Supreme Realm Great Perfection? My God, a natural Supreme Great Perfection. Look! Because it wasn't finished. Gold came up out of the crown of my head like a fountain that had been aimed at the sky, and it just kept coming, and it spread out until it wasn't a fountain anymore. It was an ocean, hanging over the Chen clan, catching the light, and out of the golden ocean, lotuses grew. They opened and swayed in a wind that wasn't there, and looking at them made your chest hurt, because they had the beginning of the world folded up inside them somewhere, and everybody could feel it, and nobody could name it. Half the Chen clan lost their minds, the other half were on their knees, and every powerful being for a considerable distance felt it and simply appeared in the sky to watch, because when that much happens at once, you go and look. Which is when something enormous started coming in from the horizon, cold and fast. The crane got there first. It went straight up and let out Immortal Emperor 5th level, all of it, in one shot, and a roar came back that flattened it. A dragon came over the mountains. Gold, and so bright it hurt, and as it got close, it dropped into the shape of a man in a robe with dragons stitched into it, tall, hard-faced, with the kind of presence that makes people want to bow before they've decided to. This is the Emperor of Great Sha. No wonder he's here. The Chen family has made quite a stir. The human emperor of the Great Sha dynasty stood in the air over my family's house, ignored every person present, and stared with his mouth slightly open. This strange phenomenon is a golden lotus growing in a sea of suffering. He turned to ask my great-grandfather a question. He didn't get to finish it. Because a scroll came out of the golden ocean. It unrolled itself in the sky and light burst out of it, and inside the light were mountains and rivers and land and birds and beasts, a whole world painted and moving, with countless Saint Tao written through it. Beautiful rivers and mountains. People were shouting the names now. That's how it works. When these things show up, you don't describe them, you identify them, because they have names, and the names are older than every clan present. Then the sky filled with stars, not night. Stars, individually, each one brighter than the sun, hanging over a family estate in the morning, heavy as mountains. Stars illuminate the blue sky. Then the void shook, and a picture came up out of it, black and white, the two colors wound together and refusing to mix, yin holding yang and yang holding yin, life and death in the same frame. The yin-yang life and death diagram is out. My God, just how many phenomena does this Chen family prodigy have? 4. The answer was 4, and I wasn't done. I changed the seal, and every phenomenon in the sky went out at once. And the gold came out of my crown again, harder, and 9 figures started to gather up there, blurred at the edges. And behind me, something sat down. I couldn't see it. I was, in fairness, extremely newborn. But I could feel the weight of it arriving at my back, enormous, seated on a throne, with black and gold energy turning around it. Its face was hidden, its shape was not. It was me. Sitting on top of the 9 heavens, looking down at the world like a landlord doing an inspection. And the 9 figures in the sky turned toward me and bowed. The Emperor of Great Sha said, out loud, to nobody, This is... Immortal King descends upon the 9 heavens. And down in the courtyard, my grandfather, that loud, impatient old man, was standing in the wreckage of his daughter's roof, with tears running off his chin, saying it over and over to himself. My grandson has the bearing of an emperor. I heard him. And then I opened my mouth and started eating. I pulled the phenomena back in, all of them, and while I was doing it, the figure behind me reached out into the void and took hold of something. A single wisp of purple. I want to explain what that was, because the Emperor of Great Sha nearly fell out of the sky. Primordial purple yong. It's the energy that got born at the very beginning, when the world was being opened. The purest thing that exists. There's a saying about it. A strand of primordial purple chi the size of a hair is enough to make top experts fight each other over it. That's the exchange rate. A hair. Top experts, fighting. I swallowed it. And the wall in front of me, the one between the supreme realm and the true immortal realm, stopped existing. The Emperor got the words out with visible effort. This little guy absorbed a wisp of nascent purple chi. It seems he's destined to be an innate, true immortal. Every powerful being in that sky hissed at once. Down below, my aunt turned to my uncle. What is this newly born purple chi? And my uncle, who had been staring at the sky for 10 straight minutes, explained it to her in the voice of a man who has stopped being able to be surprised. And my great-grandfather's cheeks had started hurting. That's a real thing he complained about later. His face was cramping from smiling, and he could not make it stop. Okay, an innate true immortal. Then he yelled it at the sky, at nobody, at the entire domain. Remember how that clueless Feng Long Wei only started talking about the Supreme Realm when he was an adult? Ha ha ha. Don't ever come begging to me again. Now, one more thing, because I was annoyed. The black clouds were still up there. The tribulation weather that had rolled in on my birth had never actually done anything. It was just sitting on my family's house being ominous. I looked at it and frowned. I'd been alive for about 4 minutes. Why is it still cloudy? With Chen Clan here, there won't be any more cloudy days. Then I took a breath and told the sky to get out. Gold came out of my mouth in a wide, flat torrent, and the power of the true immortal realm went out with it, and the entire cloud cover tore off the sky and blew away, and the morning came back down over the estate, clean. This vast golden power, it must be the ancient sacred body. Yes. So many years, and now an ancient sacred body has appeared again. It is said that the great accomplishment sacred body is enough to challenge an ancient great emperor. This Chen family is truly blessed, and a little way off, the Emperor of Great Sha was standing very still in the air with his hands hidden inside his robe, and his hands were rubbing together. His actual thought, and I could read it on him from 100 meters away with 4 minutes of life experience, was this. An innate, true, immortal, ancient, sacred body. Why wasn't this child born in my great Shah dynasty? If we had such a figure, we would stand level with the creation immortal palace for 100,000 years. He was envious. That was step 1. Step 2 was regret, and it arrived hard. Because he'd known. Someone had come to him and said, "The Luo woman got thrown out. The child's political value is gone. Let's break it off." And he'd said, "Sure, fine, do it," without looking up. He'd made that call in about the time it takes to sign something, and now he was hovering over my house, watching 4 heavenly phenomena and an emperor's shadow, calculating what he had personally handed away. Meanwhile, off to one side, Zhou Liang had come at a run to see what all the commotion was, because of course he had. He'd have been better off staying home. His regret came in a different flavor. His was mostly fear. Because he'd been in my family's hall a month ago threatening my aunt, and I'd been in the room, and I was going to grow up. With such talent, how could the Chen clan not prosper, he was thinking. And when he's an adult, if he wants to wipe out Li clan, it'll be like stepping on an ant. Correct, Zhou Liang. Full marks. And the Emperor of Great Shah was quietly working himself up to raise the subject of the marriage alliance again when a laugh came rolling across the whole sky. Ha ha! An innate, true, immortal, ancient, sacred body would be an extremely rare existence even in the ancient times. An old man appeared, frail in a patched red robe so worn it was mostly repairs, with a flame totem on it, and the temperature everywhere went up. This is the Burning Heaven Saint of the Fire Virtue Tao sect. Even Saint of Burning Heaven has come. He glanced up at me, and I looked back at him, tilting my head because I was 4 minutes old and my neck did what it wanted. He nodded, satisfied, and then he was standing in front of my great-grandfather in a flash of fire. My great-grandfather started to bow. The old man waved it off. "Don't be so polite, hee. I just happened to be passing by and saw some phenomena, so I came to look. I didn't expect to witness the birth of a noble Qilin. Quite a wonderful thing." "I see, but you..." "Hee. Actually, there's nothing else. It just so happens that the saintess of my sect was born 2 years ago, so I thought I'd ask, is this little guy engaged?" And there it was. The entire sky went ah at the same time. I was 4 minutes old and had 2 offers. Hee, you old devil Lian. Even if this child is to marry, he can't marry one of those shrewish women from your Huoda sect. Space rippled. Another old man, same robe, different runes, dark blue. Wow, what an eye-opener. Not only is the Emperor of Great Shah here in person, but 2 saints from Huoda sect and Shuida sect have arrived. Yes, and from what I heard, Chen Hai Saint came for the ancient sacred body too. That's right. After all, it's an ancient sacred body. Everyone wants to bring it under their wing. The Burning Heaven Saint's friendly face went off like a light. "Humph, you old ghost, you're still alive? What are you doing in Chen clan?" "If you're not dead, how could I bear to die?" Then, turning, all smiles. "How about we arrange a marriage between this child and the saintess of my Water Virtue sect? The women of my sect are all gentle and beautiful, and I can guarantee that as long as your Chen clan marries into my Water Virtue sect, my sect will do its utmost to nurture this child." Up in the sky, 4 minutes old and floating, I raised an eyebrow. This Water Virtue sect seems pretty good. Then I thought about it and remembered that I was, in point of fact, not yet 1 year old. Not even close to 1. I was a rounding error away from 0. I could deal with that later. So I looked down instead, and I stopped listening to 2 saints and an emperor bidding for me, and I dropped out of the sky. Straight down, through everything, past all of it, and into my mother's arms. Because here's the thing about having a previous life. It doesn't cancel the wiring. I had 30-odd years of memories in my head, and none of it mattered at all. She was, factually and permanently, the closest person to me in the world, and she was the first thing I ever went to. As for the cheap old man in the Golden Palace, he could get lost. "Oh my, this is my nephew. He's so handsome." I'd been born about the size of a 6-month-old, which is apparently what the physique does. Skin like polished jade, big wet eyes with gold moving in them, generally alarming levels of cute, the kind of face that makes people forget you can level a mountain. My mother reached out and touched my cheek. "Little sister, don't worry," my uncle announced, at a volume I did not need. "With Chun Hao Ran around, none of those damned ancient clans will ever touch a hair on my nephew's head." He had become an uncle roughly 90 seconds earlier, and it had already destroyed him. "You're hopeless," said my aunt, rolling her eyes, hoisting my cousin. Then she pointed at him and said, in the same breath, "Child, this is your cousin Chen Tianhao. It's thanks to him that you have the chance to enter the Creation Immortal Palace. Let me tell you now, if you ever bully your brother, you'll be in for a good beating." That woman doted on her own son constantly, and her opening instruction to him, in the first minute of my life, was that I outranked him. I could feel it. That's the thing. The physique gives you a lot, and one of the things it gives you is that when the room is full of people faking it, you can feel exactly who isn't. And around us, up in the air, the powerful beings were talking. The Chen family has produced such an amazing little kid. Luo clan must be kicking himself. I don't think so. Another one, drier. While this Chen family doll is exceptionally gifted, there are many rare and precious materials behind the ancient Luo clan. Have you forgotten that the main family also has a doll? The main family's doll. That would be Shu Fenghua's son, my half-brother, the celestial being, the future hope. How can skills bought with heaven and earth treasure compare to being born with realm? However, given the abilities of the primordial Luo clan, if they truly targeted the Chen family child, they would almost certainly take him away by force before he comes of age. And on the day they came for him, there would stop being a Chen family. I stopped listening to my aunt, because he was right. He was completely right, and everyone up there knew it, and they were saying it out loud over my head like a weather report. These so-called prestigious families, these ancient clans, are just very large arenas for fame and money. They kicked their own savior out the front door because a piece of paper said her baby was mediocre. What exactly wouldn't they do later, for a sacred body? I thought about my mother getting told she was insensible. I thought about a general saying mortal son in her house. I thought about Zhou Liang's face when he explained he'd spent the money. And something came off me, cold, that made two people nearby step back. So, Luo clan. Before I come of age. Oh, it won't take that long. Because here's what I decided, lying in my mother's arms, on the day I was born, with 3 saints and an emperor still arguing over my marriage prospects above my head. I wasn't going to go to Luo clan and demand anything. Demanding is what you do when someone else holds the thing. I was going to take everything they were saving for their golden son. Every resource, every honor, every seat at every table they'd been polishing for 18 years for the child they actually wanted. And I was going to make them watch. 5 years went by. I know, I'm sorry. But there is genuinely no interesting way to describe a toddler doing nothing but cultivating, and I did that a great deal. Here's the summary. My great-grandfather kept his word, which I want to say plainly because it was an enormous amount of money. Everything he'd saved for his own last breakthrough went into me. Spirit stones by the crate. Heaven and earth treasures. Spirit pills that other clans would have gone to war over. On my 3rd birthday, he personally led a hunting party after a spirit beast at the immortal emperor realm and came back injured and gave me the beast and did not mention the injury. By 5, I was at immortal king, peak. Tisk tisk, he said, looking me up and down on his own cultivation platform. The younger generation is truly surpassing the older. You're only 5 and you're already at immortal king peak. In a few years, even this old man won't be a match for you. My face went hot. It does that. 5-year-old plumbing, 30-year-old brain, no override. Having consumed so many resources, I said, we definitely need to produce some results. Haha, don't feel too burdened. This is all Chen clan and I can give you. Your needs are only going to grow. Then he snorted, and I knew what was coming, because it always came. It's all that snobbish Luo clan's fault. If you'd been born a Luo, you'd probably be… He stopped himself. He always stopped himself right there. He'd been doing it for 5 years, and I always finished it internally, which is worse. If I'd been born in Luo clan with Luo clan's resources, I'd have broken through Immortal King already. Don't worry, old ancestor, I said. Give me some more time. Once I'm stronger, the Chen family will stand at the top of the entire continent. Besides, I don't care about that Luo clan. When I come of age, I'll go to the Creation Immortal Palace. That's much better than that damn Luo clan. Ha ha ha, that's right. We don't care about that damn Luo clan. He loved that. He loved that every time. That old man never got tired of hearing it. He was very fond of me, and I'll tell you what actually did it, because it wasn't the physique. It was that I'd never had a rebellious phase. I was polite to everybody, including the servants, and I never once ordered anyone around. Which was not virtue. That was a man in his 30s who remembered how much he'd hated people who did that. You've been cultivating up here for months. Go and see your mother. She misses you terribly. So I went. She still lived in that same quiet villa. When I was born, the clan wanted to build me a palace, and I said no, because a palace is a large, empty building where nobody can find you, and the villa had a pond. I landed in the courtyard, and she was coming out of the kitchen with 2 plates. Mom, why don't we just have the chef cook? Didn't you say you like your mother's cooking? She patted my head and put the plates down. Your aunt sent some bamboo shoots. They'll help you cultivate. They would not help me cultivate. They were spiritual food at roughly the level of a good vegetable. I'd been eating things off my great-grandfather's personal shelf for 5 years. These low-level spiritual foods aren't much use to me anymore. Save them for my cousin. Alas, what a pity. I put my hand up before she got there. Mom, are you about to say, if only this were Luo clan again? Because that was her one. My great-grandfather's was, it's all Luo clan's fault. Hers was quieter and worse. Hers was, if we were still in Luo clan, you'd have proper resources. 5 years old, immortal king peak, 2 heavenly treasures a week, and my mother still thought she was shortchanging me. All right, mother, you have never wronged me. I said it with my mouth full, which undercut the delivery somewhat. I've told you before I come of age, I'll make sure everyone who owes you comes to pay it. She patted my head again and laughed. Mother doesn't want you to marry. I'm just happy you can grow up safely. That's my mother. 5 years of the ancient sacred body, and she's still negotiating me down to safely. After lunch, I went and sat on the rock by the pond and started the heaven-swallowing demonic art, and a black hole opened over my head and started eating the sky, which by that point was so normal that a servant walked past and didn't look up. And then I stopped, and my eyes came open, because something in the back mountain had just moved, and it made my skin crawl. I want to explain this properly. It wasn't a sound. It was a flavor of wrongness, and it was extremely specific. The ancient sacred body has a natural relationship with evil things, and the relationship is that it wants them dead. The gold in me had started running on its own without me asking, which it did not do. So I went and had a look, because I was 5, and because I had absolutely no reason to think anything on my own family's land could hurt me. The back mountain was a forbidden area. Nobody went there. It was maybe 10 minutes from where I slept. I walked into the trees and immediately regretted the entire decision. The deeper I went, the thicker it got, and the more the gold in my veins tried to run without permission. And then the trees opened up, and there was a cave, and everything foul in that forest was coming out of it. I actually took 2 steps back, me. At Immortal King Peak, on my own family's land, with a life-bound treasure and a bone in my chest. I took 2 steps back because whatever was in that cave, I could not fight it. And then I looked properly and saw the array. It was enormous. It covered the entire cave mouth, and the patterns on it were so far above what should have existed in my family's back garden that I stood there squinting at it. This is a formation? But this kind of advanced formation, who in the Chen family could set this up? And that's when the shadow came out. Something launched itself out of the depths of that cave straight at me, fast, and I had my whole body wound up like a bowstring, and every drop of spiritual energy I owned ready to go. And I want to be honest, I did not like my odds. The array flared white and caught it. The light was soft. It looked gentle. And where it touched the shadow went the way spring snow goes when you put it in a fire, whole patches of it corroding off at once. And I could hear screaming that wasn't quite screaming. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal either. It was somewhere in between, and it went on. The shadow didn't back off. It doubled down. Black fog came boiling out of the cave until it looked like an ocean standing upright, and it threw itself against that array, over and over. And I stood there and looked at it, and knew that it was full of every bad thought anyone had ever had. Then my head went sideways. I was somewhere else. Standing on ground that had been ruined, bodies to the horizon in every direction, no sun. The sky simply did not have one anymore, and instead the sky was full of those black shapes, darting around over the wreckage, laughing. They were laughing at their own work. They were admiring it. Gold went off in front of my eyes like a flare, and I came back to myself on my knees in the forest, with the ancient sacred body running at full power all by itself, wrapped around me in a layer, because it had decided I was in danger before I had. That, I said out loud to the trees, was very close. And then I looked up and stopped breathing. Because the runes on the array were going out. Not all at once, one at a time, as the black fog kept hitting it, they were dimming and then simply not being there anymore. I scanned it top to bottom, and in the time I'd been standing there, hundreds of them had gone. That array was dying, in front of me, on a schedule. I turned into a streak of gold and went. I found my great-grandfather in a pavilion, drinking, with his feet up, radiating the specific serenity of a man whose day is going well. "Why are you back again, child? Didn't I tell you to spend time with your mother?" "Old ancestor," I said, in my very best 5-year-old voice, "is there something in the back mountain of our Chen clan?" The cup stopped. "You actually sensed it?" Then, working it out, "That makes sense. Ancient sacred bodies are naturally sensitive to these things." I sat down and shut up and let him talk, because when an old man decides to tell you something, the fastest way to hear it is silence. Here's the story. The founder of the Chen clan, generations back, ran into something out in the world. A demon that had gone through a great many lives before it got to him, and for reasons nobody recorded, he could not kill it. So he sealed it. He inscribed an ancient grand formation at the cost of his own remaining lifespan, and he put that thing under it, and then he built his family on top. That's why the estate is where it is. The whole clan is a paperweight. Normally, that demon cannot break the seal, so there's no need to worry too much. He smiled at me when he said it. He was being kind. He thought he was reassuring a frightened child. Then, remembering something, "By the way, even I don't know what's sealed in there, or how strong it really is, so it's best not to go near the back mountain. When you reach major achievement and enter the Saint Realm, perhaps you'll be able to destroy it." "Don't worry, old ancestor," I said. "I just couldn't contain my curiosity." And I smiled and left and turned into gold light and went home and sat down on my rock and did not cultivate at all. Let me lay out what I actually knew sitting there. 1. My great-grandfather did not know what was in the cave, which meant that when he said don't worry, he was guessing. 2. The founder of the Chen clan, the strongest person in the entire history of this family, spent his own lifespan and could not kill it. He could only put a lid on it. 3. That lid was coming apart at a rate I had personally watched. At that speed, 6 months, maybe less. 4. When it came out, I'd already seen what that looks like. I'd stood in it, no sun, bodies to the horizon. And the current Chen clan was substantially weaker than the founder's Chen clan. My great-grandfather and the crane together would not be enough. I ran that fight in my head about 9 times, and it came out the same every time. Which left one option, and I hated it. Does this mean I have to do it myself? I sat with that and then shook my head, because I'm not an idiot. The ancient sacred body naturally suppresses that kind of thing. Fine, wonderful. That's a matchup advantage. It is not a substitute for being strong enough, and I was not strong enough. Or should we ask my beautiful master for help? I actually considered that for about 4 seconds before throwing it out. Creation Immortal Palace was a very long way away. She had her own life, and her own lineage, and her own problems. And by the time a message reached her, and she reached us, the timing would be up to luck. And when the answer to your problem is, I hope she's not busy, you don't have a plan. We still have to find a solution ourselves. I reached up and touched the mark on my chest. I wonder if my Supreme Bone's divine ability can hurt it badly enough that the whole clan can finish the job. Which is when gold text unrolled in front of my face. 300 years later, you sought an opportunity of your own and found the lowest level of Secret Realm, where you obtained a single spirit pill. From then on, you yearned for trials and secret realms, eagerly desiring more opportunities. Tasks. Find a secret realm and obtain an opportunity from it. Reward. The host will be directly granted heaven and earth spiritual chi and cultivation infusion. Amount depends on the secret realm's rank. I sat on my rock in a small courtyard with a demon rotting through a seal 10 minutes from my mother's bedroom, and I laughed until I had to hold on to something. May the best system in the world, I said, bring you a lifetime of peace. Do you understand the timing on that? I had spent an entire afternoon trying to invent a way to get stronger, fast, before an unkillable thing got out. And the reward was raw cultivation, poured directly in. No refining, no bottleneck, no decade of grinding. Just, here, have it. Enough of it, and Immortal King becomes Immortal Emperor. And the original version of me, the 300-year-old one? He crawled into the lowest grade secret realm anybody had ever found, and came out with one pill, and was so moved by it that he spent the rest of his life chasing that feeling. I could go anywhere I wanted. The only thing off the menu was some ancient great emperor's private vault. I lay down on the crane's back and looked at the clouds going past. Looks like it's finally time to leave the starting village and enter the first dungeon. There was one obstacle, and it was the clan council. Now, technically, I was eligible. Breaking Immortal King got you a seat. I had never once used it because the meetings were 3 hours of old men arguing about spirit stone allocation, and I would rather have been asleep. Or cultivating. Or, honestly, anywhere. But I needed permission to leave, so I went. I walked in, and the entire management structure of the Chen clan stopped talking. "Grandson, what are you doing here? Where's your mother?" My grandson came by himself, mother's in the other courtyard. Then I went along the row and bowed to every single elder in turn, individually, without skipping any. Good, good, good. My Chen clan's Qilin is not only talented, he knows how to be humble and polite. How precious, how precious. Every head in that room nodded. Nobody in that clan disliked me. It cost me a bow and about 11 seconds, and it had been paying dividends for 5 years. "Come, let's get Chen Tianhao a chair." My great-grandfather pointed to the spot next to him and did not ask me what I wanted, which told me he'd already guessed. So I sat through the whole meeting. The eldest son's wife needs more spirit stones this month. The second son's wife needs more spirit stones this month. I fought off the urge to fall asleep and made it to the end, which I consider one of my finer achievements. And as everyone stood up, my great-grandfather said, "It's rare for this little guy to come out. Let's talk while everyone's here." Then he looked at me and laughed because he'd had my number since the doorway. I gave him a shy little smile, which is an extremely effective weapon at that height, clasped my hands to the room and said, "Elders, uncles, I reached Immortal King Peak several months ago, but I've been stuck behind a barrier, so I've decided to leave the clan and venture out into the world." And I let the aura go. Gold came up off me, and the power of Immortal King Peak filled the hall. And every person in that room who wasn't immediate family did the thing where your eyes go wide before your brain catches up. Incredible. In just a few short years, Tianhao is at Immortal King Peak. But isn't it too risky to let Tianhao leave the clan? That was the objection, and it came fast, and it came from everywhere. "I also think it's risky," said my uncle, frowning. "Tianhao is too dazzling. I'm afraid he might run into someone with ulterior motives." And then my grandmother came over, put her hand on my head, and delivered the killing blow. "Why not send Huizhang to purchase a celestial break pill instead, so my grandson doesn't have to take any risks?" "All right," said my grandfather instantly. They were about to buy their way out of my problem. That's how much they didn't want me outside the gate. And I stood there feeling genuinely warm about it, and also completely trapped, and I opened my mouth to argue. My great-grandfather beat me to it. All right, look at all of you. Tianhao is already at Immortal King Peak. Isn't that better than most of you? If he were outside, he could have established his own sect. How could it be as dangerous as you're making out?" Total, immediate silence. Because it was true, and because they'd all been so busy being frightened for the family baby that nobody had done the ranking. At 5 years old, I was comfortably in the top 3 of the entire clan. Once he spoke, nobody objected. "So how long are you planning to be gone, little one?" "Anywhere from 10 days to a month." "All right, then go tell your mother," and set off with Elder the Crane. Telling my mother took considerably longer than the council. How old are you to be going out to gain experience? How can your mother not worry? There followed a long negotiation which I will not reproduce, partly because I don't remember all of it, and partly because at several points it stopped being words. Eventually, my silver tongue and the presence of a crane at the Immortal Emperor realm got the job done, and she agreed, reluctantly, in the specific way where the person has agreed but is not finished being unhappy about it. And I sat cross-legged on the crane's back and flew out of Chen Clan for the first time in my life, with my mother watching from the ground. We flew all day, and toward evening the crane started down over a primeval forest, and night came in. The forest woke up. Every insect and beast and unspecified thing in it started making noise at once, and somewhere off in the trees, a spirit beast was roaring about something. "Crane," I said, "where is this place?" The crane shook its head. I looked at it. It looked at me. I'm looking for a secret realm. Why did you bring me to this godforsaken place? The crane gave me a look, a genuinely human look, and then transmitted a spiritual thought, and I want you to understand it did so with feeling. How do I know where the secret realm is? And I sat there, because it was right. I'd spent an entire afternoon planning this. I'd sat through a clan meeting, I'd negotiated with my mother, and I had left home to find a secret realm without knowing where a single one was. What should we do? I squatted down on the ground, which is what 5-year-olds do when things aren't working, and it was extremely damaging to catch myself doing it. Then the crane's head came up. Someone's here? Footsteps, coming through the dark trees toward us. I sat back on my rock and did not move an inch, because at that point there were not many things in that forest I needed to be careful about. Also, and I'll be honest, I'd never fought anybody, not once, my entire life. I had a legendary physique I had never used on a person, and I was curious. 2 figures came out of the trees, a man and a woman. He was enormous and shirtless and had a lot of old scars. She was in her early 20s, not stunning but pretty, with the kind of tan you get from years of being outdoors for a living rather than for fun. I read them both. He was at cave heaven, 3rd or 4th level. She was under that. Ants, genuinely. I could have removed either of them by flicking a finger. They saw a small child sitting alone on a rock in the middle of a night forest, looking worried. Hey, what's that little kid? So cute. Her eyes lit up, and she was across the clearing before her partner could say anything, and she crouched right down in front of me and pinched my cheek. You're so cute. What's your name? What are you doing here? Chen Tianhao. Hey, there's a bird here. That was the big one, noticing the crane. A bird. He called an immortal emperor a bird. The crane made a sound like a kettle coming off the boil and screamed at him. Ha ha ha, this bird really has a bad temper. Little kid, is this bird yours? Yes, it's mine. Then I looked up, blinked twice with the big wet eyes, and let my lower lip do about 10% of the work. Brother, sister, I went out by myself and I got lost. I want to be very clear that this was a lie of the highest quality and that I felt no shame whatsoever. The woman's entire face collapsed. She scooped me straight off the rock and into her arms. Brother Tao, let's take this little guy with us. He's so pitiful. The big man hesitated. Then he looked at me properly. Then he nodded, because I am, objectively, an extremely appealing object. All right, what can one child do? Let's go. Hey, little guy, how about coming back to camp with your sister? Good. I smiled sweetly and got carried off into the dark, and over her shoulder I made eye contact with an immortal emperor crane that was rolling its eyes so hard I thought it might fall over. And I lay there in her arms with my face somewhere near her collarbone and thought a thought that I am not proud of. I wonder how long these exclusive benefits are going to last. Oh well, let's enjoy them while they do. The benefit, obviously, being that I looked like a small child and was not one. The camp was a dozen odd people, men and women, and a lot of stacked goods, a caravan. I swept the whole place in one look. Everybody weak. Some of them so weak that they barely registered as cultivators at all. The big man, Gu Tao, was the strongest thing in the clearing by a wide margin. The camp saw Dong Shu come in carrying a child and immediately started. Shu, where'd you get a kid in this wilderness? That's right, you and Brother Wu only went out scouting for a little while and you've already got a big child. Ha 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 ha, she went red and spat at them. Gu Tao scratched the back of his head and studied the ground. Oh, so that's how it is with those two. They explained where I came from, and then a woman came over. Older than Dong Shu, with the calm of the person who actually runs things. Han Li. Little one, where did you come from? Where do you live? I thought about it for 1 second. My surname is Chen. This is my first time going out. Her face did something complicated. Oh no, what are we going to do? We can't keep taking care of this child forever. Then, to me, in a much lighter voice, how about this, little one? Our next stop is Yan City. Once we get there, we'll leave you somewhere and find someone to take you home, all right? Okay, thank you, beautiful lady. They melted, all of them, every adult in that camp. Then you stay here and play with your bird and don't run around. We'll call you when the food's ready. Gu Tao patted my head with a hand roughly the size of my torso and went back to work. The crane sent a thought. Are we going to Yan City? Well, we don't know where anything is anyway. Let's go with them and get a map or something. And going along for the ride is a kind of experience. Call it completing the mission. The crane declined to answer that and went to sleep, which I felt was rude. I honestly wanted to cultivate, but a 5-year-old sitting in a caravan camp pulling in the region's spiritual energy is the sort of thing people notice, and I did not need the conversation. So I shut my eyes and rested like a normal child, which is the single hardest thing I did that entire year. Food came fast. Dongshu sat down by the fire and put me on her lap and handed me a small bowl and a spoon. You can feed yourself, right? You don't need anyone to feed you anymore? Uh-huh. I nodded, extremely sensibly, and took the bowl and looked down into it. Millet, and some dried meat. Not a trace of spiritual energy in any of it. Not a whisper. This was food whose entire function was to stop you from being empty. Now, I want to be measured about this. Because of what I was, I got everything in the Chen clan first. 3 meals a day of spiritual food and spirit tea. On my 3rd birthday, an old man went out and fought something at the Immortal Emperor realm and got hurt doing it so that I could have it for dinner. And there is no suffering without comparison. I sat there holding a bowl of millet with a spoon in my hand and genuinely did not know how to begin. I could go without eating entirely. I hadn't needed food in years, but I still had 30 years of memories of enjoying it and a set of expectations that had gotten completely out of hand. Then a hand came in and took the bowl right out of my fingers and put something else in them. I looked up, Han Li, grinning at me. I can tell you don't like our food. This is milk from a tiger earth bull beast. I warmed it up for you. Drink it. Yes, thank you, Sister Li. I took it and blew on it because that's what you do. She crouched down in front of me with her elbows on her knees. Judging from your clothes and how you talk, you're not from some small town. You wouldn't happen to be a child from a big family or a sect, would you? I just laughed and drank my milk, and she let it go. That's the thing. She'd worked it out, or near enough, and she let it go and warmed up the milk anyway. I was actually starting to enjoy myself when the entire evening got ruined. Damn it, how come I run into a bunch of peasants in this godforsaken place? Everyone looked up. A dozen or so people came out of the jungle, and the one at the front was maybe a teenager, and he was wearing his own opinion of himself like a coat. Han Li got up. I watched her put on a face I recognized, the one where you make yourself smaller on purpose. May I ask who you are, young master? He snorted and stamped his foot, and the pressure of soul transformation early stage rolled out and knocked her backward off her feet. Get lost. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me? Let me tell you, I am a direct descendant of the Li clan, Zhou Jie. Ah, the Li clan. Of course it was. Get out of here with your men right now. This place is our Li family's. The whole camp went hot with fury, and not one of them moved, because they knew exactly what he was and exactly what they weren't. Han Li's face had gone white, half shock and half the hit she'd taken, and she got up and made herself smile at me. Let's go somewhere else. I looked past her at the Li boy and then at the old man standing behind him in gray, who was the actual strongest thing in that group. Immortal King, 1st or 2nd level. Fine, manageable. I frowned and decided to watch a little longer, because I wanted to see what they were going to do. Sigh, I thought. I just hope nothing dramatic happens right now, and that they don't come and provoke me later. Someone screamed. Zhou Jie had Dong Shou by the wrist. Hey, I didn't expect to run into something worth taking out here. Let me go. She was trying to pull her arm out of his hand, and she couldn't. Let her go. Gu Tao's eyes went red, and a sword came into his hand, and he charged. Understand the physics of this. He was cave heaven. The boy was soul transformation, plus an immortal king bodyguard, plus a dozen escorts. Gu Tao knew all of that. He went anyway. Ha ha ha, loose cultivator, you ant. Roll. The Li boy flicked his sleeve, and a wave of spiritual energy picked Gu Tao up and threw him. He hit the ground hard and came up on his elbows spitting red, with his eyes locked on the boy, still trying to get his legs under him. Brother Tao, Dayong, how are you? Are you all right? Get up quickly. The whole camp piled around him. Zhou Jie watched with a smile. Don't worry. I, young master, am taking this one and her cargo. I'll compensate you. It'll be more than you'd earn trading. And he turned and started walking, dragging her. Gu Tao got up. I watched a man at Cave Heaven, 3rd level, look at that group and decide that he was going to die in the next 90 seconds, and go anyway. You beast, I'll fight you to the death. Dayong, no! And I sighed and got up off my rock. There's a thing that happens when you've been watching people for a few hours. I'd come into this camp as a tourist. I'd been running a bit, playing lost, playing cute, enjoying the milk and the fuss. And then somebody had walked in and started taking things, and a man who could not win had gotten up to go and die about it, and I stopped finding the evening funny. I put my hand on his shoulder. Brother Wu, there's no need for that. The spiritual energy in him was thrashing around like something in a bag, and the second my hand landed, it stopped. Just lay down. He said later it felt like being a mouse when the cat walks in. He looked at my hand, then at me. You, Han Li and the rest were staring. Leave it to me, I smiled at him. Then I turned into gold light and was gone. Zhou Jie felt something go down his spine about half a second before it mattered. Oh no, young master, get out of the gray-robed old man got that far, and then everybody in that clearing watched the sky turn white. Gold came down like somebody had lowered the sun onto the tree line, and there was a sound, and every tree within several miles snapped and went over at once, and the ground caved in. When they could open their eyes, the air was full of yellow sand. There's a master! The old man shouted it and threw his sleeves out and blew the dust clear. And Li Clan got a good look at the palm print. It went into the earth a long way, and the ground had folded down into it, and in the middle of it there was very little left of a young master who had been extremely confident 4 seconds earlier. His own people screamed. May I ask why your excellency attacked us? The old man had his back to the trees and his energy spinning, and his eyes were going everywhere trying to find the person who'd done it. You old bastard. Stop looking. I'm right here. I came down out of the sky in white, walking Dong Shu by the hand, and handed her back to the caravan. I said something quiet and reassuring to her, I don't remember what, and then I stepped out and looked up at a man at the immortal king realm with my hands behind my back and smiled at him. I let the gold come up. This! The horror on his face was really something. This child in front of him, who looked about 4, was at Immortal King peak. Your Excellency, we are from Li Clan. You still dare to bring up Li Clan? You might as well just die. And I want to be honest with you about that line, because it came out of me before I had time to think about it. He had no idea what he'd said wrong. He had no idea why the words Li Clan made a 5-year-old's face change. He didn't know that Li Clan had come to my mother's house on the morning after she'd been thrown out of her marriage and made a joke of it, and then hired 2 immortal emperors to avoid paying back money my family had given them for free. He just knew that he had about 1.5 seconds left. He grit his teeth and threw everything into a palm. Primordial palm. A trivial skill. I hit it with the same technique because I wanted to see what would happen. Our palms met, and a visible ripple went out, and the space between us shook and rang like it was about to break, and every tree still standing in that clearing snapped in half. He screamed, and his right arm went the wrong way, and both his hands dropped and hung there. 1 strike. 1. His entire arm was gone as a working object. What a powerful physical body! He was genuinely horrified, and I understood why. There was a realm gap between us, and the gap was in his favor. There is no version of that exchange where he loses an arm. Just who is this baby? Wait, is this a baby? Retreat immediately! And he turned and ran for it, and the Li Clan escort scattered. I watched them go and let out a small laugh. Run? Do you think you can escape? The Chen clan has one legacy divine ability, and it is a sword technique, and it is quite famous in the Wild Valley immortal domain. Sword technique. 98,000 swords. My hands changed, and the world filled with sword cries, and gold blades came out of the void behind me in a bank, every one of them lit along the edge, and I sent them after the escort. They didn't get far, and up in the sky the old man saw it happen from above, and his eyes went wide, and he made the connection about 4 seconds too late. Sword technique! That's Chen Clan's sword technique, but when did Chen Clan… Then he remembered. He remembered that something had happened at Chen Clan 5 years ago that people had talked about for months. It's that kid! His growth rate! No, I have to report to the patriarch right away. And then it got dark above him. He looked up, and I was floating over his head with my hands behind my back. Go in peace, I said, and I brought a palm down. The gold in me came out and turned into a hand in the air 100 times the size of my own, and it came down like something reaching across the river of time to press the world flat. The caravan below heard a scream, and then a small dark shape came down out of the clouds, getting bigger, and when it landed, it was the old man, and everything in him that had been holding him up was no longer doing that. I came down after him, glanced at the mess, and felt nothing at all. Then I waved a hand and pulled the Chen Kun bag off him. "Little sir." That was Han Li. I'd been sir for approximately 4 seconds. She'd thought she'd rescued a lost child, and she had just watched that child erase an escort from the Li clan, and one of them at the immortal king realm, over about 11 seconds. That's Li clan. These people started planning escape routes when they heard the name in a tavern. I killed them like ants, and there wasn't a mark on me. "I don't know who you are." She started that sentence with a respect in her voice that she hadn't decided to put there. I walked over and shoved the Chen Kun bag into her arms. "Here, the spoils. This is for you." I said it with my face turned up at her, which is a stupid angle to say anything from, in the tone of a kid handing over sweets he's got too many of. They opened the bag. This is a spirit stone." Han Li nearly cried. Once she'd felt the weight of it, she had to sit down. What an amazing doll. It helps you fight, and then it rewards you. You should understand that if that caravan wanted to hire protection of that quality, an entire year of their income wouldn't have been enough to make somebody take the job. I nodded my chubby head at all of them and bowed properly. Then, "Goodbye, everyone," and I got on my crane and left. I found out much later what happened after that, and I'll tell you now because it matters later. Han Li opened the bag properly, saw the grade of the stones, and the whole camp lost their minds. Holy crap, this quality, they just gave it to us. Is this some kind of last-ditch fantasy before we die? Good job, Xuanhuan. He escaped from Li clan's hands and even walked off with a bag of high-quality spirit stones. People would think I was bragging if they knew. And then Han Li cut them all off. From this day forward, she turned and bowed in the direction I'd gone, and she meant it, which for a merchant is not a small thing. If I ever have the chance to see young Master Chen Tianhao again, I will do everything in my power to help him, regardless of life or death. And every single person in that caravan turned and said it with her. I didn't hear any of it. I was already miles away going through the bag, which incidentally was disappointing. Spirit stones I already had better ones of, and some low-level techniques not worth the paper. But underneath all of it was a torn parchment map, with a red dot on it, and next to the dot, in small writing, Saint Secret Realm. I narrowed my eyes at it for about 10 seconds. There is a saying about searching high and low for something, and then having it walk up and hand itself to you. I'd spent an afternoon planning an expedition and gone out without a destination, and a man had tried to steal a woman off me in the woods and paid for the information with his life. "Crane," I said. "New heading." The place was deep in the mountains, and by the time we got there it was already packed. The entrance was inside a huge cave, and the seal on it was still up, faintly pushing out spiritual energy that made the air near it shimmer. And I looked at the crowd and got confused. Because every sect member out there had a child with them, about 10 years old. Every single group. So I grabbed a passing stranger. "Brother, is this the Saint Secret Realm?" He turned around, ready to be irritated with me, and then he saw my face and my clothes, made an assumption about which noble family I'd wandered off from, and downgraded to merely annoyed. "That's right. Which family or lineage doll are you?" Heh, just a wilderness sect. "But why do all these sects have a child with them?" His whole expression soured. "Humph. That's because this secret realm is monopolized by powerful families and sects like the Great Xia dynasty and the Luo clan. They only allow children under 18 inside, supposedly for training. Loose cultivators like us aren't allowed in at all." "Ah, I see. So that's what strength reigns supreme actually means in practice. Because look at what that is. There's an opportunity in the ground. A real one. And to every loose cultivator standing in that crowd, it's the chance of a lifetime. The thing they walked for weeks to get near. And several powerful sects have quietly agreed among themselves that it's a nursery. It's a training ground for other people's kids. Anyone over the age limit gets moved along. They didn't even have to fight anyone for it. They just put an age limit on it and everybody accepted. Then lightning went off in a clear sky and everybody looked up. A ship came down through the clouds, and it looked cast out of solid gold, covered in runes, with 2 rows of armored figures standing on the deck and one enormous flag over the top. Xia. And the world went dark under it. Wow, is that the heavenly god boat of the Great Xia dynasty? It's said to be a magic treasure of a fairly high grade. A magic treasure, huh? That's quite a big deal. I raised an eyebrow at the procession, because it was, I have to admit, a hell of an entrance. Then light came down off the deck and people appeared on the ground. At the front was a girl in white, maybe 15 or 16, and I heard the crowd make a sound. Incredible. Lin Ruoxue of the great Xia dynasty is so beautiful now. Who says otherwise? She looks like a banished immortal. Lin Ruoxue, 16, here for the trial. Two generals in armor at her shoulders, both at the immortal emperor realm, radiating the specific self-satisfaction of men who guard someone important. One of them looked around at the assembled competition and smiled. It seems the quality of this younger generation is really lacking. This time, the biggest opportunity in the secret realm will definitely be yours, princess. She shook her head. Let's not be too sure of ourselves. The younger generation is far stronger than the previous one, not to mention the ancient aristocratic families and super sects. Just take the son of the young clan leader of the Luo clan. It is said there were unusual phenomena on the day of his birth. He has been nurtured by the Luo clan ever since. And the entire group went still, because the words unusual phenomena had just done something to all of them at once. She sighed. So don't underestimate anyone. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened with my cousin? You lost that Chen family Qilin. What a great loss to my great Xia dynasty. Both generals looked at their boots, because here's what had happened at home, and I'm delighted to report it. The emperor had gone back from my birth in an absolutely towering rage. Some people in the great Xia dynasty, being snobs, had cost him an innate true immortal with an ancient sacred body, who was additionally, by the terms of a signed agreement, supposed to be his son-in-law. He couldn't apologize. He was the human emperor, and it was a child's talent, and there was no version of that where he lowered himself. So he'd taken it out on everybody within reach instead. That's fine, she said. The two generals are the pillars of our lineage. As long as they learn from the school motto, that's enough. The two generals exchanged a look and bowed at the same time. Yes. And I stood in the crowd, 5 years old, in nobody's colors, and looked at the girl who had just called me a great loss to her dynasty, and clicked my tongue. Damn, it's so beautiful. Then the sky went off again. Thunder came rolling in with real weight behind it, and ancient war chariots came out of the clouds with lightning patterns worked into the sides. And there was a symbol on them. I saw that symbol, and something behind my eyes went cold and quiet. Not a symbol, a clan crest. It's Luo clan's sky chariot. The Luo clan people are here. Does that mean the secret realm is about to start? I breathed out slowly and let my eyes go narrow. Could it be my dear younger brother who's coming? Light came down off the lead chariot and dust went up, and when it cleared, there were two of them, one old, one young. The old one was a hunched woman with a cane and hair gone entirely white, moving like something about to fall over. And absolutely nobody in that crowd was fooled for a second, because she was Luo Wanqiu, and she was one of the old ancestors of the Luo clan. And the boy beside her was handsome, sharp-featured, bright-eyed, with excellent skin, and a smile with something faintly wrong in the corner of it. Luo Dong, one of the Luo clan's best young talents. He. So they are two generals from the princess's lineage. Luo Wanqiu smiled across at Lin Ruoxue, all courtesy, and I stood in that crowd looking at her, and I want to tell you exactly what I was feeling, because it wasn't rage. Rage is loud. Luo Wanqiu was one of the old ancestors who had argued for driving my mother out, not a bystander, an advocate. She had been in the room, and she had spoken up for it. She was standing 40 meters from me, exchanging pleasantries about a children's trial. So it's Senior Wanqiu. Since you're here, let's work together to activate this secret realm. Good. 3 of them attacked the seal together, and the spiritual energy in the region went berserk, and 3 enormous streams of it went into the seal like a dragon coming out of the sea. Even a saint's tomb has limits. The ground shook and the cracks spread, and then something snapped like a plate. The seal came apart. Every young person in that crowd went for it at once. Go on, Donger. Don't embarrass our Luo clan. Yes. Then I'll go in too. Lin Ruoxue said something to her generals and moved and was gone. I looked at Luo Wanqiu one more time, then at Luo Dong. Then I turned to my crane. Wait for me outside. I need to go in first, to collect some interest on what happened back then. And I turned into gold light and went for the entrance. And right at the mouth of it, for no reason I can name, I looked back. And Luo Wanqiu was already looking at me. I smiled at her and went in. Behind me, that old woman stood in the dust with a frown, and I found out later exactly what went through her head, and it's worth hearing. She didn't know why she'd looked. She just knew that a child had gone past and left her uneasy. Who is that child? She'd never seen me before in her life, but she'd caught the temperature in my eyes. The child's features are actually somewhat similar to that woman's. Then, still frowning, could it be that abandoned pawn from back then? And she did the arithmetic. 5 years, right age. If this child is truly a discarded pawn of Luo clan, how could he possibly venture out to gain experience on his own at this time? And that is where an old woman's mind went, standing in the sun outside a children's trial. Not curiosity, not surprise, not even guilt. A cold light came into her eyes, and she made a decision. And the decision was this. She had heard the odd rumor out of Chen clan over the years. She didn't believe most of it, and it was better to kill the innocent than to let it go. So Luo Wanqiu settled in to wait and planned to eliminate me the moment I came out. I want to state, for the record, that this was 5 years after they'd thrown my mother out. 5 years. She had nothing to gain and no reason at all. She just thought it was tidier. Inside, the secret realm turned out to be a cave that wasn't a cave. Whoever was buried in there had used a great divine ability to fold an entire primeval forest into the space, so I came through the entrance and landed in daylight under trees, with mountains in the distance, inside a hole in the ground. I was still looking around going, really, when something came out of the jungle at me with its mouth open. Some kind of spirit beast, black-furred, fast, teeth first. And I did something stupid on purpose. I didn't dodge. I put my arm out. There was a crack. It was not my arm. The beast made a small noise and pulled back with a look on its face that I can only describe as a person reconsidering their career. Then it tried to leave. "You've already bitten me," I said, "so don't leave." And I punched it in the head. There was a thud, and then, instead of the spray I was expecting, the whole thing came apart into points of light that drifted over and soaked into me. Interesting. The spirit beasts in this realm are manifestations too, which was a shame because the amount of energy in one of those was, to me, a rounding error. What a pity. It's useless to me. I'd better find a place to collect my reward. So I went up and flew over the forest, and underneath me I could see the whole trial working. Kids everywhere hunting the manifested beasts, and here and there a knot of so-called great clan prodigies having an extremely serious argument over a heaven and earth treasure. I abhorred all of it. I was not there for the trial. I was there for a system reward, and I needed a room with a door. I found a cave, moved a boulder across the mouth, stuck luminous pearls in the walls, took out my golden lotus platform, sat down, and clapped my hands together like a man about to do his taxes. Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Reward. Saint-level secret realm detected. Reward. 100 years of arduous spiritual cultivation infused. The words went out. And then it started. I want to describe this properly. Cultivation normally is work. You pull in the world's spiritual energy, which is dirty, and then you spend an enormous amount of time and effort refining it into something your body can use. And the refining is where the years go. That's the whole job. That's what everyone is doing when they say they're cultivating. What the system gave me was refined. It came in already usable. It came in the way water comes into a bath. Ah, that feels so good. I actually said that out loud, alone, in a cave. I'm not proud. Gold came up out of the crown of my head and lit the whole cave like a furnace, and the barrier that had been holding me at Immortal King Peak for months simply stopped being there. And underneath the entire secret realm, the ground shook. Stones came off the mountains. Birds went up out of the forest in every direction at once. Somewhere out there, a couple of hundred children stopped what they were doing. By that point, my aura was at Immortal Emperor, 2nd level, and my whole body was lit up, and it hadn't slowed down. I could feel it still climbing, and I opened my eyes a crack and looked at the ceiling of the cave and started grinning. Come on. Let's see what 100 years of arduous training actually gets you. I closed my eyes again and let it pour. It went on until late that night. By the end of it, if you'd walked into that cave, you'd have seen an ordinary child sitting on a lotus with no spiritual fluctuation coming off him at all. Nothing. Dead flat. Then I shuddered, and my eyes came open, and 2 beams of gold came out of them and blew the boulder off the cave mouth. I came out into the open and stretched, and my bones went off like a string of firecrackers. And then I roared at the sky, because I'd been holding it in for 6 hours, and I could not physically keep it in any longer. Gold went up out of me like a column, and hit the cloud layer over the entire secret realm, and took it apart. Huh? Holy crap! Every single person in that realm saw a pillar of gold go up through the sky from my direction. What is that? I don't know. How did that happen? Could it be a heaven and earth treasure being born? At that level, it might already be an elixir of immortality. Let's go take a look. And several hundred children immediately formed into groups and started running toward me, which was not ideal. But it didn't matter, because before any of them got close, the sky went out. The whole realm went dark. Not evening, dark, edge to edge, with the sun and moon both cancelled, and thunder started walking around up there. My aura had gone all the way to Immortal Emperor, 9 heavens. Here's the rule. Up to Immortal King, you climb quietly. From the Immortal Emperor realm onward, every single advancement has to be paid for by standing under a lightning tribulation. Survive it, and you can go anywhere in the 9 provinces. Fail it, and you become dust that blows away, and nobody remembers your name. I'd been shielding the heavenly secret the entire time I was absorbing, specifically so I could stabilize the realms as I went instead of being interrupted. That was over. There was nothing left to absorb and nothing left to hide behind. So the tribulation came. And because I had gone up several levels in one sitting, it came stacked, 9 layers. The lightning started gathering, and it was thick as a man's body, and it kept coming, and then, in the middle of the sky, all of it braided together into a building, an actual palace. White walls, green tiles, carved beams, painted rafters, upturned eaves, made entirely out of the lightning, hanging over a forest in a hole in the ground. It lit the whole realm like daylight. People 100 miles away could see it clearly. Off in another part of the realm, Lin Ruoxue and her group had just finished a genuinely hard fight and put down a sky python at Soul Transformation Peak. She was in the middle of dividing the spoils and, I noted later with some interest, giving herself the smallest share. Sister Qian, you did the most work, so please take more. Yes, Sister Qian, with your strength, you don't need to team up with us at all. We're not comfortable taking this. You've put in a lot of effort too, she said. Take it without worrying. And besides. And then the sky exploded, and she never finished the sentence. Everyone in that group looked up at the Thunder Palace and made noises. My God, is this heavenly lightning? Why would lightning appear in the secret realm? Could it be that an elixir of immortality has appeared? Lin Ruoxue's mouth had come open, which apparently didn't happen much. She had never seen a heavenly tribulation in her life. Ruoxue, how about we team up and go together? With a force that large, some extraordinary treasure must have appeared. If the two of us join forces, we're sure to seize it. Luo Dong walked out of the trees with a smile on. She turned around and something went across her face and got put away. So it was Master Luo Yang. Miss Ruoxue, there's no need for such formality. My Luo clan and your great Xia dynasty have always been on good terms and have formed numerous marriage alliances. We shouldn't be estranged. She smiled politely and turned back to the sky. And I watched that from a distance because I was busy, but not that busy. And I saw the exact moment where Luo Dong's eyes went flat and his breathing changed, and then he put it all away again inside about a second and a half. Since Miss Ruoxue is so interested, why don't we go together? If it really is some kind of heaven and earth treasure, I'll take it and give it to you. Ah, then Ruoxue thanks Master Luo Yang in advance. She didn't accept, and she didn't refuse. She bowed very slightly and moved past him like weather. And Luo Dong stood there and stared after her, and his eyes went down her back, and something greedy came up in them, and in his own head quite clearly. Lin Ruoxue, daughter of the human emperor, you must be mine. Right, fine. I'd been planning to kill him anyway. Now I was going to enjoy it. But first I had 9 layers of stacked lightning to get through. I stood there in the middle of it, gold everywhere, hair up, and looked at the palace in the sky. And then, because I have never in either of my lives been able to leave well enough alone, I roared at it. Come! A spear of gold came out of my mouth and hit the palace. The thunder made a noise like it had been personally insulted. Light started running through the walls of the building, and there were shapes moving around in there. All the loose lightning in the sky started falling inward toward it, and for a moment everything stopped, and even the flickering in the clouds went out. And the palace shook. Then a billion bolts came down at once. Everything within a couple of miles of me stopped being alive and then stopped being anything. The trees went to ash. The ground went to glass. And I was in the middle of it, taking every single one of them on the body, and my clothes burned off in the first half second. I felt a tingling. That's it. That is the entire sensation I can report. A tingling all over. I started laughing so hard I had to bend over. Is that all you've got? Are there any more powerful ones out there? Then I changed my seals and put a black hole up behind me, and my eyes went half black and half gold, which I'm told looked genuinely disturbing, and I started eating the lightning. The heaven-swallowing demonic art pulled the thunder in and ran it back out through my meridians and my bones and my organs, and I could feel it going around in there like something alive, and every circuit made me denser. Apparently, my little speech had annoyed whatever lives in that palace, because the doors opened and several hundred figures came out of it, all made of lightning, armored, clearly and distinctly armored, each one a warrior in thunderplate. They shouted together, and every one of them put a spear in his hand, and threw. Good timing! I did not retreat. I want that recorded. I went at them. 10,000 spears of heavenly lightning coming down at a naked 5-year-old going the other way. The whole area became a thunder domain, where one single bolt would have taken a layer of skin off a Supreme Realm expert. By that point, every child in the realm had arrived at the edges to watch, because this is a thing you see once. This is outrageous! What on earth could be born that could attract this? I don't know. Even when my old ancestor crossed into the immortal emperor realm, his lightning tribulation didn't look like this. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like this isn't a treasure at all? Why do you say that? Look at the sky. Doesn't that look like a person? And it went around that crowd like a wave, because there was a figure in the middle of the thunder prison, sitting cross-legged in the air, taking uncountable bolts and not moving. Nobody could believe it. This was a training program with a bone age limit. Everyone here was under 18. There was not supposed to be an immortal emperor tribulation happening inside it. An immortal emperor. Under 18. Only a saint could possibly draw a lightning tribulation like that. And then the whole crowd got quiet and started walking in 2s and 3s instead of alone. By then, I could feel the tribulation weakening. It had lost its edge, and the attacks were coming slower. And that's when a figure came out of the palace. Crown, long robe, the posture of a man who controls thunder as a job. Every scrap of lightning in the sky went quiet at once and lay down, the way things do around their king. He raised one arm and pointed at me, and a single bolt came off his fingertip. Thin, about the thickness of a snake. And I stopped smiling, because that thin little thread had more in it than everything that had come before it combined, and there were 7 colors braided through it, and for the first time in my life, I felt genuine danger. I could feel exactly what it would do to me, not kill, but hurt, properly hurt. So I stopped playing. I breathed out everything stale in my lungs, brought my hands into a seal, and pulled every drop of power I had. My right hand went into a sword finger, and I came up off the ground. Sword technique. Sword light shines through the 9 heavens. The sound that came out of the world was a single clean note, and behind me, a sword came into existence that was 1,000 feet long and cut the void just by being there. This is the strongest move in the Chen clan's ancestral divine ability. My family's whole inheritance in one strike. I'll be honest with you. By that point, I was already outgrowing it. I had a top-tier physique and a top-tier technique, and my divine abilities were the weakest thing about me, because my family simply did not own anything at that level. But this one was still respectable. Cut. The sword vanished and reappeared in front of the lightning, and they met. The space around them tore into pieces, and spatial turbulence sprayed outward and shredded everything within miles into dust. Wow. This is terrible. I'm backing out. If this keeps up, the whole secret realm's going to be destroyed. Get out of here, quickly. Even the spectators at the far edges were getting knocked around. Some of them started seriously considering leaving the trial entirely. Ruoshui, don't be afraid. Luo Dong stepped forward in front of Lin Ruoshui's group and put up a shield of spiritual energy over all of them, at some real expense. Thank you, she smiled and nodded at him, and he stood there, being extremely pleased with himself. Then the thunder prison came apart, and the palace faded out of the sky, and everybody surged forward to see what kind of divine being had been standing in the middle of it, and found a hole. Absolutely nothing. Not a hair. The ground was scoured flat, and there was no one there. because I had left about 4 seconds earlier. I'd gone off to a quiet spot and pulled a spare set of clothes out of my Qiankun bag, because there are limits. Then I stood there getting dressed and thought about it, and made a decision that I consider one of my better ones. I decided to go back to the scene of the crime. 2 hours later, I strolled back to the exact spot, as a spectator, and stood at the edge of the crowd with my hands behind my back, going, "Wow." By then, people had formed into groups, partly to hunt, and partly, I noted with delight, to defend themselves against the mysterious and powerful figure who had been undergoing tribulation in there. "Ruo Shui, why don't you team up with me?" Luo Dong, again, smiling. "No, I've already formed a team with some friends. Master Luo Young, you're incredibly strong. It would be a waste for you to be with us." Rejected. Flat. No hesitation, no softening, no room to work with. The smile froze on his face, and she went past him with her chin up and her neck long like she hadn't seen him, and he stood there looking like a man who has just eaten something he shouldn't have. I watched his wrist turn, just slightly, like something in his sleeve was getting ready, and right then Lin Ruoshui looked over and saw a small child in white standing near the crowd, looking up at the scorched sky. "Hey, whose child is this? They're so good looking." "Yeah, so cute, I want to pinch it." Not this again. I was, at that moment, genuinely reflecting on things, standing there staring at the crater I'd made, thinking about my situation. Physique, unmatched. Spiritual power, now enormous. Combat techniques, embarrassing. I had just been promoted to Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens, and my family's sword technique was no longer good enough for the level I was fighting at. That gap was going to be a problem. It seems it's time to find some powerful divine abilities, and then somebody tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around, and Lin Ruoshui was leaning down, looking at me with her eyes doing something warm. Because of the height difference, my face ended up considerably closer to her than I had planned, and I got a full noseful of whatever it is princesses smell like. "Ah? Am I that scary, little brother?" She covered her mouth and pretended to be offended. "Ah, no." I got into character instantly and gave her the full smile. "It's just that you're too beautiful. I've never seen anyone so pretty." Now, I want to be extremely clear about what was happening in my head, because it was nothing. I was 5. I looked 5. Everything below my neck was 5 years old and had been for 5 years. The mind was a 30-something man's, and the entire content of that mind, at that exact moment, was, "This woman is going to be extremely useful, and she has just walked over here voluntarily." Lin Ruoshui had been complimented before. It is my understanding that she got compliments from morning until night, in volume, professionally. But these ones came out of a small child, and that got past her guard completely. Her eyes went into crescents. "Little brother, judging from your appearance, you're only about 4 or 5. "Yes, 5 years old." I nodded at her very seriously, like a man confirming a figure, which she found so devastating that I watched something in her face give up. "You're so young, and you dare to come to the secret realm? You're really brave." "There's no other way. My family has fallen on hard times, and I'm the only one who can cultivate. Of course I have to find an opportunity myself." I spread my hands and made my face as pathetic as it would go. "Poor thing. Would you like to come with me? It's not safe for you here alone, and after I leave, I can take you back to the Great Xia dynasty." You're taking me away. Honestly, having a connection inside the Great Xia dynasty would not be the worst thing in the world. I was fully prepared to say no, and then I glanced sideways, and I saw Luo Dong standing off to the side with a face like a thundercloud, and I gave her the most endearing smile in my inventory. "Wow, you're from the Great Xia dynasty. That's amazing." "Haha, let's go then." She grabbed my hand and towed me off. Now, why did I change my mind? Extremely simple. 99% of the reason was that Luo Dong wanted her and had just been publicly turned down, and if a thing upsets a member of the Luo clan, I have no reason to refuse it. And there was a practical layer under that. I'd already decided I was going to kill him and leave. Using the Luo clan's legitimate son as interest on my mother's account seemed entirely reasonable to me. Killing is fine, but I've never had any objection to demoralizing a man thoroughly first. So as I was leaving with her, I turned my head back, and I pulled a face at him. Luo Dong stood there watching us go, and his handsome features rearranged themselves into something ugly, and his eyes changed about 4 times in a row. "You little brat. You're asking for death by going with her. Don't blame me." He said it through his teeth and vanished. And I went off to hunt spirit beasts with my new friends. The hunting was, for me, gardening. I'd punch something at soul transformation into a cloud of light points and hand the light points to Lin Ruoxue. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. You're only 5 and your body is so strong. You wouldn't happen to be from the North Sea Dragon Palace, would you? Her whole team was staring at me with their mouths open. And I understood the guess. There's a sect that does nothing but cultivate the physical body, and if a 5-year-old is punching things to death, that's where your mind goes. I chuckled and shook my head, and she got more surprised, not less. Because if it wasn't the dragon lineage, then that ridiculous body was innate, which is, in fact, considerably more outrageous than learning it from the Dragon King. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. I really couldn't tell. You flatter me, I said, humbly. When we'd killed enough, everyone sat down around a fire and split the take, and Lin Ruoxue handed me a golden core. Here. This is yours. I thought about it for a second and took it, because refusing would have been strange, and I wasn't ready to be strange yet. And the moment I did, my divine thought caught something. I'd been spreading it out over about 30 miles this whole time, because I am not stupid, and there was an aura in it that I recognized. Luo Dong. He'd caught up. And he hadn't shown himself, which meant a plan, which meant something in a sleeve. Perfect. Genuinely perfect. I'd been mildly regretting that he hadn't teamed up with us, and now he delivered himself to the door. Out in the dark, Luo Dong was watching Lin Ruoxue through the trees with his eyes full of the thing that eyes get full of. Lin Ruoxue, I, the young master, came to this secret realm specifically for you. You absolutely cannot escape. Then he turned his hand over. A red bead sat in his palm, small and beautifully made, turning slowly, covered in dense runes. And when it moved, the spiritual energy in everyone's body within range hitched. This immortal binding pearl was forged by Luo Wanchu, the old ancestor herself. It contains the power to imprison an immortal emperor. I refuse to believe you can escape my grasp. Now, here's the part I didn't have yet, and it's the part that mattered. He wasn't doing this because she was beautiful. Luo Dong was talented, well-connected, handsome, and rich, and inside the Luo clan alone, he had more admirers than he could keep track of. Nobody in that position risks a war with the great Xia dynasty over a face. He was doing it because of what she was, and I didn't find out what that was until an hour later. Meanwhile, beside the campfire, I was lying against a black rock, listening to a man narrate his own ambush to himself, because that's what he was doing. He was standing in the woods, monologuing, with no divine thought suppression, no aura control, nothing. He was broadcasting. This man, I thought, is running to the bank with an empty sack while shouting that he's here to rob us. Then he started laughing to himself, and I heard the rest of it. Ha ha ha, Lin Ruoxue, you are mine. Ha ha ha, the 9 yin Lingyun body, you are mine too. Ah, there it is. Now I want to know. And there's an old saying about there being nothing more entertaining than breaking a man's spirit before you break anything else. So I got up and moved over next to Lin Ruoxue. Sister Lin. What's wrong? You're so pretty. If we're camping tonight, I'm a little scared. Can I sleep next to you? Her whole face went the color of a sunset. She reached over and pinched my cheek. Humph. You're only 5 years old, and you've already learned how to flirt with people? Judging from your looks, you'll probably be handsome when you grow up. I wonder how many girls you'll ruin. Ma'am, I am running an intelligence operation. I'm telling the truth, sister. Do you really think so? Of course. Do you have a Tao companion, sister? And there it was. That's what I'd been walking toward the whole time. 2 compliments and a bedtime request to get to one direct question about her marital status, from a person too young to be suspected of asking it for any reason. She stopped smiling. Something sad went through her eyes, and she shrugged and shook her head. No. How could that be? I did surprise, wide-eyed, the works. Sister Lin is so beautiful, and she's the princess of the great Xia dynasty. How could no one be pursuing her? There have been plenty of men around me. None of them had clean intentions. They all came with a purpose. What purpose? She looked at me for a long moment, and she was clearly deciding. Then she looked at my eyes, which are extremely clear and honest and belong to a 5-year-old, and she relaxed and sighed. Do you know the 9 yin Lingyun body? and every doubt I had went out at once. Right, so that's what she is. Here's the thing about the 9 Yin Ling Yun body. It's one of the magical physiques, and on its face it sounds impressive. And for the person who has it, it's almost worthless. It speeds up your own cultivation slightly, and that's about the extent of the benefit. What it does is benefit whoever she's with. The yin and yang exchange, absorbing yin to supplement yang, the whole framework. Enormous gains for the partner, marginal gains for her. I'd read about it, and I'd read what the old evil sects used to do about it, which was collect women with that physique from all over the world and use them as furnaces. It is not, I would say, a respectable thing to be born with. And she sat there with her arms around her knees looking small, and I understood the entire architecture of her life in one go. Every man who had ever walked up to that girl had been doing arithmetic, including Luo Dong, right now, in the trees, with a pearl in his hand and the Luo clan behind him, who had looked at a princess of a dynasty and seen a resource with a schedule. I sighed. Then I stood up, waited about the right length of time, and said, "Oh dear, Sister Lin, I think I've lost something important. I'll go back and look for it." She was on her feet instantly. "Why don't we go back together in the morning? The spirit beasts are out hunting at night. There might be high-ranking ones." "No, that thing is a bit important to me." I waved and went straight into the trees. I was about 11 seconds into spreading my divine thought to find Luo Dong when a figure appeared in front of me. "Ah? Sha, Sister Lin, what brings you here?" Her face had a mixture of annoyance and helplessness on it. "Oh, you little rascal. How could I let you go out and search on your own? I really don't know whose son you are. You're so stubborn." And she pinched my cheek again. I stood there with a princess's fingers on my face, at Immortal Emperor 9 Heavens, having just walked into the woods on purpose to murder someone. This was not the plan. The plan was to go out alone, remove him, and stroll back. But there was no way around it now. So I adjusted. And I want to be honest about what I did next, because I've never pretended otherwise. I reached up and took her hand, deliberately, in the open, where he could see. Because I wanted him angry, and I wanted him stupid, and there was no faster way to get both. Up in a tree, watching 2 figures walking below, one tall and one very short, holding hands, Luo Dong's eyes had gone somewhere unpleasant. There were vessels standing out across the whites. "Well, kid, since you've chosen to die, don't blame me." His power went off behind me. "Kid!" "Humph," I smiled without turning around. "Got him." He came down out of the tree with lightning crawling all over him and threw everything he had at both of us. I did not move. I did not so much as shift my weight. Lin Rocher, on the other hand, frowned, put her arms out, and made a seal, and the sleeves of her robe moved with a scented wind and deflected the whole thing. "Master Luo Yang, what are you trying to do?" "What do I want to do?" "You'll know soon enough." He flipped his hand, and the immortal binding pearl came out and started turning, and something wrong came off it in waves. "Go." He flicked his finger, and the pearl appeared above our heads, and pale red light came down and pressed us both into place. "How dare you?" Lin Rocher's face changed completely. I watched her go weak all over. The spiritual power in her meridians slowed and thickened and started to seize. She got her hand up and turned it over and produced a jade plaque with a single character on it. "Luo Dong, neither I nor Great Sha will let this rest. If you don't want to receive a decree of war from Great Sha, release us immediately." And Luo Dong looked at that jade plaque, which was an emergency signal to a dynasty, and he wasn't surprised at all. He shrugged. "Please, go ahead." She snapped it. The jade broke, and a divine thought came out of it and tried to tear through space to get a message home. And it couldn't. It went around inside that little bubble, scrabbling at the edges, unable to find a way out. "How so?" "Ha ha ha, don't waste your energy. This immortal trapping pearl was personally refined by Wanchu Old Ancestor. Wanchu Old Ancestor has a profound understanding of the Tao of space, which is far beyond what your generals who only know how to fight can compare to." Her face went a bad color, and then she turned to me, and I watched her make a decision. "I will use some means to send you out of this secret realm in a moment," she said quietly. "After you get out, call my people from the Great Sha dynasty to come in and rescue me." I raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything, because let's be precise about what she just did. She was pinned by an artifact made by an immortal emperor, cut off from her own dynasty, with a man in front of her who had come here specifically to take her body apart for parts, and her plan was to spend her remaining resources getting the lost 5-year-old out first. She'd known me for one day, and then Luo Dong laughed and ruined it. And you damned brat, you're the one Luo clan abandoned 5 years ago. Ah? Lin Ruoshue's head came round, and I smiled and put out 2 fingers. First of all, don't associate me with your damn Luo clan. My surname is Chen, and my name is Chen Tianhao. Secondly, do you really think you've already won? Still being stubborn even when death is imminent. Can't you see the situation clearly? His mouth kept doing something worse and worse. Don't be in such a hurry to die. I'll take your life for Luo clan, but before that, I intend to enjoy what I came for. You shameless beast! Lin Ruoshue was drenched in sweat from the pressure of the pearl. She looked at him with an expression of pure disgust and hauled herself up onto one knee. Little brother Chen, in a moment this thing will lose its effect. Then I'll do my best to keep him occupied. You go out and find someone. She was still doing it. She was pinned and shaking, and she was still working out how to get the child clear. And I was already floating. I put my hand on her shoulder and shook my head. Get some rest. I have an easier way. I smiled at her and let the gold come up, and it came off me and went straight up and pushed the clouds apart over the forest. What? Luo Dong's mouth came open and did not close. You can still use spiritual energy under the immortal binding pearl? I made a puzzled face. Oh, the immortal trapping pearl. You mean this broken pearl? Then I put my hand out, curled my 5 fingers, and pulled the artifact that was suppressing both of us out of the air and into my palm. And with him watching, I crushed it between 2 fingers into dust. I don't like it when you look down at me. Let's change our positions. I vanished and appeared in front of him and put 1 finger on his forehead. There was a sound like something wet giving way, and every meridian in Luo Dong's body came apart at once, and more than 10 years of the Luo clan's absolute best investment went out of him in under a second. He came off his feet backward and went through several dozen trees and stopped when the ground stopped him. He tried to get up. Couldn't. The force hadn't only taken his meridians, it had taken the structure. You actually, he got that far and then couldn't get any more out. Lin Ruoshue had her hand over her mouth and her eyes were shaking. I waved a hand, the space folded, and the 2 of us were standing over him. He got his head up. He tried to lift an arm. That wasn't available anymore. So, I said, are you satisfied with the strength of this discarded pawn of Luo clan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was shaking all over. No, don't kill me, please. I promise I won't tell anyone what happened today. I raised my eyebrows at him. What do you mean, not tell anyone? Do you think I'm afraid of your Luo clan finding out? And then I let the temperature go out of my voice. It doesn't matter. Let me tell you something. I, Chen Tianhao, will visit your Luo clan before I come of age. And for now, I'll start by collecting a little interest from you. Then I put out my hand and pinched my finger and thumb together loosely and started compressing the spiritual energy of the entire region into the gap. A golden pill formed between my fingers. Go, I flicked it into his chest. What did you do to me? He was scrabbling around inside himself, trying to find it, which was hopeless because I'd taken his ability to sense anything about 5 minutes earlier. I crouched down and patted him on the shoulder. I, Chen Tianhao, am not a murderer. My mother, Chen Ruolan, taught me from a young age to be kind. I want you to hold on to that sentence. So don't say I didn't give you a chance. This golden core I put in you will give you temporary power. It will also blow you into ash. Pause. Run now. If you're fast enough, you can get your old ancestor to take it out for you. Okay. He was up and moving before I finished. He got his feet under him somehow, swallowed everything on his face, and ran flat out for the edge of the realm. After he was gone, Lin Ruoshue frowned. Little, Chen Tianhao, if you let him go like that, it might bring trouble to you and the Chen family. She was worried. About me. 10 minutes after being nearly disassembled. I chuckled and waved at her. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Luo Dong was going through the jungle at speed with his eyes red and his face full of something rotten. Chen Tianhao, you just wait. When I return to my clan, I will make all the old ancestors of the Luo clan raze your Chen family to the ground. I will make your Chen family bleed into the dirt. I'm going to personally break every bone in your body. And I stood in the clearing and held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. And I snapped my fingers. The sound was very small and very clean, and it carried an extremely long way. Then the entire secret realm shook. Birds went up off the whole forest at once. At the center of the blast, where a young master of the Luo clan had been running and making promises about my family 4 seconds earlier, there was a crater, and a Qin Kun bag lying in it. I turned to Lin Ruoxue, who was staring, and smiled. Heh, just kidding. Actually, I rarely listened to my mom. Even if you ran your absolute fastest, you were always going to be blown to pieces. She just looked at me. I flicked my sleeve and moved us both over to the crater. The ground was black for 100 feet, and there was a pit in the middle about 10 feet deep. I picked up the bag, wiped the divine thought seal off it without effort, and put it away. And she stood there in the scorched grass, not knowing what to say, for quite a while. You are actually the Chen family's divine child from 5 years ago. What divine child? He was just born with a slightly higher realm, and, well, he made a lot of noise. I waved it off modestly. She pressed her lips together and looked at me sideways. Then tell me the truth. Was it you who caused all that thunder and lightning and disturbed the peace of the entire secret realm? I went red, actually red, and coughed. Sigh. I never expected that a simple little immortal emperor peak lightning tribulation would cause such a commotion again. It's just a pity that heaven is jealous of talent. She looked at the sky for a moment and gave up. Then, quietly, she did the arithmetic. The Chen family's divine child in front of her was at immortal emperor peak. At that realm, he could walk into most sects on the continent and be handed a grand elder's seat. Even in the super sects and the ancient aristocratic families, he'd be core. And he was 5. She tried to imagine what I'd be at 18 and could not get the number to sit still. Then she caught herself looking at my face and thinking about what it would look like grown and went pink about it, which I noticed and filed away and did not comment on, because I have some sense of self-preservation. What's wrong, Sister Lin? It's all right. It's all right. Now that everything's been resolved, let's go. Good. We flew back toward the camp, and about halfway there, I decided to tell her because it seemed worse not to. Sister Lin, do you know what life chi is? What's wrong? When you came after me, I could have sent you back, but then I felt that having you around would provoke Luo Dong better. So you used me as bait. I didn't say anything, because that was exactly correct, and I wasn't going to insult her by dressing it up. She looked at me for a second, and then she covered her mouth and laughed. Don't worry, I'm not that small. And I want to note something here, because it landed on me harder than I expected. I had used her, openly, as a lure in a plan where she could very easily have died if I'd been slower or wrong. And she had spent that same evening arranging to spend her last resources getting me out first. So that means, sister, you don't have any life chi about it? Not only do I not have life chi, I want to thank you for helping me get rid of a problem. That's good. And I meant that one, actually. That was the first fully sincere thing I'd said to her all day. Behind me, she took a long look at the back of my head and thought something I only heard because I was still spread out over 30 miles and hadn't reeled in. The rumors about the Chen family Qilin possibly being a great emperor reincarnated didn't seem so ridiculous now. Never mind the talent, the composure, the way he speaks. How many people in the younger generation get anywhere near that? We got back to camp about 15 minutes later, and everyone there was pacing. Sister Lin, there was a really loud explosion just now. We were all so worried about you two. Yes, thankfully you're both all right. She comforted them all, and then glanced sideways at me. I was standing there with an innocent look on my face, playing stupid at full power. She sighed. I went and sat cross-legged on a rock and started regulating my breathing because I'd gone up several major realms in one evening and the body needed to catch up with the account balance. There's a faster way to do it, actually. The fastest way to settle a sudden surge is a proper fight, a real one at the edge. I genuinely wanted one. I'd wanted one all day, and at my strength, there was no longer anyone available. Not among my peers, obviously, but also not among the immortal Emperor peak experts of the entire domain, because none of them would let me open up all the way. Alas, I said to nobody, being invincible is also a kind of loneliness. Then a scented wind arrived. I opened my eyes, and Lin Ruo Xue was crouched down in front of me with her chin on her hands, looking at me with an expression of profound resignation. The moon was doing something to her hair. I'll admit I stared for a second. There are a lot of beautiful women in the Chen clan, because this world runs on spiritual energy, and it does something to everyone's face. But she was the most striking person I had seen since being born. She noticed me noticing, and looked down and went pink again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I got hold of myself and looked at her with open admiration. I wonder who's lucky enough to marry Sister Lin. Her face got worse. You're so young, and you already know how to flirt with girls? You deserve a beating. I have serious business to discuss with you. I straightened up immediately, because when a princess says she has serious business, you sit still. And what she said next was the reason I liked her. Although you have the bloodline of the Luo clan, you grew up in the Chen family, so you may not understand the Luo clan. The Luo Dong you killed today wasn't one of the top people in the Luo clan, but he was still a direct descendant. She paused and checked my face for a reaction. There wasn't one. As you know, although the Luo clan is not an ancient aristocratic family, it still has a long history. The old ancestors in the clan are extremely conservative, and they value bloodline very highly. Correct. Those old men have braids down the back of their heads so thick you could climb them. And Luo Wanqiu is worse than most. Luo Dong was from her lineage. He died in this secret realm, and she will absolutely not let it go. I curled my lip. What can she do if she's unwilling? At worst, I'll go out and slap her to death too. She shook her head helplessly. Even if you have extraordinary abilities and could kill Luo Wanqiu with a single slap, have you considered that the moment she dies, Luo clan's true power descends instantly? What will you do then? And I stopped being flippant, because she was right and she'd thought about it, and I hadn't. Luo clan's true power means Saint Realm. Their legacy is long. Besides Luo Wanqiu and the other immortal emperor old ancestors, there is the current clan chief who is a real, healthy saint in his prime. And nobody knows how many old monsters are still sitting in seclusion in there. Those are the actual reason the Luo clan gets to stand where it stands. Now, personally, I wasn't worried. I had a system. If they came, I'd deal with it. Let them lock on to me. I had ways to be somewhere else. But she wasn't talking about me. Even if I survived by every means available at the last second, it would land on the Chen family behind me. Being targeted myself is a minor issue. The rest of my family cannot fight back. That's the whole point. That's why my mother got treated the way she did in the first place. And I sat there and frowned at a fire. Lin Ruo Xue watched me think about it, and then she smiled slightly and raised her hand. A jade pendant appeared in it. This is a spirit treasure my father gave me. It can conceal your secrets. Even Luo Wanqiu won't be able to detect you, and she flicked it over to me. I caught it. It was still warm. I looked at it, and then at her, and started to say something. No need to say more, she cut me off. You didn't only get rid of Luo Dong for me, and, she stopped and bit her lip and clearly hated the next part, and my great Xia dynasty, actually. Oh, and that word came out of me colder than I meant. Because the second she said great Xia dynasty, I was 5 years old again in a hall at dawn, watching a general with a scar across his face, checking his arms and saying, mortal son, about me, and my mother lowering her head. Sister Lin, our friendship inside this secret realm is a personal thing. As for the great Xia dynasty, I, Chen Tianhao, have no goodwill whatsoever. Let me make this clear. If I ever encounter General Gu Tao of your dynasty anywhere, I will make him pay the price for insulting my mother and bullying my people. She looked helpless. Actually, my father was also instigated by treacherous people. And I let it drop because I liked her regardless, and because it wasn't hers. There were 3 days left on the trial, and I spent them with her group because there was no longer any reason to hide. I stopped holding back at all. divine might on full display in a children's trial for 3 days. On the last day, we went after a giant ape the size of a small mountain at Immortal King Peak, and it stood there hammering its chest and roaring at the sky, and the sound of it was like something rolling downhill. Lin Ruoxue and the others got behind a boulder to watch, and below the ape stood a figure in white, not as thick as one of its toes, entirely unbothered. I looked up at it with mild irritation and picked at my ear. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Then I went up and slapped it. It came off the ground and went through several small mountains, and about half of its head stopped being where it was supposed to be, and it lay there making a noise. My God, that bloodline. Is this the legendary ancient sacred body? This trip has truly broadened my horizons. It was definitely worthwhile. Big brother, you're 10 years older than him. So what? Whoever has the power is the boss. That's what my dad told me. Your father is quite right. I stood in the air with my hair going everywhere and put out my right hand and hooked my fingers at a mountain below. And the mountain came up out of the ground, and I dropped it on the ape. It went to spirit light, and this time the light was clean and bright, several grades above anything else in the realm. Then I waved my hand and turned all of it into golden cores and sent them out to everyone who'd been watching from behind the rock. Thank you so much. I'm definitely telling my father when I get back. My clan must form a marriage alliance with your Chen family. Yes, I'd be willing to marry into your family. Which, given that I was 5, felt premature. Then I opened my palm and there was one more core in it, brighter than the rest. This one was specially reserved for you. Combined with the ones you got before, it should be enough to break you through to Soul Transformation, 8th level. Lin Ruoxue looked at it, went slightly pink, and took it because she genuinely did need it. Thanks. Why be so polite? I cut her off. If it weren't for the crowd and the noise, I'd have swept this whole secret realm and the pills would all be yours. All of yours. And then the realm started shaking and rifts opened everywhere. It's over. She turned to me and her teeth caught her lip and she hesitated and then said, Chen Tianhao, when you grow up, will you come to the Great Xia dynasty to find your sister? I was, briefly, stumped. Then I recovered and scratched my head and played dumb. What do you want, Sister Lin? I'll tell you when you get there. Her face was doing something, and then she blinked at me, fast, and moved on. Then I'll go out first. You set off when there are more people around. Remember to use the treasure I gave you. Don't reveal anything. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry. I nodded and watched them all go. The rest of the group thanked me enormously on their way out. Following me around for 3 days had been, in their words, extremely profitable garbage collection. And right at the edge, before she stepped into the rift, Lin Ruoxue turned around and looked back at me one more time. I was standing there with my hands behind my back, 5 years old, with 2 strands of hair moving on my forehead. She said later that even though my face was clearly a child's, standing there, it made you feel that I was the thing this world belonged to. Take care of yourself. And she went. Then I stopped playing. I sent out a divine thought, folded the space, and reappeared hundreds of miles away in the realm. Put 2 fingers together and cut a rift straight into the void. Went in. Inside the passage, I pulled out the jade pendant Lin Ruoxue had given me and let it drink my power, and a soft light came up and wrapped around me. I think that way, even that old geezer Luo Wanshou won't be able to find me. Then I put my head down and went at maximum and left a golden afterimage in a spatial corridor, and came out into daylight outside the secret realm. Luo Wanshou was standing 40 meters away, leaning on her cane, with her divine thoughts spread across the whole area, going through every single child that came out one at a time, looking for a face. She'd been standing there for hours doing that. She'd made her decision before I ever went in. The moment the secret realm closed, she would take action, and it would be over quickly. I walked out through her divine thought. She never so much as twitched. I stood there for a second and looked at the woman who had argued for killing me before I was born, and who had spent an entire afternoon planning to do it again, and who could not see me from 12 meters away because a 16-year-old girl had given me a piece of jade. Murderous intent came up in me, and I put it down. Humph, I said quietly. You old bastard. We'll settle the score with Luo clan someday. Then I got on my crane and left the world. Behind me, Luo Wanshou kept scanning, and found nothing. Perhaps he died inside. Oh well. That's it. That's the whole eulogy she gave me. She had never taken me seriously for 1 second. In her view, I was an ant, and ants dying is not information. She'd have preferred it. But you can't force these things, and she stood there waiting for Luo Dong, who was not coming. Meanwhile, the two great Xia generals were getting nervous about their princess. Why hasn't the princess come out? Could something have happened? Absolutely not. Princess possesses a spirit treasure bestowed by His Majesty. She will not be helpless, even against an immortal emperor. And Luo Wanqiu heard that, and something moved in her eyes, and she put it away fast. Then she smiled. Generals, you can rest assured. My clan's pride, Luo Dong, is among them. He will surely ensure the safety of your dynasty's princess. Which is a genuinely magnificent sentence in hindsight. Yes, I had long heard of young Master Luo Dong. And then Lin Ruoxue walked out. Both generals went straight to her. Is the princess injured? She smiled and shook her head. Not only was I unharmed, I gained a great deal from this secret realm, enough to complete a breakthrough. That's wonderful. And Luo Wanqiu, standing to one side, smiled at her. Princess, your highness, Luo Dong has not yet appeared. Could it be that he obtained the greatest legacy inside and is digesting it? And Lin Ruoxue did not answer her, did not look at her, did not acknowledge that a person had spoken. She turned to her generals and said, "Let's return to the capital," and turned into light and left. The two generals were slightly baffled by that, but she was the princess, so they smiled awkwardly at Luo Wanqiu, made their excuses, and went after her. And the smile came off that old woman's face like a sheet. She waited, and the secret realm emptied out completely, and Luo Dong did not come out. She was just starting to feel that something was wrong when a divine thought came down out of the sky. Luo Wanqiu, a blurred figure, another immortal emperor from her own lineage. How could you? You can't even keep an eye on a junior? How could something like this happen in a place like that? Her face changed. What's the meaning? Humph. You still don't know? Luo Dong's soul lamp has gone out. He's been killed. What? And the spiritual energy of the entire region went insane, and thunder started up in a clear sky, and Luo Wanqiu tore a hole in the world with one withered hand and went through it. She came out inside the collapsing secret realm and swept it with her divine thought until she found the crater. And she stood over the last traces of Luo Dong's aura, and her face went somewhere that I would have paid money to see. Who? There were still a few loose cultivators hanging around outside hoping to sneak in and pick over the leftovers. They all heard a roar come out of the ground, then thunder, like something in the sky had personally taken offense, and then the entire secret realm collapsed. The caves that had stood in that forest went to rubble, and the way in stopped existing. And Luo Wanqiu came up out of it and swept her gaze across every single person standing there, and a child's face flashed through her mind. Cold eyes at the entrance, looking back. Could it really be that kid? And then, this is the part I love, she talked herself out of it. Absolutely impossible. Luo Dong is a top performer even within Luo clan. How could he be killed by an unknown kid? Just kidding. Luo Dong might not be the most direct of the direct descendants, but he is not somebody who can be bullied by anyone off the street. And so an old ancestor of the Luo clan stood in the wreckage of a saint's tomb, having correctly identified her nephew's killer inside 4 seconds, and threw the answer away because it was insulting. Then she turned and looked in the direction the great Xia dynasty had gone. The Shenzhou was long out of sight, and I watched, from a very long way off, the exact moment where an old woman decided that a 16-year-old girl had murdered her nephew. Because look at it from inside her head. Luo Dong was hers. She was close to him. She knew perfectly well what he was like, and what he wanted, and where he'd gone. She had personally forged the immortal binding pearl that he took in there. She knew what the plan was. She had helped equip it. And now the boy was dead, and the girl had come out unharmed and had refused to speak to her. No matter the reason. Even the great Xia dynasty cannot kill my Luo clan disciples for nothing. So she snorted, ignored the Luo clan chariots entirely, and went after a dynasty's flagship on foot. I mentioned before that Luo Wanqiu had a deep understanding of spatial manipulation. She crossed thousands of miles in the time it takes to decide to, and on the deck of the great Xia Shenzhou, Lin Ruoxue was standing at the very front with the sea of clouds going past, stroking her hair back, and thinking about a small boy standing with his hands behind his back at the end of a collapsing world. That image had gone in and set. Her two generals looked at each other. Then one of them came forward, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "Princess, you seemed a bit off after coming out of the secret realm. What happened inside?" She shook her head and told them nothing. And then the sky over the great Shah divine ship went black, and thunder started rolling. A bolt as thick as an arm came down out of the clouds at the ship. "How dare you!" Both generals went up at once. The first one flipped his hand, and a long golden spear came into it. "God of war, gun!" He met the lightning with it like an angry dragon and shattered the thing, and then stood there in the air looking at the empty void ahead with his face completely cold. And Luo Wanchu stepped out of it and landed on the deck of a dynasty's flagship. "Senior Luo?" Both of them started confused, then, quickly, went unfriendly. "Senior Luo, what is the meaning of this? Our dynasty and your Luo clan have been on good terms for generations. Why did you attack our great Shah divine ship without cause?" And Luo Wanchu, who had just thrown a lightning bolt at a princess's transport, bent at the waist and lowered her voice and made her face unreadable, because the great Shah dynasty was famous and had to be given a certain amount of room. "Please forgive me, both of you. It is only because Luo Dong of my Luo clan was murdered in the secret realm that I have been so offended." "What?" Both of them were genuinely shocked, twice over. First, that anybody in that trial could kill Luo Dong. Second, that anybody would dare. And Lin Ruoshue's face didn't move at all, which was, of course, the worst thing she could have done. Luo Wancho saw that stillness and knew, immediately and completely, that whatever else was true, this girl knew. So she turned to her and forced out a smile. "May I ask, Princess, who killed my clansman, Luo Dong?" "I don't know." Flat, no pause, no opening. "How could you not know? Luo Dong's feelings for you. He admired you and would definitely seek you out after entering the secret realm. How could you not know that?" And Lin Ruoshue laughed at her, not a polite laugh, a short, cold one, and then turned back around and looked at the clouds. And that was the moment where an old ancestor of the Luo clan reached out to take hold of the human emperor's eldest daughter by the arm. "Humph!" A cold snort, and her hands stopped in midair, because both generals had their spears down and level and pointed at her, and every trace of politeness in either of them was gone. "Senior Luo, we both respectfully address you as an old ancestor of the Luo clan, but don't forget, our princess is the eldest daughter of His Majesty the Emperor. We too are ordered to protect her." And the second one, slowly. "Furthermore, our orders were that if anyone threatened the princess's safety, they should be killed on the spot. No matter who it is." Then he let the whole weight of Immortal Emperor out and stood there, ready. And every cabin on that ship opened, and golden armored warriors came out onto the deck. Luo Wancho looked around at all of it and did the arithmetic, and I have to admit, the arithmetic was not encouraging for her. Individually, either general was weaker than she was. Together, she gains nothing. And the great Shah divine ship is itself a treasure of the dynasty, and nobody outside the imperial family knows what it does. If it really came to it, she might not get a fair outcome. She might not get out at all. So she abandoned the whole idea and produced a dry little laugh. "As people get older, their tempers become more eccentric. I didn't mean anything by it, Princess. Please don't take offense." And Lin Ruoshue turned around, expressionless, and opened her mouth. Fortunately, Senior Luo didn't act impulsively just now. Otherwise, your Luo clan could just wait for my great Shah dynasty to declare war. Then she paused. Moreover, when did Luo clan become so domineering and unreasonable, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement? No wonder Luo Dong ended up like this. And Luo Wancho's face went completely dark, because that last line landed exactly where it was aimed. She stopped pretending. "Princess Xia, I will ask one last time. How did Luo Dong of my clan die? He was, after all, a direct descendant. If he was killed, who killed him? If you do not answer now, I fear that my lineage's saint will personally drive the sky-piercing war chariot to your great Xia to demand an explanation." Lin Ruoshue snorted, and her eyes went cold, because she genuinely loathed what the Luo clan had become, and she'd been holding it in for a whole afternoon. "Then you should try it. Can you represent Luo clan and wage war against my great Shah? You Luo clan are really arrogant now, daring to bully my great Shah. You bully the weak. You are blind and mistake a gem for a stone. And you still dare to speak so shamelessly. And then she delivered the line that I would have paid real money to hear in person. Let me tell you, I know exactly who is responsible for Luo Dong's death, and I will absolutely not tell you. Generals, present! See our visitor out. Both spears came up. Please. Luo Wancho's face went the color of ash. She had come here to threaten a girl and had been told in order that her clan was a bully, that they were blind, that they were shameless, that Luo Dong had earned it, and that the answer existed and was being withheld deliberately. She had nothing. So she snorted and left. This matter will absolutely not be left unresolved. I will remember this humiliation. And the space folded, and she was gone. The two generals brought their power down slowly and stood there. What kind of thing is this, daring to disrespect the princess on the Shenzhou? Princess's words just now were truly eloquent. This Luo clan has become increasingly outrageous in recent years, really thinking they're the overlord of the ancient immortal domain. Over the years, the saint has not been prominent in Luo clan. It has been old ancestors like Luo Wancho who have been in charge, and the current clan chief and young clan leader are both from her lineage. They're used to being domineering. Then they both glanced at their princess, because neither of them had expected her to be connected to this at all. Finally, one of them worked up the nerve. Princess, did you kill Luo Dong? And Lin Ruoxue shook her head, and a small boy came back into her mind, and she smiled. Luo Dong was killed by Chen Tianhao. Both of them blinked. Chen Tianhao. His surname is Chen, so he's from the Chen family? But the younger generation of the Chen family is so… And then they both stopped at the same time, and their faces changed, and they said it together. 5 years ago, because they'd been there. Not personally, but their dynasty had. Their emperor had gone in person and come home in a rage that had cost General Gu Tao his career, and the reason had been a divine child born to the Chen family with 4 heavenly phenomena and an innate true immortal realm. The Chen family's divine child was born at innate true immortal. So now it's probably not. They looked at each other and could not finish the sentence. And Lin Ruoxue turned and looked at both of them and said gently, Chen Tianhao is far more powerful than you two think. Let's speed things up, in case Luo clan resorts to desperate measures. Yes, and the great Shah divine ship put on speed and disappeared into the sky. I got home before any of that finished, actually, and when my foot touched the ground inside the Chen clan, I deliberately let Immortal Emperor peek out across the whole estate, because I am, in the end, 5 years old. The young clan leader is back. Oh my god, I'm not seeing things. The young clan leader has actually reached this realm. The entire clan came out and stood there staring at a child who had been gone for under half a month. My great-grandfather appeared, and his old face fell apart. Little fellow, in just half a month you've already surpassed this old man. You truly are a prodigy. I laughed. And then I turned and looked at the back mountain and stopped laughing, because I could feel it from where I stood, and it had gotten worse. Substantially worse. In 15 days. Whatever was under that array was going to be out sooner than I'd estimated. Grandpa, I said, please gather the senior members of our Chen family for me. I have something to say. Okay, he said it instantly. No question, no hesitation, nothing. Because at that point, I was the strongest person in the entire Chen family, and if I had asked to take over the clan that afternoon, that old man would have handed it to me and gone to lunch. I want to pause here and tell you what was happening at the other end of the continent, because it happened at almost exactly the same hour, and I only learned about it later. Inside Luo clan, in a hall called Wanchu Hall, an old woman was sitting on a throne with a face like a closed door. 2 figures in black robes came out of the shadows and knelt. How's your investigation going? Luo Dong had no grudges with anyone, but, reporting to Old Ancestor, while investigating the Eastern Ancient Desolate Immortal Realm, your 2 subordinates heard about a strange thing. The Eastern Ancient Desolate Immortal Realm? Isn't that the territory of the Great Shah dynasty? What's going on? Rumor has it that 5 years ago, numerous strange phenomena appeared in the eastern region all in one day, and… What's wrong with you two? You're stammering. Speak up. Yes, and the place where the phenomena appeared was the Chen family. It is said that 5 years ago a divine child was born there. On the day of his birth, a golden lotus bloomed in a sea of suffering. A map of mountains and rivers appeared, and even a phenomenon like Immortal King descends upon the 9 heavens. What? She was off the throne and standing in front of them before either of them saw her move. Immortal king descends upon the 9 heavens is a phenomenon that only an ancient sacred body can produce. That's right. The Chen family's divine child is indeed an ancient sacred body, and on the day of his birth, he was born into the innate, true, immortal realm. And Luo Wancho went down. Actually went down. Her legs stopped working, and the 2 men in black caught her before she hit the floor. Then, out loud, to a room with only 2 servants in it, an innate, true, immortal, ancient, sacred body. Even if he doesn't become an emperor, he'll be a peak saint king at the absolute minimum. If this child were born in Luo clan, how could Luo clan not prosper? There would be another ancient aristocratic family on the entire continent. And she had driven him out. She had personally spoken in favor of it. She had stood in the room and made the case. I have thought about that scene a lot. That woman had spent 5 years never once wondering about it, and then spent about 40 seconds getting the full account, and I am told she wanted to hit herself in the face. Then she waved her sleeve and took them both through space, straight to a palace called Longwei Gong. And there, sitting in a chair looking at a file, was Feng Longwei. Tall, handsome, resolute-faced, my father. I want to note that I had never seen this man. I still hadn't. Everything I knew about him was a voice through a wall telling my mother that permission was granted. Old ancestor, please have a seat. What brings you here? He got up and went to help her to a chair, because in terms of raw power he was above her, but in terms of seniority she was above him, and he was scrupulous about it. She waved him off. I'm not sitting. You two, repeat what you just told me. Don't miss a single word. They did, and at first he barely listened, because it was about the Chen clan, and he'd stopped caring about the Chen clan the day he signed the paper. Then he started to listen, and by the end his face had emptied out. Absolutely impossible. He was on his feet. I personally investigated. The child in Chun Ruolan's womb showed no spiritual fluctuation, and its foundation was damaged. It will never achieve soul transformation in this lifetime, let alone the innate, true, immortal realm, let alone an ancient sacred body. Then he snorted, and let out Immortal Emperor 9 heavens, and pinned both servants flat to the floor. You two, do you know what happens to people who spout nonsense in front of me? Young clan leader, we would never dare. Yes, young clan leader, everything is true. You can investigate it yourself. And he stood there. I want to be precise about this, because it's the part that matters. He wasn't angry that they had lied. He knew inside about 4 seconds that they hadn't. He was angry because he had personally checked. He had gone and looked at his own unborn son with his own senses and come away certain, and he had made a decision on the strength of that certainty. And the decision had turned out to be the most expensive mistake in the history of his clan. His eyes started moving around the room, and something crossed his face that I have to call regret, because there isn't a better word. And then a soft hum came from behind the hall, and a woman walked in. Light purple silk, slender, graceful, absolutely beautiful in the way that families arrange. Xu Fenghua, the wife. So it's Xu Fenghua who's here. I have met the old ancestor. She bowed to Luo Wancho, then looked at my father and said, in a perfectly level voice, they've only heard about it. It's also possible that Chen clan made up a lie just to get back face. And I want you to appreciate the speed of that. She'd been in the room for 4 seconds. She'd heard about 10 words of context. And her first contribution was that my mother's family had invented a 100,000-year physique for publicity. Feng Longwei sighed and walked away from her. If it's a lie, that's fine, but what if it's true? Something crossed Xu Fenghua's face and got put away, and then she stepped forward and took his arm and made her voice soft. Longwei, I know you still feel guilty toward Cixin. Otherwise, we could send someone to bring them back to Luo clan. That child also carries my Luo clan's bloodline. Isn't this simply a matter of tracing one's roots and returning to one's origin? His eyes lit up instantly. Old ancestor, Fenghua's method works, and Luo Wanqiu, to her credit, was the only realist in the room. You're thinking too simply, let alone whether that child is willing to come back. Chen Ruolan probably won't let go so easily. A little Chen clan? Taking back my Luo clan's concubine is a favor to them, Xu Fenghua snorted. If they don't want to, then we'll raze them to the ground. Because to her, my mother's entire family was an ant. Chen clan is certainly not a threat, said Luo Wanqiu. But think about where Chen clan is located. The eastern ancient desolate immortal realm, Great Xia Dynasty. That's right. If this is true, the Emperor of Great Xia definitely knows, and he will stand against us in order to win that child over. And both of them went quiet, because that was correct. A small Chen clan is nothing. Wherever the chariots pass, only ruins remain. But I was a genuine treasure, and the Emperor would inevitably want me. And if the Luo clan came in with force, all they'd accomplish was to push me somewhere else permanently. Not worth the risk. Then Xu Fenghua's face changed again, and she took his arm again and offered him a better idea. Long Wei. Even if that child doesn't want to come back, there's no need to worry. With Chen in Luo clan will definitely prosper. And at that name, the worry came off my father like a coat. That's right, Luo Wanqiu agreed, nodding. On the day Chen was born, there were also unusual phenomena. And Chen physique, father, mother, old ancestor, a voice from the doorway, young and very calm. And starlight came across the clouds outside and went straight into the hall. And when it faded, there was a boy standing there. Blue robes, fair skin, sharp brows, and a quality to him that I can only describe as expensive, like light had been applied to him on purpose, and his eyes were the strange part. His eyes were deep the way the night sky is deep, with actual starlight moving around in them. Feng Chen, my younger brother, the legitimate son, the future hope of the Luo clan, born a few days after me, into everything I was thrown out of. Chen is back? My father's whole face changed when he looked at that boy. Every bit of the stiffness went out of it. He put his hand on Feng Chen's head. Next month is the Immortal Palace competition. Your father will personally accompany you. Good. You should go back and cultivate. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. You must not slack off. Your parents still have things to discuss with the old ancestor. Feng Chen nodded, bowed to Luo Wanqiu, said, "Old ancestor, Chen takes her leave," and went. Polite, contained, obedient. Not one wasted motion. With humility like that, Luo Wanqiu said, satisfied, Chen will surely reach the pinnacle. Xu Fenghua's face went up like a lantern, and then, as soon as the old woman was out of the building, that face came off. You're still thinking about Chen Ruolan? As soon as you heard the abandoned child has talent, you immediately became interested, didn't you? You want to bring them back? Feng Longwei sighed, and here is the sentence that came out of him. I want to give it to you exactly. After all, he is also my child, Feng Longwei's child. The bloodline of Luo clan flows in his veins. If he is truly exceptionally talented, it would be a good thing for Luo clan if we could win him back with a little favor. Win him back with a little favor. I want you to sit with that one for a second. Not, I did something unforgivable to a woman who saved my life. Not, I threw away my own son on a piece of paper. A little favor. Like buying back a horse you'd sold cheap. Xu Fenghua got angrier. I refuse to believe that he can be more capable than our Chen. Actually, I'm also very skeptical. Not only did the holy doctor from Medicine God Valley say it, I examined him personally. The bone structure was damaged. How could it possibly be? Never mind, we'll know next month. And that is how I got entered into the Immortal Palace competition without being told. Now, the other thing that happened that month happened in the Great Xia Dynasty, and I enjoyed it enormously. Lin Ruoxue went home and reported to her father. She gave him the first half of the trip and left me out of it entirely because she was still trying to work out how to bring me up. But she told him about Luo Dong. And the human emperor came out of his chair, and a dragon's roar went through the whole palace and shattered the table in front of him. How dare Luo clan do this? Now, before you get warm about that, understand it. His daughter was very nearly taken apart by a Luo clan direct descendant, and the correct emotion was available to him, and he had it. Guards, draft an imperial edict. I demand an explanation from Luo clan. Your Majesty. Father, two voices at once. The first was a woman coming into the hall in a long pink dress with an enormous amount of jewelry on her, moving very well. Mei Li, his favorite concubine. She went straight to him and put her hand on his chest. Your Majesty, why are you so angry? Humph, Luo clan has gone too far. They laid a hand on my daughter. What's the difference between that and a declaration of war? Your Majesty, you must not act rashly. Although the Luo clan is not an ancient aristocratic family, it has a deep foundation. If war breaks out, it will not be good for my great Xia dynasty. Humph, does my great Xia dynasty fear Luo clan? And then Linruo Xue came forward and said the thing that stopped it. Father, please calm your anger. You are incredibly brave, and our dynasty has a large army. We do not fear Luo clan. But once war breaks out, the entire ancient immortal domain will be thrown into turmoil. I do not want to see such a scene. And he sat back down, because she was right. Here's the shape of the board, incidentally, and it's worth knowing. The ancient immortal domain is divided into 4 regions. Great Xia holds the east. Luo clan holds the north. 2 other powers hold the southwest between them. If Great Xia and Luo clan go to war, the other 2 sit and watch. And whoever wins, wins with nothing left. And then the spectators come in and split the survivor between them. That is why nothing ever happens. He breathed out for a long time. Even so, I cannot swallow this insult. I hereby issue an edict to punish Luo clan and order them to hand over Luo Dong to settle this matter. Linruo Xue opened her mouth, and Mei Li got there first. Your Majesty, our 2 clans have been on good terms for generations. Why provoke Luo clan over such a trivial matter? And Linruo Xue's face went very still. A small matter? Of course it's a small matter. Luo Dong is just infatuated with her. In my opinion, Your Majesty, why don't you just let Ruo Xue marry Luo Dong? It would strengthen the relationship between our dynasties, and it would solve Ruo Xue's marriage problem. She's almost of marriageable age. I want to be extremely clear about what was just proposed in that room. A man had trapped that girl inside a sealed realm with an artifact built to hold an immortal emperor, specifically so that he could take her apart for what her body was worth. And the imperial concubine's suggestion was that they should marry her to him. The emperor frowned. What are you saying? You want me to marry Ruo Xue to that kind of scum? What great things can a man do who is greedy and will do anything to get what he wants? Absolutely not. We're not interested in Luo Dong personally, but he's a direct descendant and will inevitably hold power in Luo clan in the future. Anyway, women all have to get married. What we're interested in is simply his position. She said it casually, like a scheduling matter. The emperor frowned again and started to speak, and his daughter beat him to it, in the calmest voice in the room. If Consult Hua has taken a fancy to Luo Dong, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Pause. Because he is already dead. What? Both of them at once. How did you kill him? As far as I know, Luo Dong was one of the best of the younger generation of Luo clan. And Linruo Xue smiled, and a small boy came into her mind again. Chen Tianhao saved me. Chen Tianhao? The emperor looked blank for about 2 seconds, and then his whole face changed. Could it be the divine child from the Chen family 5 years ago? Yes, it's him. If he made a move, then it's normal for Luo Dong to die. He has been an innate true immortal since the day he was born. According to that physique, has he reached the immortal king level by now? Ruo Xue didn't know his cultivation before, only that he triggered an extremely powerful lightning tribulation inside the secret realm, and when he reappeared, he was already at Immortal Emperor, peak. Ah? Both of them, and the Emperor's pupils blew open. Ruo Xue, do you know that according to the timeline, Chen Tianhao is only 5 years old this year? I know, he is indeed still a child. And the Emperor sat with that. I don't believe it, Mei Li whispered, which was a mistake. Because the human Emperor turned around and looked at her, and every bit of the affection came off him. Humph. It was you who made me break off my engagement with Chen clan. I didn't want to go through all that trouble. But you took it upon yourself to send your cousin to Chen clan to show off. Now my great Xia dynasty has lost such a gem. What is your punishment? And there it was. The whole chain, out loud, in front of witnesses. Not the Emperor's decision. Hers. The dragon aura came up off him, and his robe started moving with no wind, and the space in the hall began to bend. Your Majesty! She went straight down on her knees, white to the lips. Where is General Gu Tao? Tell him to get over here. And that roar went through every corridor of the heavenly palace. Gu Tao came in fast with his face already wrong. Your Majesty, die. And the Emperor of Great Xia hit him with an open hand. The space in the hall broke, and the handprint turned into a golden dragon on the way, and it opened its mouth, and General Gu Tao of the Great Xia dynasty, an immortal emperor, stopped existing between one syllable and the next. Not just the body, the divine soul with it. Annihilated. Mei Li's legs went, and she folded onto the floor. Now, I want to say something about that, because I made a promise about that man. I told Lin Ruoxue in a forest that if I ever met General Gu Tao anywhere, I would make him pay for insulting my mother and bullying my people. I meant it completely, and I had every intention of doing it personally. I never got to. The man who ordered the insult in the first place, the human emperor of the great Xia dynasty, killed him with one hand for costing him a business opportunity. Not for what he did to my mother, for the loss. That's who Gu Tao worked for. He walked into my family's hall and sneered at a pregnant woman on behalf of a man who erased him 5 years later without standing up. I didn't need to do a thing. I just needed to be worth more than he was. You should also go back and reflect on your actions, the emperor said, looking down at Mei Li. You are not to leave the palace without my order. Yes, 2 golden guards took her out. Extremely respectfully, incidentally. So respectfully, it was practically an apology, because that is how those things work when the person is out of favor, but not out of the building. And she went back to her own palace, and the second the doors shut, she turned around and snorted with pure hatred in her eyes. Her 2 maids came running. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Who could possibly offend you in this court? His Majesty has made me reflect on my actions for such a trivial matter. How can I not repent? What? His Majesty made you repent? Ever since you gave birth to the little princess, His Majesty has always been so accommodating. Why is it like this? All right, where's Xiao Wan? And that is how I met my fiancé. A voice came from outside like a small silver bell. Why are you 2 standing here? And a girl came into the hall at a run, barefoot, stepping on the void, 5 or 6 years old, with her hair in 2 thick black ponytails going up and down as she moved. Long eyelashes, bright, lively eyes, and when she smiled, you got 2 small tiger teeth and 2 dimples, and honestly, the effect was devastating. Lin Wanru, the youngest princess of the great Xia dynasty, the one who broke off the engagement with me, or rather, whose mother did it on her behalf while she was still an infant. Legend says that on the day she was born, purple qi appeared over the great Xia dynasty and stretched for miles. Mother, she jumped straight into Mei Li's arms. Mother, why have we changed our guards? Why aren't they the same 2 as before? Mei Li sighed, patted her head, and explained. Mother, I'll go to father and plead for you. He'll definitely listen to me. Never mind. Your father is truly furious this time. Your mother just can't go out. There's no need. Then, snorting, you don't need to mention your older sister. She's been a thorn in my side for a long time. This time, it's all that damned brat's fault. Which brat? Is it because of him that mother was punished? I'll go and teach him a lesson for you. And she clenched 2 small fists and got genuinely furious about it at 5. And Mei Li sat there with her eyes going back and forth because she knew exactly why she'd been punished, and it had nothing to do with me being a brat. She'd been punished because the human emperor was in mourning for a rough gem. Mother, why didn't you say that he's even better than your daughter? At least, that's what I've heard from others, and a hint of contempt went across that little face. I don't believe it. Who is it? Could it be Luo clan's legitimate son? He does have some connection with Luo clan, but he's a bastard child that Luo clan doesn't acknowledge. And then she sighed and told her daughter everything. By the end of it, Lin Wanru's mouth had come open. He's actually an ancient sacred body? Who knew? It's not my fault. It was Luo clan who made a stupid mistake by kicking them out, and that's how it happened. And then that child laughed and raised one small pink fist. Don't worry, Mother. Even if that guy is talented, I'll stand up for you. And Mei Li looked at her daughter's face, and the anger went out of her. That's right. Our Xiao Wan is also an innate spirit body. Whether he is a holy body or not is still unknown. Yes, yes. Father said I share the same physique as one of the peerless emperors of our human race. Now that, I'll grant, is a real thing. That is not nothing. That is a genuinely extraordinary physique, and that little girl was not being groomed for decoration. Xiao Wan, Mei Li said, and her voice changed. You need to focus on cultivation. The election for the Creation Immortal Palace is next month. You must join so you can enter the world of the strong and earn your mother's respect. Don't worry, Mother. If I run into that brat at the selection, I'll give him a good beating for you. So, tally. At that point in my life, I had never met a single member of the great Xia imperial family except in a hall where one of their generals called me a mortal. And in one afternoon, the emperor had executed that general in a temper over losing me. His elder daughter had gone home and told everyone I was more powerful than they thought. His favorite concubine was under house arrest because of me, and his youngest daughter, who used to be engaged to me, was in a corridor promising to beat me up. Meanwhile, back at home, my great-grandfather assembled the entire senior leadership of the Chen clan, and I stood up in front of them and told them we were probably all going to die. Elders, I gathered you here today for a very important matter. The situation was urgent, so I didn't explain. In fact, my leaving the clan was for this. Grandson, what is it that even you are unsure about? I nodded. Before I left, I had no confidence at all. Even now, I'm only 60% certain. But time waits for no one, so I have to explain it now. The evil spirit our Chen clan ancestor sealed in the back mountain is about to break free. And the hall went completely silent for about 2 seconds, and then exploded. Absolutely impossible. That seal was a grand array of heaven and earth inscribed by our ancestor at the cost of his own lifespan. Not to mention that demon, even a saint could not break it. I do think what the young clan leader says is credible. He wouldn't joke about something like this. And my great-grandfather looked at me for a long moment and then said, very slowly, Chen Tian Hao, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Have you truly sensed that the demon is about to break the seal? I stood up. Elders, I dare not speak recklessly about demons. My ancient sacred body has a unique sensitivity to these things. That is why I can detect it. Then I shrugged. All right then. Let's go and look at it together, because there's a limit to how much arguing you can do about a thing you can just walk to. They came, the whole senior council, in a group, with a lot of skepticism, up to the back mountain. And the skepticism stopped at the tree line, because the entire valley was under black mist. That array, which was so far above anything my family could produce that I'd stood staring at it, had been eaten. The runes on it were faded down to almost nothing, and the black smoke pouring off it had filled the valley behind the mountain. This. Even the least perceptive man in that group understood in about a second and a half. This demon has actually recovered to such a state? How could this be? How does it have the power to break the seal? And my great-grandfather's face, which was normally either laughing or scolding, had gone somewhere I'd never seen it. This is terrible. If this demon breaks free, my Chen family will be in grave... He didn't finish it. Nobody needed him to. Because from its founding to that morning, the strongest person in the entire history of the Chen family was the founder. And the founder could not kill it. He could only spend his own remaining life putting a lid on it. Whatever came out of that cave was going to walk into a family that was substantially weaker than the one that had failed to kill it the first time. Then my great-grandfather remembered something. Where are Chen Garden and Chen Manor? And 2 children in white came running out of the depths of the forest behind the mountain and stopped in front of the group. I have met the old ancestor. 2 boys, maybe 10 years old. And I frowned so hard it hurt. Boys? I deliberately left these 2 here to guard the seal in case something went wrong, my great-grandfather said. I stood there and did not say anything for a moment. Because, first of all, what a load of nonsense. He'd put 2 children on watch over a thing that had killed his own ancestor. And second, and much more importantly, I had come here 15 days earlier. I had stood in that exact clearing, alone, for several minutes and gotten pulled into a vision and watched the array die. And I had not seen those 2 boys. Anywhere. You 2 have been guarding this place all this time, my great-grandfather was saying. Why didn't you report any unusual occurrences? And every hair on my body went up at once. Watch out, old ancestor. Both boys came apart at the same instant. Black energy came boiling out of them. Their eyes went red all the way through, and their mouths opened and kept opening, tearing back to the ears, and they came off the ground at my great-grandfather together, riding a wave of black. The blast took out the tree line. Old ancestor! The entire Chen clan started shouting at once. I got everybody behind me and moved them back, and then I turned around and looked at the black fog and snorted and let the gold come off the top of my head. The black went out like a lamp, and when the air cleared, there were 2 children standing there staring at us, and in front of them was a crater with an enormous fistprint in it, and no great-grandfather in it. Both of those things had demonstrated the strength of Immortal Emperor 8th level. 8th. If either one of them had connected with that old man, he would have been finished on the spot. Space-bent, a sword note rang out across the mountain, and an ancient longsword came out of the air and turned into Chen Tao. His face had gone completely serious, his fingers were in a sword seal, and everything he had was out and ready. Luckily, Tian Hauer warned me in time, otherwise these old bones would have been in real trouble today. I waved at the crowd below to tell them I was fine, and the two boys looked at the gold coming off me, the stuff that had just erased their black mist without effort, and something went across their faces that I recognized as fear. A laugh came out of the cave. It's actually an ancient sacred body. This Chen family bloodline is still so repulsive. And both boys started to shake, and black energy came out of their eyes and mouths and ears. Oh no, quick! I got my hands moving. Too slow. There was a sound like the world's foundations shifting, and the ground cracked open in lines, and the array over the cave came apart in pieces. Then a click. Ha 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 ha! I've finally come out. Chen Rujun, you've still lost to me. And the cave emptied. Black came out of it in a flood and went straight up and took the entire sky. And the sun and moon went out together, and inside that darkness there was screaming and shouting and crying, all of it at once and none of it from anywhere. The back mountain of my family's estate became, for about a minute, a functioning hell. And in the middle of all that black there were two eyes, enormous, scarlet, hanging there like lanterns, with nothing in them but resentment. I never expected that breaking free would bring me to an ancient sacred body. What good luck! I stood in front of my entire family with gold running off me, holding the dark back, and behind me a lot of people had gone very pale. Because that thing was at immortal emperor, peak, great perfection, one step from the saint realm. So it was them inside the seal? My great-grandfather said. Them? I looked at him, because he'd said them, and I'd only counted one. He shook his head, and then he did something that told me exactly how bad this was. He looked at me for a long moment, with a resolve settling into his face, and said, Tian Hauer, you are the future of the Chen family. As long as you are here, the Chen family will never disappear. In the mouth of a clan's old ancestor, at the start of a fight, that means one specific thing. That's not encouragement, that's a will. He had taken one look at the thing coming out of that cave and gone straight to the worst-case plan. Tian Hauer, take your mother and Elder the Crane and seek refuge in Luo clan or the Great Xia dynasty. With your talent, they will treat you and your mother well. And then he turned around to the rest of them. Gentlemen, the demons have broken free. We, the sons of the Chen family, must stand against them. Yes, every single one of them said it. Down in the estate, the whole clan had felt it by then, and people were standing in their courtyards looking up at black sky, and I could see the despair going through them from where I stood. A bunch of ants dare to try and stop me? You ants are nothing but my prey. Red light came out of those enormous eyes, and the two boys, who had collapsed on the ground when the thing left them, got picked up by the mist. And then there was chewing. I'm not going to describe it. Two children who had been dead for at least 15 days were pulled into the dark, and the sound that came out was the sound of bones, and then it stopped. Ah, such delicious flesh. Today, all of you Chen clan will be turned into nourishment. Then the black clouds started gathering into a shape, and a man came out of them. Black robe, sunken eyes, emaciated to the point that the robe hung wrong. A face with no color in it at all, and strange patterns crawling across the skin. Hehehe, this is Ren Ye, protector. You ants, prepare to die. He grinned, his teeth were black. Let's attack together. My great-grandfather didn't hesitate for a second. Everything he had came up at once, and he swung his arms. Sword technique, 98,000 swords. Long swords came out of nothing, and there was no end to them. Sword technique, 98,000 swords. And every elder of the Chen family behind him made the same seal and did the same thing, and the sky filled with steel. That's the entire Chen clan's answer to everything. One technique, everyone at once. It's all they had. Humph. A bunch of ants dare to defy me. Ren Ye watched a rain of swords come down at him and smiled and made a seal. Swallow! And a curtain of black came out of his mouth, blotted out the sky, caught the entire sword rain, and swallowed it. There was a series of metallic clanging noises from inside his stomach. He looked delighted. Ha ha ha! The power of ants will eventually become nourishment for me. And my face did something, because I had just felt something in that. Inside the energy coming off Renya, there was something familiar, just a flicker, a note I knew. It was gone before I could hold on to it. Then he turned and looked directly at me and grinned. And you're still developing ancient sacred body. If I devoured you, I would step directly into the saint realm. His eyes went greedy the way a starving thing's eyes go greedy, and something started running out of his mouth, and where it hit the ground, the grass died. I sneered at him. If you want to eat me, you'd better check whether your teeth are up to it. Don't let me break them. What a sharp-tongued brat. Don't worry. After I've devoured the entire Chen clan, I'll come and savor you properly. You arrogant fool, prepare to die. My great-grandfather's hair came up in a wind that wasn't there, and every scrap of power in him gathered, and a sword note rang across the whole world. Sword technique. Sword light shines through the 9 heavens. He'd gone straight to the strongest move he owned. No probing, no testing. He'd measured that thing and gone directly to everything. An ancient greatsword came out of a rift, and the pressure coming off it was genuinely frightening. Cut. He pointed, and the sword vanished and reappeared over Renyi's head and came down. Humph. Renyi went backward fast, with black surging around him, and tried the same trick he'd used on the sword rain. It didn't work. That greatsword had been folded and hammered by somebody who understood what he was doing, and there was sword light running along it, and every scrap of black that touched it got scrubbed off. Renyi's face changed, and something murderous came into it. He made a seal, and black energy came out of his whole body, and the screaming started again, and behind him something formed. A skull. Enormous, and hideous, and wrong in the proportions. All things in the universe are corrupted by evil. Lode's skull's jaw opened and shut, and black jets came out of it, and the void itself started melting in patches where it touched, and it hit the greatsword head on. The shockwave came out visibly and took everything with it. I put my hand out, and the Qiankun cold fire cover came into it, and I threw it up, and it opened into a shield of 2-colored light over my entire family and locked them out of the weather. And then I went in. Straight into the black, head first. Grandson! Tianhauer! Because from the outside, all they saw was the clan's 5-year-old going into the dark after an immortal emperor. Inside, I found my great-grandfather immediately. He was in trouble. Not losing yet, but working, and the black was eating at him from every direction. How did you get in here? Get out! He actually scolded me, mid-fight. Don't worry, old ancestor. I know what I'm doing. I'll take you out first. And I grabbed his arm and pushed the ancient sacred body to the limit. The gold came off me until it was the only light in that entire black world, and where it touched the dark went the way snow goes in a fire. Hehehe, as expected of an ancient sacred body, such rich essence, I really want to savor it. Renye's face formed out of the mist above us with nothing on it but hunger. I got my great-grandfather steady. He was still trying to make me leave. Don't worry, old ancestor. As I said, I have a way to deal with him. Ha ha ha, you arrogant, ignorant brat. What can you possibly do? And I closed my eyes and breathed out. Everything in that valley went unstable at once. My hands came together and the gold went up off me and took the entire cloud cover apart, and I stood in the middle of it like something that had been lit. I pushed the physique to its ceiling. I put out Immortal Emperor Peak, all of it, and the space around me started to shudder. Heavenly tribulation light. My eyes came open and gold came out of them, and light started building in my chest. Now, this was the first time. I'd had the Supreme Bone since before I was born. I had never used it, not once. Not on the Li clan escort, not on the giant ape, not on Luo Dong, because none of them were worth seeing it. You won't know how amazing it is until you use it, I said, mostly to myself. And if it weren't for my ancient sacred body, I wouldn't be able to unleash this today. I looked up at him. The supreme bone on my chest has the power to cover the sun, the moon, and the stars, and to look down upon the 9 heavens. Today, you can be buried under my heavenly tribulation light. Consider it payment for all your years in Chen Clan. And Ren Ye, who had been leering at me for the last 4 minutes, felt what was gathering, and every trace of it came off his face. How is this possible? Kid, let's talk this out. Hey! I'll leave your Chen clan. He was negotiating. An immortal emperor at great perfection, one step from saint, who had been eating children 20 seconds earlier, was standing in the air trying to open a discussion with a 5-year-old. I ignored him and kept pouring everything I had into the bone in my chest. Then I raised my hand and tapped. Destroy the demon. And the light came out. I don't have a good comparison for it. It was gold, and it was so dense it read as solid, and space did not survive contact with it. It just wasn't there anymore along the path. It went at him like a dragon that had been let off a chain. No, I don't want to die, he roared at the sky, and something in his eyes came apart, and he coughed up everything he had left trying to hold it off. And then he discovered that the thing coming toward him was not from him or from me. It had come down out of the 9 heavens on behalf of something older than either of us, and it was carrying the specific intent to end. A gold point appeared in the middle of his pupil and got bigger very fast. No! And he was gone. And so were the forests and the mountains behind him for 100 miles. I looked down afterward, and there was a line burned straight through the entire back mountain, from one side to the other, clean, with nothing growing on it. The light faded out, and every single member of the Chen clan came back to themselves and looked at a wisp of black dust drifting where an immortal emperor had been standing. This? Was it wiped out by Xiao Tianhao? I came down and landed. My face was a bit pale from the output. My clothes were spotless. And I looked at my great-grandfather, who was standing there with his mouth open, and laughed. Old ancestor, now that the demon's dealt with, can you tell me what it was? Ah, it's solved. That's good. That was all I got. That was the complete sentence. He was not available yet. And then the entire Chen clan started screaming. Little Tianhao is awesome. Destroying the demon in one move, truly worthy of being the future young clan leader. He's only 5 years old. I wonder how tall he'll grow up to be. Down among the senior members, meanwhile, nobody was screaming, because they were all still standing there with their mouths open. My aunt had both hands over her face, physically holding herself in. Then she managed, "My little nephew is so talented, even a saint would have been skinned alive by that." And she turned to my uncle. He was staring at the line burned across the mountain with his jaw somewhere near his collar. "What's wrong with you? Did you even hear me?" He closed his mouth slowly and gave her a bitter little smile. "How would I know? I've never even seen a saint fight." She thought about that and had to concede it. Today was so amazing. I wish I could see a saint battle. Nonsense. If 2 saints fought here, wouldn't they just tear down the whole clan? That was my grandfather. And I want to describe his face at that moment, because it was one of the great performances of his life. He was standing there, with his hands behind his back, looking calm, looking mildly interested, looking like a man who had expected all of this and found it satisfactory. "Father," my uncle said, "aren't you even a little bit shocked?" He stroked his beard, very serious, very measured. "Haha, it's all right. After all, he's my own grandson. There's nothing to be surprised about. My grandson has long had the makings of an emperor." Deep gaze, indifferent expression, a masterclass. If it hadn't been for the corner of his mouth, which was fighting for its life and losing, people might genuinely have believed him. And my great-grandfather stood there smacking his lips, looking at me, opening his mouth and closing it again. In the end, after a long time, he gave up and just gave me a thumbs up. Now here's the part nobody in my family noticed, because they were all busy celebrating. 1,000 miles away, on a mountain peak, a woman had been sitting cross-legged for an unknown amount of time, absorbing and exhaling the world's energy. At the exact moment I erased Renye, she twitched. Her eyes came open, and she turned her head toward my family's estate 1,000 miles off. Is this the aura of the heavenly demonic technique? She stood up, white hair all the way down, moving in a wind. A black dress, barefoot on the void. A face that I will get to later, because I have to be honest about it, and I'd rather not. It is indeed a divine demonic technique, without a doubt. And the space around her folded, and she was gone. Back at the crater, I raised an eyebrow. Then my arm shot out and tore the space in front of me open, and I closed my hand around something and pulled it back. I opened my palm. There was a tiny transparent figure in it, giving off almost nothing. Is this the lingering resentment of that demon? That's it, I said, and pinched it into place so it couldn't leave. Then I frowned at it. Old ancestor. Wasn't the heavenly demon sect destroyed by a supreme emperor weapon? Then what is he? And I got the whole story, which I want to tell you because it explains everything that happened for the next hour. Thousands of years ago, there was a demonic sect called the Heavenly Demon Sect. Its old ancestor was called the Heavenly Demon Saint, and his mastery of demonic technique was, by every account, unmatched. He took a group of demonic cultivators and destroyed an ancient aristocratic family that had gone into decline, wiped it out, and then took its territory. Naturally, a great many self-proclaimed upright people declared war on him, officially to rid the world of a scourge, in practice to get the ancient aristocratic family's land before somebody else did. That war broke the heavens and shattered land, and the Heavenly Demon Saint fought 4 holy kings alone and did not lose. At the end of it, he used some bizarre divine ability and drained one of the weaker holy kings of his life force entirely, and what was left was a dried husk. 4 of them couldn't manage it, and then there were 3, so they left, quietly, without discussing it further. After that, the Heavenly Demon Sect's reputation went across the entire continent, and it became the absolute pinnacle of the demonic path, and started to look like it might become an ancient aristocratic family in its own right. And then it lasted about 10 more minutes, historically speaking, because to cultivate his technique, the Heavenly Demon Saint started sending his people out to collect gifted young boys and girls, everywhere, continuously. The entire continent went into a kind of quiet terror. Families that had spent generations wanting to announce their genius children stopped announcing anything. For an entire generation, every child on the continent was publicly described as mediocre by their own parents, on purpose. And the Heavenly Demon Sect did not read the room. They got worse. They took a little princess of an ancient aristocratic family, and on the day that news got out, the old ancestor of that family came out of seclusion and went straight there. Everyone expected another earth-shattering war. What they got was that the old ancestor revived his own supreme emperor weapon without saying a word, and the entire Heavenly Demon Sect turned to ash. That was the end of that era. Wow, I said. This old ancestor is really something. He even revived a supreme emperor weapon. And my great-grandfather shook his head. Actually, he only activated it, not fully revived. His own strength wasn't enough for that. And a fully revived supreme emperor weapon wouldn't have destroyed one sect. But an entire immortal realm as well? Right. I clicked my tongue at that, and I genuinely wanted to see what a fully woken imperial weapon looked like. I have since seen a partially woken one at close range, and I want to formally withdraw that wish. So, I said, holding up the little transparent thing, if the whole sect was ash, what's he? It is true that few survive a supreme emperor weapon, but the Heavenly Demon Saint had extraordinary abilities, and it is possible he lived. Since then, the Heavenly Demon Sect has vanished from the records, but every so often there are rumors on the continent that they have reappeared. This one should be a remnant, or a legacy. Which is exactly what I'd have guessed. The sect got flattened, but not perfectly. The Heavenly Demon Saint went into a hole with whatever was left and stayed there. And then I remembered the flicker, the familiar note in Renier's power. Elders, I said. Tien Hauer is going back first. I'll take this remnant with me and see if I can dig some secrets out of it. My great-grandfather frowned. Tien Hauer. The people of the Heavenly Demon Sect have strange methods. If you try to refine that divine thought, you may be in danger. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll be careful. I'm going now. And I got on my crane and left, and behind me, my grandfather watched me go, stroked his beard, and delivered the following to a group of exhausted elders who had just watched their clan nearly end. As expected of my grandson, such a unique personality. At only 5 years old, he's already refining the divine soul of a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The other elders looked at him. They were speechless, and then they were envious, and I think, on balance, the envy won. I got home, and my mother was already coming across the courtyard with her face wrong, patting me all over. My child, are you all right? There was such a loud noise. I saw it all. I laughed and did a couple of spins for her, which is undignified but effective, and only when she'd checked every visible inch of me did she let out a breath. Then she patted my head and immediately started telling me off. You acted too recklessly, Tien Hauer. Who told you to jump in head first like that? She meant going into the black after my great-grandfather, and I looked at her face, which had worry and something like resentment fighting each other in it, and something in my chest went warm and awkward. It's all right, Mother. As a member of the Chen family, I can't just stand and watch the old ancestor die. Grandfather has always been good to us. She started to say something, and then she thought about what I actually was in that clan now, and stopped and sighed. Don't worry, Mom. I promise I'll take care of myself. Now I'm going to cultivate. Then I went out to the stone platform in the courtyard. The lotus platform I used to cultivate on wasn't much use to me anymore, so I'd given it to my mother to pass on to my cousin. He'd get a decade out of it. And once she'd gone, I waved a hand and put a barrier of golden energy over the entire courtyard. Then I made a seal and pulled a giant golden cauldron out of the void with fire in it, and the space above it started to bend from the heat. I turned my hand over and dropped Ren Yi's remnant into the fire, and then it started screaming. I am not going to give you the details of the next 3/4 of an hour. There aren't really details to give. A divine soul in a spirit fire makes a sound, and it goes on making it, and there is nothing you can do with that information. I want to be honest about my own face during it, though. My expression did not change once. Not once. I shut out everything coming out of that cauldron, and I kept raising the temperature. That thing had lived in my family's back garden for generations. It had worn 2 children-like clothes for at least 15 days. It had eaten them in front of me, and it had told me, cheerfully, that it was going to eat everyone I had. So I turned the fire up. When it stopped, I nodded and reached out. A single wisp of light came up out of the cauldron into my palm. The consciousness had been burned off completely. What was left was clean divine soul power and nothing else. I ran the heaven-swallowing demonic art and took it in whole, and a flood of information came in with it. It was, I have to say, mostly garbage. Fragments, disconnected, a life shredded and shuffled. Exactly what my great-grandfather and I had guessed. Ren Yi joined the heavenly demon sect after it went to ground, became a protector, did every evil thing available to him, and was eventually put under a rock by my family's founder. The rest of it was noise, but I found the thing I'd gone in for. Why had he felt familiar? Because Ren Yi and the entire heavenly demon sect cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Except they don't. Because what they have isn't the heaven-swallowing demonic art. It's incomplete, and not slightly. Whole sections are missing. What they were running is a stripped-down, low-budget knockoff of the thing sitting in my chest. And once I saw that, everything about Ren Yi snapped into focus. So the so-called heavenly demon saint is cultivating a degraded version. No wonder he keeps hunting gifted children. He wants to devour their origin. Then, working it through. No, it can't extract origin at all. It can only get anything by consuming the flesh outright. And there's the other half. And because it's incomplete, it can't digest what's in that flesh cleanly. There's always residue, which is why they turn into bloodthirsty devil heads. That's the whole tragedy of the heavenly demon sect, in one line. They stole a scripture, lost most of it, and then spent thousands of years eating children with a broken tool, and the tool turned every single one of them into a monster on the way. Because the real heaven-swallowing demonic art doesn't do any of that. The real thing devours the origin of others endlessly, uses it to fill your own gaps, and produces no side effects at all. I hadn't used it on anyone, incidentally, not once. Not out of virtue, out of standards. Every enemy I'd met so far had nothing in them worth taking. They were scum. What was I going to gain? I was still sitting there turning that over when there was a noise from outside the clan. Ah? I looked up. And the Chen clan's protective formation, the one every elder in the family had to feed sword seals into, the one that had turned a bird into red mist in front of me, was coming apart in the sky. Broken. I went straight up, and a roar went across the estate. The entire Chen clan was standing in their courtyards staring upward in horror, and a woman was walking in out of the air. She came in on nothing at all, barefoot, and her eyes went over the people below her the way you'd look at an anthill you were deciding whether to step around. White hair, all the way down, moving in the breeze. I want to describe her honestly and then move on, because the honest description is part of the problem. She was, without any competition, the most beautiful woman I had seen in this world or the last one. Black dress, silver hair, a face that was assembled by somebody with an unfair amount of skill. And she carried herself with a lazy arrogance that made you want to do something about it, and that is exactly what it was for. I have no doubt at all that a great many men had walked toward that face over the years, and I doubt any of them made it back. I can't believe my eyes. Our clan's protective formation was shattered by her with a single palm. The man next to him swallowed. It seemed so. Then she turned her head toward the back mountain and vanished, and reappeared standing over the crater. She looked down at the line I'd burned through the mountain, and her eyebrows moved about a millimeter. "My lord," said my great-grandfather, and I have never heard that old man sound like that. "May I ask what brings you to Chen Clan?" He was staring at her, and he could not read a single thing off her. Now, when you can't sense any spiritual fluctuation from someone, there are exactly 3 explanations. 1, they're an ordinary person with no power at all. 2, they're carrying a treasure that conceals it. 3, they are so far above you that you don't register as an instrument. He'd already worked out which one it was. She looked him over first, unhurried. Then, looking for someone. Her voice was pleasant, like wind chimes, and there was nothing behind it at all, the way a god sitting on the 9 heavens has nothing much to say about ants building a nest. Everyone stood there. Looking for someone. Right. Sure. Through the formation. My uncle, to his eternal credit, was the one who tried. "May I ask, sir, who you are looking for? Although our Chen family is not as powerful as the great clans, we can still do our part to help you." She shook her head. "The person I'm looking for is right here." Then, after a pause, or rather, he was here before. "You're looking for Ren Ye, aren't you?" That was me, coming in from the horizon, and I landed in front of everyone as a beam of gold. "Tianhauer, stop fooling around. Go back." My great-grandfather's face was gray, and there was sweat on it, because he had just compared the pressure coming off this woman with the pressure Ren Ye had put on him 10 minutes earlier, and the comparison was not close. I shook my head and looked at her, and she raised an eyebrow at me. "This vast essence, like an ocean, are you an ancient sacred body?" That was the first time her voice had done anything at all. I didn't answer that. "If you're looking for Ren Ye, you can leave. Ren Ye is dead." And something finally moved behind her eyes. She swept the courtyard again, slower this time. Then her mouth curved, and it was, I will admit, an extremely effective curve. "Within 100 miles, you are the only person of decent strength." "You killed Ren Ye?" And before I could open my mouth, my great-grandfather stepped in front of me. I killed him. I want to be clear about what he had just done. He had spent 30 seconds establishing that this woman was beyond anything he could measure. He had watched her take his clan's formation off the sky with one hand. And when she asked who had killed her colleague, that old man got between her and me and lied about it. Humph. She didn't even acknowledge it. She just kept looking at me with interest. "I don't care who killed Ren Ye. He's dead. He's dead. Hand over the stuff." "What is that?" my great-grandfather, still trying. "You have no use for that thing. Just hand it over." Her voice was calm, and there was killing intent in it now, sitting right on the surface, not even concealed. This woman had very little patience left, and she'd started this visit with none. "What exactly do you want?" That was me. "Devouring heavenly demon art." And my stomach dropped, because that confirmed everything at once. She'd come for the technique. But it also handed me 3 things in one sentence, and I took all 3. First, that low-grade knockoff in Ren Ye's memories has a name, and it's the Devouring Heavenly Demon Art, and it is an extremely important scripture inside the Heavenly Demon sect. Second, she's terrifying, genuinely. I could feel a real physical thread of danger coming off her, and at Immortal Emperor Peak with a supreme bone, that had not happened to me before. Third, and this was the useful one, she came to Chen Clan to find that scripture, which means she does not have it, or does not have all of it. So here's the problem. According to Ren Ye's memories, he joined the Heavenly Demon sect late. He was an outsider who arrived after they went into hiding. So why did the late joining outsider have a complete copy of the Devouring Heavenly Demon Art, while this woman, who was obviously far above him in both status and power, does not? There's only one shape that fits. Ren Ye stole it. He took the scripture and ran. And for whatever reason, he couldn't get it to major achievement, and he got arrogant somewhere he shouldn't have, and my family's founder put him under a mountain. And this woman was the one they sent to find him, which meant she'd been looking for a very long time. My great-grandfather frowned, thought about it, and then shook his head. "My lord, we do not know what you are talking about." And she took that in complete stride. Never mind. She waved a hand, and killing intent came up in her eyes properly. Since you ants are unwilling to tell the truth, I don't want to waste my breath. So I'll kill you all and then search your souls one by one. She said it in the most ordinary tone imaginable, like a woman deciding to walk instead of ride. And then her eyes, which had been clear as autumn water, went black. Not dark, black, all the way through, edge to edge. And the pressure came down on the entire Chen clan at once, and people stopped being able to breathe properly. This aura, the whole clan was staring up at her. It's over. Could it be a holy king? Why is Chen clan so unlucky today? No, and I want to explain why the word holy king emptied every face in that courtyard. In an era where great emperors do not appear, the holy king is the top of the world. Not the top of a region, the top. Forget a small Chen clan. If the current human emperor of Great Sha had been standing in that courtyard, and the clan chief of Luo clan beside him, they would both have died there, resentfully. And a resolute look came into my great-grandfather's eyes. His seals changed, and his whole body turned into an ancient longsword, and he went at her. And she looked mildly bored, and tapped the void in front of her with one finger. A thread of pure black came out from between her fingers and hit the blade. There was a clean, high, terrible sound. The sword shook in the air, over and over, and then turned back into an old man. He was white to the lips, and everything in him was gone, and he coughed. Humph. One strike. One. And the black thread hadn't stopped. It was still going, and it was still going toward him, and in his current state it was going to finish the job. I snorted and moved and was in front of him. Tian Hauer, let's go. He was trying to get me out while holding his own chest together. We definitely can't leave now. I made a seal. Gold went up off me in a column, and I lit up like something in the sky, and I put both hands over my head and pulled. A mountain came into my palms. An actual mountain, gold, with the weight in it. And I brought it down on the black. The collision was, on paper, an ant and an elephant. Except it wasn't, quite, because they started eating each other. The mountain got smaller, visibly, second by second, and the black thread got thinner and less pure and less certain. Then the mountain cracked and went to light and vanished, and the black kept coming at exactly the same speed. I set my teeth and made a much more complicated seal and threw a palm from distance. Sky-covering palm. Now that one I'd taken off Luo Dong's corpse. It was in his Chen-kun bag, and even inside Luo clan it counted as top tier. Cultivate it to major achievement, and you can crush mountains with one hand. A gigantic gold hand appeared in the sky with every line on the palm visible, and came down on the black light. And the world shook, properly. The void rippled outward and looked like it was about to give, but it held. The sky-covering palm stopped a casual finger flick from a holy king, and I want to stress the word casual because I could tell. She raised an eyebrow. The space rippled and she was standing in front of me, and she was interested. Such pure essence, truly worthy of the ancient sacred body. Not bad. It withstood one of my attacks. Let's try this one then. And she smiled the way you smile at an insect you've decided to keep for a minute. Then she lifted her hand slightly, and black energy came pouring out of her palm and gathered into an eye. Heaven-destroying demon light! The pupil in her palm started to shake, and lines came up across it, and it went from empty to enraged, and a beam came out of it. That black moved slowly. That's the part I remember. It came at me at a walking pace, and it was so profoundly, completely dark that when it appeared, everyone's vision simply dropped out. It ate the light near it. And I stood there and understood two things at once. One, that would kill me. Two, it would not stop at me. The entire Chen clan behind me would be ash. Damn, they're tough, I said, out loud, with my hands already moving. The gap between me and the Holy King realm is still too big. Looks like we really have to fight. And I pushed the ancient sacred body past its ceiling and lit the supreme bone for the second time. In one day. The energy went into my chest like water into a drain. It was going out faster than I could produce it, and my head went light, and I could feel my own face go. And behind me, my family watched a 5-year-old start to burn himself out. My mother tried to run at me, which is the single most useless and most human thing that happened that day. She had no cultivation to speak of. She went for me anyway, and my grandfather and my aunt had to physically hold her. You'll only cause trouble for my grandson. Don't go. No, that's a holy king. I can't let Tian Hauer go to his death. And then my grandfather said something to her through his teeth, with his eyes streaming. "Don't worry, I won't let my grandson die." And he went up into the air, and his power started to spin up wrong. "Isn't that our Chun chief? He's about to self-destruct. My God, who did Chen clan offend?" And my uncle turned around and took my aunt's hand. "Yu Shi, live well with Xiao Li," and went up after him. I need you to understand the arithmetic those two men had just done. They were an immortal emperor at the first level and a man well below that, against a holy king. Their combined self-destruction would not have inconvenienced her. It would not have delayed her. She would have brushed it off and continued. They knew that. They went anyway, because it was the only thing they had left to spend, and because the alternative was standing on the ground, watching. My aunt collapsed and put her hand up toward the sky, and I was down there in the middle of it, with the gold on my chest getting brighter and vessels coming up in my eyes, and behind me, the immortal king rose out of my back and sat down on the 9 heavens. And I was not going to make it. I want to be honest about that. I had a second, maybe 2, and the light in my chest was not finished, and hers was. And then a voice came across the world like music. A single thought can bring forth a flower, and all phenomena can be extinguished. And everything stopped. The whole world went under a hand. Every scrap of spiritual energy in the region simply stopped moving. The violent power in my grandfather and my uncle went quiet and settled back into them like water finding a level. The charge I'd built came out of my chest and went back into my body without discharging. And when I could see again, there were flowers everywhere, blooming out of nothing, out of the air, out of the burned ground, delicate and absurdly bright, turning the ruined back mountain of my family's estate into somewhere else entirely. Strangulation, the voice again, and every flower in that world dropped a single petal, and every petal went up. And they gathered in the sky and became one petal, enormous, with colors moving on it and patterns written across it that made your eyes water, and it drifted into the black light. There was no bang. They met, and the space for several miles around them simply came apart, and the spatial turbulence swallowed the sound so completely that the silence was worse than a noise would have been. Nobody could see in. Everyone could feel it. The white-haired woman frowned and tilted her head. "Come out." She looked at one particular patch of void, and a crane's cry went across the whole world, and that voice came again. "Tian Hao Ying, as a remnant of the heavenly demon sect, instead of hiding and repenting, you dare to openly slaughter a clan?" And I let out every bit of air in my body, because I knew that voice. I'd known that voice since before I had ears. That was my cheap master. That was the pretty auntie. Flowers paid homage all the way in. The crane came out of the sky with a woman standing on its back in white, and even surrounded by that many flowers, she was not in any danger of being upstaged. She stepped down onto the void, and lotuses opened white under her feet as she walked. "Tian Hao Ying, since you are so arrogant, then today I will capture you and bring you back to the sect." I raised an eyebrow, because something about her had changed. Her aura had stopped being separate from the world. It was merged into it. It seems my master has surpassed saint as well. 5 years. In 5 years, that woman had gone from saint realm to saint king realm, which is not a step, it is a category change, and she had done it quietly while running a peek and checking in on me by crane. She had a great many cards she had never shown anybody, and the white-haired woman, Tian Hao Ying, looked at her, and the willow leaf brows relaxed, and she got playful. "Hua Yuli, you really are a persistent ghost. You couldn't do anything to me 10 years ago. What do you want today?" Then endless black power came off her and gathered behind her into a vortex, and as it turned, the void near it started showing signs of failure. Holy Maiden Hua didn't change expression at all. 10 years ago, I was careless and let you escape. I will not do it again today." "Then why don't you give it a try?" And she threw a palm. Everything before that had been playing. I understood that immediately because this one collapsed the void completely on the way over. Holy Maiden Hua raised one hand and slapped it, gently, the way you'd swat at something, and the entire void centered on the two of them ceased to exist. The ripple came out visibly and took every mountain within several miles down to the roots. "This is terrible." I went up into the air and got my seals going, and put out a barrier of gold over my entire family, and outside it the world came apart. Spatial turbulence kept slicing across the surface of it, and the sound it made going past was like something being cut close to your ear. And then, because I am who I am, I waved my sleeve to clear the dust so I could watch two holy kings fight. They collided and separated and collided. Every single time they met, the ground split and the void broke. There had been a forest behind my family's estate that ran for hundreds of miles. It was gone. Not burned, gone, along with the mountains that had been holding it up. On one side, black blotting out the sky, on the other, flowing light. Tian Hao Ying's eyes were two holes. The vortex behind her turned slowly and ate the world's energy and pushed it out through her body as something clean and usable. As expected of the supreme immortal scripture, once you cultivate it to perfection, you are infinitely close to heaven and earth. The speed at which it absorbs is no less than mine. Holy Maiden Hua didn't answer. She closed her eyes and put her arms out, and time stopped mattering for a second. I felt something arrive, something that was not spiritual power. It was outside that category entirely. It was real, and it was not real at the same time, and it was sacred, and it felt like it had been in the world since before the world was finished. She opened her eyes, and they were clear and grave, and she looked like a woman about to leave for somewhere better. Heavenly Demon Sect Saintess Tian Hao Ying, if you submit now, I will merely cripple your demonic technique and suppress you in my creation immortal palace for 100 years. If you do not submit, I will kill you here, Saintess. Of the Heavenly Demon Sect, not a remnant, not a survivor, their Saintess. Tian Hao Ying felt that power too, and her face went serious for the first time all day. And then she looked at Holy Maiden Hua with pure contempt. Then try and see if you can bring me to my death. And she started making a strange seal, and the vortex behind her began to spin up hard. Holy Maiden Hua shook her head, and there was something almost like regret in it. Those who are stubborn and unyielding should be executed, and armor came onto her. White lotus battle plate, layer by layer, with metal light on it and 5-colored radiance spilling off the edges, and it rang softly as it settled. Her hair went up, and the woman who had spent 5 years being described in my family as kind was standing in the sky over my house looking like something out of a war. Supreme immortal scripture, divine halberd slays demons. A transparent halberd came into her hand with moonlight running down it. She leveled it at Tian Hao Ying. Kill. And she threw it, and it went with a river of power behind it. The world changed color. The sun and moon went out. Void collapsed in sheets, and the ground opened into cracks you could have lost a city in. I nearly lost the barrier. The impact hit my shield, and the whole thing rang like a struck bell, and cracks went across the surface of it, and my arms shook. Damn it, I said, holding it. This is just the aftermath. I can't even imagine what happened to that white-haired one. My great-grandfather beside me nodded. No one can survive that kind of attack. Not even a holy king? Like, clap, 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 somebody was applauding. The world had gone completely silent after that strike, so the sound of it carried beautifully, and it was coming up out of the abyss that had just been opened in the earth. What? That witch is still alive! The entire Chen clan's eyes came out of their heads, and Tian Hao Ying rose up out of the crack with her white hair moving, and a seal already forming, and the vortex behind her shuddering. She was pale, genuinely pale. That strike had not been survivable for free. She'd paid for it, and she was standing there because she'd been willing to, and she smiled at Holy Maiden Hua. I have gained a lot from visiting the eastern ancient desolate immortal realm today. Then she turned her head and looked at me. And you, little thing, you actually managed to maintain that barrier through all of it. That makes me look at you in a new light. I want to note that plenty of people can put up a barrier. Very few can put one up that holds through the exchange of two holy kings. What actually got her, I think, was that I was extremely obviously a child. Holy Maiden Hua followed her gaze, looked at my barrier, looked up slightly. Very good, a 5-year-old at Immortal Emperor peak. It seems you have been diligent. She had known I was a prodigy. She'd built her whole plan around it. I had still comfortably outrun her projections. Tian Hao Ying breathed out slowly. All right, we've already wasted a lot of time. It's time to wrap this up. Then she looked at Holy Maiden Hua with something like amusement. Hua Yuli. Today I will show you what the Heavenly Demon Sect's trump card is. And she made a one-handed seal, put her other hand up, and drew her fingertips very lightly across her own brow. A crimson mark came up between her eyebrows. Devouring heavenly demon art. Swallowing heaven. The vortex came around in front of her, and the crimson mark on her forehead turned into a single drop and went into it, and the vortex started to shake. The energy in the world went insane. She changed seals and it got bigger and bigger, and then it took the light. All of it. The sky went out, and night came down over my family's estate at midday, and something started spreading, not power, a kind of wrongness that went out in every direction, and everyone in that valley felt their own spiritual energy start to drain. Tianhao Ying's eyes were flat black, nothing behind them at all. Holy Maiden Hua frowned and made a seal, and light came up behind her in layers, and she put it against the dark that was eating everything. Flowers opened in the void and immediately withered, and the enormous black hole opened and closed and pulled in energy, and then life, and it was taking both from everywhere at once. Holy Maiden Hua was fighting on two fronts, one against the attacks and one against the thing eating her own power while she used it. And she started, very slowly, to lose ground. The black spread further than her light every time, and I stood there under my barrier with a strange look on my face, and what I was feeling was not fear. This is the so-called trump card, the devouring heavenly demon art, because I could feel the whole thing, the structure of it, the particular flavor, and it went back to something, and that something was in my chest. It was a budget version. It was a cheap knockoff of my own scripture, and I could taste the missing parts. So I kept the barrier up with one hand, made a seal with the other, and let a little black light into my eyes. Inside my spiritual sea, my black hole turned over and put out one small pulse, and the enormous vortex Tianhao Ying was operating, the ultimate trump card of the heavenly demon sect, shuddered. Tianhao Ying frowned. She'd felt her own technique get pressed on by something, but she was mid-exchange with a holy king, so she didn't dare divide her attention, and she wrote it off as imagination. And I stood underneath my own barrier and started grinning. My heaven-swallowing demonic art really can suppress that pirated version. No, that's unfair. Not piracy. A splinter. A niche technique that broke off the real thing a long time ago and forgot most of what it came from. And I made a decision. I reinforced the barrier over my family, turned into gold, and went. Holy Maiden Hua's face was getting worse by the second. She was fighting something that could erode power inside the body and spread across the world at the same time, and she'd worked out that capturing this woman today was going to cost her something she didn't want to pay. A cold light came into her eyes, and she started to reach for whatever she had left. And a beam of gold arrived in front of her, and a 5-year-old stepped out of it. Tianhao! My mother nearly went down. My grandfather caught her. What are you doing, little guy? Get out of here. This is no joke. Holy Maiden Hua, genuinely shocked and genuinely angry about it. I turned my head and grinned at her. Don't worry, master. And I went up and stood in the void and closed my eyes, and started making a seal that nobody in that valley had ever seen. Something strange came off me and went out across the world. Heaven-swallowing demonic art. And the voice that said it was not mine. It came out of my mouth, and it was ancient and weathered and enormous, like something whispering from a very long way back. And a black hole opened behind me and turned, and when it appeared, space stopped making noise. The playful look on Tianhao Ying's face came off in one piece. Her skin went white. Are you joking? Heaven-swallowing demonic art. And it's a baby? She stood there and watched the space in front of her distort and enlarge, and she started to breathe wrong. This, I opened my eyes. They'd gone completely black by then, edge to edge, like two stones set into my face. Swallow it, and I pointed at her, and my black hole went at her vortex. Two of them, one enormous and one very small, meeting in the air, and the enormous one lost, immediately. It was like watching a spirit beast run into a divine beast. That vast, rotating thing, the heavenly demon sect's ultimate answer, got pushed backward across the sky by a hole the size of a dinner plate, shaking the whole way. Tianhao Ying's face came apart, because she knew that spell. She knew it in her bones. It was the foundation of everything she was, and she had just watched something that was clearly its parent walk into the room. Every warning bell she owned went off at once. She threw her seals into a different configuration and forced the technique hard, past what it should take. And I changed mine. And my black hole started to turn the other way. Instead of pulling, it pushed. A wave came out of it, and it hit the black curtain that had been strangling my entire estate, and the curtain came apart. The sun came back on over the back mountain of the Chen clan, and Holy Maiden Hua's eyes lit up. She went straight up, with her sleeves flying, and every flower in the world came to her. Strangle! And they braided into a single blade and came down. Swallow! Tianhao Ying's face changed completely, and she wrenched her seals around, trying to force that vortex to eat a sky full of flowers. And I did not let her. My hands moved, and a beam of black came out of my hole and landed square on the devouring force coming out of hers, and crushed it. Her vortex burst. And Tianhao Ying, who was connected to it, took the whole recoil at once and went white and coughed. And the shock on her face was the best thing I'd seen all year. How could this be? She was, genuinely, a confident woman, and no matter how she ran it, she could not find the point where a child appeared out of nowhere with a technique above hers. And the part that actually frightened her was extremely simple. He's still a child, if we wait until he grows up. She got a mouthful of something out, and her body hit the ground hard. A great opportunity! I have never claimed to be sporting. I saw a holy king down, and I went for her without a moment's hesitation. Everything I had went into a stomp from midair. Gold went up, and the ground went in, and dust went everywhere, and there was an enormous footprint in the earth, and no Tianhao Ying in it. There's no need to look anymore. Holy Maiden Hua, quietly, beside me. Tianhao Ying has a strange escape technique. She's already gone, and I've exhausted myself. I don't have the energy to chase. And the second she finished saying it, a voice came in from everywhere and nowhere, thin and torn, but still hers. Hua Yu Li. I, Tianhao Ying, will remember this. Just you wait. Pause. Oh, and you little holy body thing, too. And I put my head back and shouted at the entire sky. Chen Tianhao is ready to serve you at any time. And I meant it, and I want to be clear about the terms. Yes, come back. Please do. Come and take revenge on me. At the Creation Immortal Palace. If you're so capable, walk into the Creation Immortal Palace and kill me there. There was no answer. I still don't know if she heard it. I turned around, and Holy Maiden Hua was watching me from a few meters away. I grinned at her. Master. And she nodded, and her eyes had gone extremely satisfied. Little one, now that we've officially met, your growth is even more outstanding than I imagined. I went red and scratched my head. Thank you for the praise, Master. I have never slacked off over the years. Courageous and resourceful. Decisive. You not only protected the people of Chen clan, you suppressed that evil thing at the critical moment. And then she looked me over properly, the disciple she'd claimed 5 years earlier on a hunch and a moment of softness. I'd burned off most of the gold by then. What was left in me was still standing there like a spear, and I want to tell you what she was actually thinking, because she told me much later, and it was funnier than she intended. She had originally believed that an innate, true, immortal, ancient sacred body was already a once-and-forever piece of luck, and she spent that entire afternoon quietly thanking her own past self. The version of her from 5 years ago, who had been worn down at a gate by 2 old people and had gone to look at a fetus out of pure tiredness. She maintained her master's demeanor throughout. She had to. Position. Meanwhile, my family had gone completely non-functional. Understand the progression. Ren Ye was an immortal emperor at great perfection, and I deleted him with one move, and that had shocked them. What had just happened terrified them, because Tianhao Ying was a holy king. And in an era where great emperors do not appear, that is the top of the world. And here's the thing they'd all worked out at the same time. In that fight, neither of those women had gone all the way. Both of them had been holding back, because the last time the heavenly demon saint went all out with his contemporaries, they broke a continent. If those two had genuinely opened up over my house, there would be no Chen clan, and no Eastern Ancient Desolate Immortal Realm either. And their 5-year-old had walked into the middle of that and suppressed one of them. My uncle let out a long breath. Luckily, I have my nephew, otherwise I would really be preparing to perish today. Bah, the death of a strong person is called falling. You're just throwing your life away. That was my aunt, who grabbed his ear and started telling him off, which was, as far as I could tell, entirely a delayed reaction to him going up into the sky to explode. I just wanted you to live. After all, You idiot, how come you've always been so idiotic? And then she stopped shouting and put her face in his chest and cried. My mother watched them and smiled. And then something went across her face, and it wasn't a good something. My grandfather noticed. He walked over with his hands behind his back. Daughter, you still haven't let go of that bastard. And she gave him a small, bitter smile and shook her head. No, it's just, daughter, remember this. Kicking you out is a huge loss for Luo clan, a bunch of scum. Just wait and see how they regret it. He said it angrily, and when he looked back over at me, he couldn't keep the rest of it off his face. Then he turned to my grandmother. Old woman, let me tell you, every son should be like my grandson. 5 years old, immortal emperor peak, suppressed a holy king, never mind the ancient immortal domain, ask around the entire continent, who else? And my grandmother chuckled and rolled her eyes. All right, I know he's your grandson. My great-grandfather had a pill by then and had recovered enough to move. He came over and bowed properly to Holy Maiden Hua. Thank you, Holy Maiden Hua. Without you, Chen clan would be finished today. She nodded. Tianhao Ying is a saintess of the heavenly demon sect. She has been exceptionally talented since childhood and cruel with it, and her demonic techniques make her extremely difficult to handle. Over the years, she has slaughtered a great many disciples of great clans. It was only by chance, when I broke through to Holy King, that I became able to sense the particular fluctuation when the heavenly demon sect acts. Which is how she'd known to come at all. My great-grandfather sighed, and he was still shaken. Because he'd been the old ancestor of that family for a very long time, and under his stewardship the clan had achieved nothing much and had come within about 4 seconds of being erased entirely. Then he looked over at me, and his eyes did something. Who says this old man hasn't achieved anything? My grandson Chen Tianhao is my greatest achievements. Then, out loud, to nobody, what? You're saying Chen Tianhao's birth has nothing to do with me? Stop talking nonsense. Chen Tianhao is my protege. Without me, there would be no Chen Huizhong, and without Chen Huizhong, there would be no Chen Tianhao. He did that entire argument by himself, out loud, in about 6 seconds, and won it. That night, the Chen clan lit fires. Most of the estate was rubble by then. Half the mountain range behind it had ceased to exist. It did not appear to affect anyone's mood in the slightest. People sang and danced around bonfires in the wreckage of their own houses. And in the villa where my mother and I lived, there was a table with everyone at it, and Holy Maiden Hua in the seat of honor. My great-grandfather's face was faintly red the entire meal, and he finally got it out. Holy Maiden Hua's arrival should have been received with bathing and incense and the highest honors. But my Chen family's main temple is rubble, so we can only hold this simple banquet. That old man was mortified, genuinely mortified. His clan had been saved twice in one day, and he was embarrassed about the venue. She waved it off. It's all right. I actually think this courtyard is quite nice. And I saw an opening the size of a barn. I filled her glass with spirit wine and said, cheerfully, since Master likes it, then this courtyard is Master's. From now on, Chen clan is Master's own home. Every single person at that table lit up at once, because that is an outstanding deal. Anyone who doesn't take that deal is a fool. Holy Maiden Hua gave me a look, and then a bitter little smile, and patted my head. You're really clever, aren't you? You've got all the good things coming your way. I went red and scratched my head, which is my main defensive technique at that age. Then she glanced at my great-grandfather and my mother. I originally planned to visit the little guy after leaving seclusion. I didn't expect today's events. Everyone went quiet and listened. But I didn't expect this little guy to give me such a pleasant surprise. I plan to take him with me when I leave and go straight back to the Creation Emoter Palace. And the table exploded. Holy Maiden Hua, is this really true? My grandfather, before anyone else, unable to help himself. She smiled and nodded and patted my head again. I originally planned to wait until he came of age, but now it seems that staying with the Chen family will only hinder his path. Only by staying beside me can he receive proper training. Now, that is a rude sentence. She said it in front of the entire senior leadership of my family, and every single one of them nodded. Because it was true, and they all knew it, and none of them argued. Chen clan had given me the absolute best it had. My great-grandfather had emptied his personal reserves into a fetus. They had held nothing back at any point. And it was over. There was nothing left in that entire clan that could move me forward. Keeping me there any longer would just be storing a jewel in a drawer, and at the exact moment I understood that, gold text came up in front of my eyes. 300 years later, before your great-grandfather passed away, he took out his most precious treasure, which finally persuaded a true immortal to reluctantly accept you as a disciple. You were taken back to the sect to participate in the sect grand competition, but you failed to qualify even for the lowest elimination rounds. Your master was very disappointed in you. Task: participate in a sect competition and qualify. Reward: illusory crimson lotus formation. What is love in this world that makes people bound together in life and death? The red lotus is passionate. The great emperor is heartless. When the battle begins, heaven and earth are wounded. I sat at a dinner table with my whole family around me, and I read that twice, and the second time I had to put my cup down. Because look at it. In that other life, that old man got to the end of his own lifespan, took out the single most valuable thing he owned, and used it to buy his useless 300-year-old great-grandson a place with a true immortal. Reluctantly. The word in the notification is reluctantly. And that version of me went to the competition and did not qualify for the bottom bracket. He couldn't even make outer sect, and his master was disappointed. I looked up from the text at the actual old man, who was 2 seats away, red-faced, apologizing to a holy king about the state of his dining room. Same man, both timelines, spent everything he had either way. And then I read the reward, and my pupils contracted, because I'd never heard of the illusory crimson lotus formation, but the introduction gave it away. Anything with the word emperor in it is going to be violent. Look at the best example available. The Supreme Emperor weapon is a thing an emperor personally builds out of the finest materials in the world. In theory, given enough power, a Supreme Emperor weapon is the emperor. And forget the weapon. If an emperor touches a willow branch by the roadside and leaves a little divine power in it, that branch becomes an ancient aristocratic family's supreme treasure forever. Anything with an emperor's fingerprints on it is a different category of object. I stood straight up at the dinner table, bowed, and said loudly, "Your disciple thanks you, master." A breeze came and picked me up before I finished bowing. Holy Maiden Hua smiled at me. "Although you are my disciple, you still have to participate in the Creation Immortal Palace's sect competition. Don't worry. Treat it as going through the motions. No matter the result, I will accept you. Here it is. I have to participate. I'm afraid you won't let me." I got my face under control and answered like a very serious child. "Don't worry, master. I will not only participate, I will win a good result for you." And the system pinged before I finished the sentence. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: the illusory crimson lotus formation." And then it came in. Clouds. Everywhere, in every color, rolling in layers. Auspicious Qilin walking on them. Phoenixes going through the 9 heavens. True dragons in an ocean that had no floor. A kunpeng stretched across 10,000 miles, casually, like a shelf, and above all of it, a celestial palace. Inside the palace, one figure, standing with his back to every living thing. Tall, straight, the kind of straight that reads as a weapon. There was a 9-headed lion at Holy King Peak in there with him, and it was the size of a cat, and it was rubbing its heads against his trouser leg. I have no idea who he was. Nobody does. All I know is that as long as he stood there, he was the top of the 10 realms of the 9 heavens, and everything else was furniture. Then the view moved, and there was a pool in that palace, and a red lotus floating in it, and it was bewitching in a way that made me uncomfortable. Then it moved again, and there was a woman in red, only a silhouette, but a silhouette with intent, the kind that has ruined a great many men's lives. Her head was down, and her hands were over her face. She was crying, and that tall figure was standing not far away with his hair moving and his hands behind his back, and he did not turn around. He never turned around. The vision ended, and the actual formation method came in after it, and when it finished loading, I sat there and swallowed. The illusory crimson lotus formation is not a killing array. It doesn't crush anything. It doesn't burn anything. It does exactly what the name says. It puts you in a dream. And how strong is it? The person who created that formation once caught an emperor in it. An emperor walked into that array and went under. Now, obviously, he was out again almost immediately. Of course he was. He was an emperor. But that is still the strongest formation in existence, and I'll tell you why. That was an emperor. Even if he broke it in 1 second, you get to talk about that for the rest of your life. There was exactly one problem. It needed formation flags. And formation flags are consumables, and ordinary flags don't work, because I couldn't inscribe the patterns myself. Which meant that once it went up, it was up. One deployment, ever. I sighed and dipped my divine thought into my Qiankun bag, and there they were. Hundreds of red flags standing in a row inside the space, with formation patterns on them that shifted when you looked at them, like something you'd half remembered. What a pity, I said. It can only be used once. And then I stopped feeling sorry about it because I'd already worked out what to do with it. The next morning, everyone in the Chen clan came to the training ground. Every single person, old, young, servants, all of them. A small blue divine ship hung in the air over the square, and my mother was standing there with her eyes already gone. Don't cry, mother. It's not like I'm never coming back. She nodded and hugged me, and then delivered her actual concern. You must listen to your master, understand? Holy Maiden Hua is your teacher and the benefactor of our whole Chen clan. Don't worry, mother. My great-grandfather came forward and put his hand on my head. Good lad. From now on, you'll be like a bird in the open sky and a fish in open water. The outside world is not like home. Tone it down. Don't cause trouble. Understand? Then he stopped and let out a long breath and said the rest of it. After this parting, I don't know when I'll see you again, kid. If you get into any serious trouble out there, come back. As long as this old man is alive, I will not let you be bullied. And I stood there in front of an immortal emperor at the 5th level who could not have survived 4 seconds against the woman I'd fought yesterday, and who was telling me, sincerely, that if the world got too big, I should come home to him. Something went wrong with my eyes. Yes, your grandfather too, my grandfather bellowed. Just go for it. If anything goes wrong, your grandfather will cover for you. Uh-huh, I nodded very hard. Then I looked at my uncle and aunt and cousin. Uncle, I'm leaving. Nephew, do your best at the Creation Immortal Palace so that your younger brother can benefit from your influence when he comes of age. That was my aunt, obviously, who got in front of my uncle to say it. And then my cousin Chen Yi came and stood in front of me. We'd grown up together. We'd played together constantly, and by then I was substantially taller than him, which was a thing he'd noticed. Tian Hao, although I may never catch up with you no matter what I do, I will definitely try my best. Wait for me at the Creation Immortal Palace. That kid was 5 years old, and he had already done the sum, out loud, to my face, and decided to try anyway. I pinched his cheek. Don't worry, brother. We'll always be family. And then I went up a little way into the air and turned around and clasped my hands to the whole clan. Elders, relatives, thank you for your care over the years. I will always be a Chen clan member, and you will always be my elders and my family. Then I let out a breath. Over the years, many of you gave me your resources, and I have no way to repay that. So before I go, I'll leave Chen clan a gift. And I waved my hand. Hundreds of flags came out of the Qiankun bag at once and went up into the sky over the estate. I closed my eyes and started building. Under my divine thought, those flags began weaving themselves into position, crossing and recrossing, and the pattern they made was so complicated it looked less like a formation than a web spun by something with too many legs. The patterns on them lit one after another, hundreds of small lights coming on in sequence over the whole estate. Go. Every flag went into its place at once. What kind of massive formation is this? It needs that many flags? I've never seen anything like it. Even the array our ancestor used to seal that demon wasn't this big. And above them, the flags started talking to the world's energy, and pale red light began to lace itself across the entire Chen clan, and a dome started forming. Up on the ship, Holy Maiden Hua stood with her hands behind her back and watched, and her eyes changed. At her strength, she could feel exactly what was assembling. She could feel it while it was still incomplete, and it was already making her uncomfortable. Her pupils moved, and she frowned properly. I know a little about formation Dao, but the setup this little guy is creating is baffling. The core of the formation is hidden among countless smaller formations. Not to mention the control techniques. Just how much does my disciple actually have? And with the last flag landing, I opened my eyes and nearly fell over. I want to explain because it surprised me too. Setting up an array is not like casting a divine ability. It doesn't run on spiritual power. It runs on divine thought. Every single one of those millions of patterns was already carved into the flags. All I had to do was put the flags in the right places. That alone nearly emptied me. Charge! I turned my hand over, and a small red flag appeared in it, and I poured power into it, and the whole Chen clan went quiet as something strange spread out across it. Pale red light braided itself across the entire sky over the estate and closed into a barrier. And it felt like nothing. That's the thing. Standing under it, it felt like weather. It didn't feel dangerous at all. And up on the divine ship, Holy Maiden Hua's mouth had come open. She could feel exactly what was pressing down from it. Judging from its fluctuations, this is not a killing formation. It's an illusion formation, but there is a trace of pure killing intent inside it. And she looked at that array with an expression I had never seen on her. It was fear, because even at her strength, she'd looked at the thing and known that if she walked in there, she would come back out with nothing, and she had absolutely no confidence about breaking it. I nodded, satisfied. Then I handed the main flag to my great-grandfather. Grandpa, with this formation, your great-grandson can leave knowing the family is safe. He took it with both hands, surprised. He didn't know much about formations. He could feel that it was extraordinary, and that was as far as he could get. Where did you get this from? I smiled mysteriously. I got it from a secret realm. Anyway, with this, things like Tianhao Ying smashing our protective formation with one hand will never happen again. And nobody in that clan understood what I'd just given them. They believed me anyway, completely, without checking. That trust had become instinctive somewhere along the way, and I hadn't noticed it happening. Here's what I want to say about that formation, though, and it's the only genuinely difficult decision I made that entire year. Keeping it would have been better for me, objectively. If I'd carried that array in my bag, it would have been the single greatest card in my hand. One deployment, any situation, any enemy. Whatever I walked into, however badly it went, I would have had one guaranteed escape from anything short of an emperor. One free life. I had just come out of a week where a holy king had walked through my family's front door, and my grandfather had gone up into the sky to detonate himself. So I gave it to the house. Because I could not stop thinking about it. That's the whole reason, not nobility. I simply knew that I would be somewhere very far away, and I would think about that estate every day, and I would not be able to work. With the illusory Crimson Lotus formation over them, I could finally go out and cause trouble. Sorry, go out and explore. I explained a few details to my great-grandfather and then stopped drawing it out and jumped up onto the ship. Master, Holy Maiden Hua nodded. Then she paused and thought about something and raised one finger. A sliver of green light came off it and went down into my great-grandfather. Tianhao Ying's methods are strange. The demonic energy left in your body will not visibly injure you, but it will leave hidden wounds. What I have left in you can remove it. Then, exactly as calmly, at the same time, it is also an opportunity. If you seize it, you can use it to reach new heights. And that old man's face went red all the way to his ears. I need you to understand what she'd just handed him. He was old. Not old for an immortal emperor. Old, full stop. Cultivation is rowing against the current, and the younger you are, the easier it flows, and as the years take your vitality, it gets harder to refine anything at all. He had spent years in seclusion trying for the 6th level and failing. He'd told my mother flatly that there was no hope. He'd said it lightly, the way men say things they've made peace with. And then he'd come out of seclusion permanently, on purpose, for me. He'd given up the attempt entirely and handed the whole stockpile to a fetus, and a holy king had just flicked him a way through. I will never forget the kindness of Holy Maiden Hua. He went red and bowed to a saint. She smiled and nodded and said nothing else and accepted it, because he was several times her age, and in this world that does not matter at all. Then the ship lifted. 2 cranes stood at the stern, going through their feathers with their long red beaks, absolutely unbothered. And I stood at the rail and watched the Chen clan get smaller. The estate went to the size of a courtyard, then a table, then a speck. Then it wasn't there. Sigh, I said to the clouds. This time I'm really leaving home. I said that inside my own head, and it still got out somehow, because Holy Maiden Hua noticed my face. What's wrong, little guy? You're already homesick and we haven't even left the eastern ancient desolate immortal realm? I didn't answer. I just smiled a bit. Although you're very strong, she said, you're only 5. It's normal. And I nodded, and then, because I cannot leave anything alone, I looked up at her. I do miss home a bit, but seeing such a beautiful master makes me feel much better. Loquacious, she tapped my forehead with one jade finger. Then she looked at me sideways. Speaking of which, since that day those two clans came to your Chen clan to annul the engagements, have they caused any further trouble? I shook my head. No, the Li clan and the Great Xia dynasty aren't stupid. Master, you'd already taken action. How could they be so blind? Well, that's good. I was originally planning to stop by both places to give them a little warning, but it seems that's no longer necessary. And I want to point out what that woman had just said, casually, over a railing. She'd been planning to drop in on a dynasty and an ancient clan, to give them a little warning, and she'd decided against it the way you decide against an errand. Master is mighty! I put both hands in the air. With such an invincible and beautiful master, I suddenly don't want to work hard anymore. She patted my head and pretended to be annoyed. Your mother has entrusted you to me. If you say such things again, I'll have to deal with you. Then, without changing her tone at all, in this world, only your own strength is real. Any external thing and any external person will eventually be washed away by the river of time. Only by climbing to the highest peak can you be qualified to look down on the world. You must always strive. And I stopped joking and nodded properly. I will heed Master's teachings. She looked at my serious little face, covered her mouth, and pinched my cheek, which rather undermined the moment. Then she thought about something and raised an eyebrow. Don't say I'm being harsh on you. I'll give you your reward today. I blinked. What reward? Since you are currently free of any marriage obligations. She said that with a completely straight face. If you can win first place in this immortal palace competition, I will arrange a marriage for you. What do you say? I had been on the edge of a nap. I came back extremely fast. A marriage agreement? With whom? Master, actually, I'm not picky about matters between men and women at all. As long as she's as beautiful as you, Master, that's fine. So, which ancient aristocratic family's favored daughter is she? Although I'm not picky, I do have the reputation of an ancient sacred body, and some standing in the eastern ancient desolate immortal realm. A declining ancient aristocratic family is definitely not an option. Oh, by the way, the dowry can just be a few Supreme Emperor weapons. And Holy Maiden Hua looked at me with an expression I had not yet earned in our relationship. She shook her head slowly. You're quite the dreamer at such a young age. The legitimate daughter of an ancient aristocratic family, with a few Supreme Emperor weapons as dowry. If you dare say that to any member of an ancient aristocratic family, don't think that just because you're my disciple you're safe. You're not even the Palace Master's personal disciple. And even if you were the Grand Disciple, those old monsters would slap you to death. And she gave me the look. The one people give the intellectually unwell. And I realized I had been extremely optimistic, because she was right, and the reason she was right is worth knowing. Everyone in the ancient immortal domain knows about the Luo clan's favoritism. Everyone. It's a joke. But when it comes to protecting their own, the ancient aristocratic families are notorious across the entire continent. They are stubborn, and they take their relative's side regardless of right or wrong, permanently, without checking. Hit a young one, and an older one comes. Hit the older one, and an even older one comes out. And it continues until the very last old monster in the deepest hole comes up carrying a Supreme Emperor weapon. And at that point, you regret everything about your life. She watched me arrive at that conclusion and laughed. All right, little one, stop thinking about it. Since you are my disciple, I will personally oversee your marriage. She is not a princess of an ancient aristocratic family, but she is not bad either. And I lit right back up. Who is it, Master? This is the saintess of our creation immortal palace. She said it lightly, almost carelessly. Although she is a bit older than you. As practitioners, we don't need to be too concerned about age. Saintess, I repeated it. And then something occurred to me, and I said it out loud, to a saint king, at 5 years old, without any hesitation whatsoever. Saintess, is she as pretty as Master? At least half as pretty as Master. If she's not even half as pretty, then forget it. And Holy Maiden Hua discovered that day that her disciple was genuinely, professionally, shameless. And here is the part that made it work, which I understood perfectly well and used ruthlessly for years. I was extremely cute, and I was inside what I can only describe as a newcomer protection period. No woman I said any of this to could possibly dislike me for it, they just got happy about it. I was going to run that scam for as long as physically possible, so that's where I left it. I stood at the rail of a divine ship, going toward the top sect on the continent, with an emperor's technique in my chest and a bone in my sternum that nobody had seen in 100,000 years, negotiating a marriage. And I want to tell you the last thing, because it's the only thing I actually think about. 6 years earlier, an old man in a golden palace had looked at a report and decided that the child inside my mother did not meet the standard, and could not carry the name, and should probably not exist. He did it in about the time it takes to sign something. He never saw my face. He never asked what I was. He simply produced a judgment and moved on to the next item. And a woman knelt on the floor in front of him and asked permission to have me, and was given permission on the condition that she leave. That was the beginning, and the end of it on that ship was this. 2 saints and an emperor had bid for me on the day I was born. A holy king had personally shattered my family's defenses to get at me, and left with my name in her mouth. My father's clan had spent an entire evening trying to work out how to buy me back with a small favor. The dynasty that broke my engagement had executed the general who delivered the message. And the Chen clan, the third-rate family that took my mother in when nobody else would, was now sitting under an array that a saint king could not break, because I left it there on my way out. I got all of that. And the only thing I actually noticed, standing at that rail, was that I couldn't see the estate anymore. Because here's the thing nobody warns you about. I spent 5 years making absolutely certain that nothing in this world could touch my mother again. Every hour of cultivation, every enemy, every treasure, every fight in a valley, all of it was that one project. And the day I finally finished it, the day the house was finally safe, the very first thing I did was get on a ship and leave her standing in the square. She'd asked for one thing, ever. Not glory, not an emperor for a son. She'd said she just wanted me to grow up safely. And I had turned into the most dangerous 5-year-old on the continent and gone away to become worse. And there was a woman with a wrecked foundation and no cultivation standing in a training ground behind me, waving until she couldn't see the ship. Somewhere out there, a saintess of the heavenly demon sect was healing up and remembering my face. Somewhere north, an ancient clan was polishing a throne for the other son, the legitimate one, the one they actually wanted, and telling him he'd meet me at the competition next month. And I was going to have to be strong enough for all of it, before anyone found out that the only reason I did any of this was so that one woman could stop apologizing to me. There's a thing I never told her, and I'm going to tell you instead. The old man in the golden palace never once said my name. Not when he sentenced me, not when he let me live, not in 5 years. Neither did my father. Every single person who has ever wanted something from me learned my name first. 2 saints, an emperor, a holy king who came through a wall for it. The 2 men who made me still haven't bothered. They're going to,